The Waitress and the Biker.
Summary: Destiny Night. A 21-year-old waitress from a small town in Texas found herself involved in a relationship with Ed Silpin, the town's bully. Her parents died when she was a child, leaving her with an elderly grandmother who recently passed away. At first, he treated her like a princess. He made her feel loved, and soon she moved in with him. She had no clue the horrors she would endure being with Ed. The change in him slowly sneaked up on her. Before she knew what was happening, she was isolated from her friends. She was only allowed to go to work in the diner. She had become his prisoner and was abused, beaten and tortured. Whenever she tried to leave, he would bring her back and beaten, saying that if she tried to leave him, he would kill her. She felt as if she had no choice but to stay until one day, a gang of bikers showed up in town. The leader of the gang would soon become her savior. Diego Sanchez, a 28-year-old biker, felt something for the lovely waitress the moment he laid eyes on her. Sensing she needed saving, he takes it upon himself to do just that. Chapter 1. Destiny woke up early, slipping quietly out of bed so as not to wake Ed up. Her face still hurt from the slap he had given her. There was still pain down below from his sexual assault on her. When he came home stinking drunk from spending the evening at the bar, stepping into the shower, she let the hot water flow over her body as she scrubbed herself clean. If only she had kept quiet about him being drunk, he might have gone straight to bed. When she complained about the smell of 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 on him, he went into a fit of rage. Grabbing her by the hair, he slapped her so hard she saw stars behind her closed eyelids. He then dragged her into the bedroom, screaming obscenities as he ripped off her nightgown and pushed her onto the bed. He was rough, making her cry out in pain as she begged him to stop. Drying off, she looked at herself in the mirror and wondered what happened to the girl looking back at her. She had always been so strong, so independent. Now she was weak, afraid to look anyone in the eye. When she moved here a year ago and started working in the town's only diner, she met Ed. He was so sweet and gentle, making her feel like a princess. For 4 months they dated before moving in together. That was when the trouble started. She had witnessed his anger with others, but never with her. There were rumors that he was a bully, but he never showed that side of himself to her. It started off slowly at first. He would complain about her friends, saying that they were hitting on him and talking bad about her behind her back. Then he would complain about the clothes she wore, saying that she was dressing like a whore, and men were saying things about her, so he started picking out her clothes. Then things progressed. She couldn't go anywhere without him except to work. Her paychecks went to him, even the tips she earned, and was only given enough money to buy food. When he'd come home from working at the feed mill, he expected dinner to be on the table, and if it wasn't, he'd fly into a fit of anger, trashing the place. It got to the point where he started beating her and forcing himself on her. She attempted several times to leave, even sneaking away in the middle of the night and taking a bus out of town. But with the help of his brother, who was the town's sheriff, they found her and brought her back, where she was severely beaten. He warned her that if she tried to leave again, he'd kill her, and she knew he meant it. With no money and no friends, she was trapped. The only way to stay alive was to keep quiet and do what she was told. In the last few months, he started drinking or staying out late and kept losing job after job. He would sit around drinking and eating, putting on weight, and had grown a potbelly. The people at work felt bad for her, knowing what was going on, but were too afraid of the Silpins to do anything about it. They ignored the black eyes and the bruises, pretending not to notice. Her boss, Carl, an elderly man, knew that she wasn't getting enough to eat at home and would feed her when she was on her breaks. Well, that was when Ed wasn't around. It broke his heart to see her having to walk the 2 miles to where she lived on hot summer days or in the dead of winter. But for her to accept a ride, especially from a male, would end up with both of them being beaten. The small town was run by the Silpin boys. Ed the youngest, his older brother Jack, and the oldest Rolf. Everyone was afraid of them, so they all did their best not to antagonize any one of them in fear of payback. People who had gotten on the wrong side of them lived to regret it. She put on her waitress uniform and applied makeup to help cover up the bruise on her face, and was glad that he was still asleep when she left for work. For being early, it was hot out as she made the 2-mile walk into town. She walked into the diner and felt the cool air from the air conditioner hit her. There were only a couple of customers inside eating their breakfast. They glanced at her and nodded before going back to eat. Judy, one of the other waitresses, was busy filling the sugar containers when she looked up, giving Destiny a warm smile but frowned when she saw the shape she was in. "Lord have mercy, what has that bastard done to you now?" "It's nothing," she said. Picking up some menus, went over to the couple, who walked in and sat her down in her section. After taking their order, went and hung up the slip of paper for Carl, so that he could see what he needed to make. She avoided looking at him when she saw the way he was staring at her face. "I wish you could get away from Ed. That man is going to end up killing you one of these days," Judy said, touching her arm, letting Destiny know she was worried about her. She looked at the other woman with tears in her eyes. "If I try to leave him again, then he will kill me." Her eyes widened in fear when she saw Ed walk in with his brother Jack. She hated it when he came into the diner, and he never paid for his food, saying she would from her tips. There were many times she didn't make enough in tips, but Carl always let it slide. Pouring 2 cups of coffee, she takes them over and sets them down. "Give us 2 of the early bird special, baby," Ed said, giving her a smack when she walked away. It wasn't a light slap. It was hard and stung like hell. Jack was just as bad. He never tried to hide the fact that he kept staring at her breasts. It made her sick the way he kept checking her out, and how he kept trying to get close to her. Whenever he came over to their home to drink with Ed, she would always go to bed after feeding them, hearing the crude remarks he made about her. When they finished eating, he got up, leaned over the counter, and shouted out to Carl, "Destiny will pay for our breakfast." Suddenly there was the loud sound of motorcycles approaching the diner and stopping. Everyone looked out the window and saw 8 bikes. The writers got off and walked into the diner. Her eyes went to one guy. He was tanned with dark hair and blue eyes. Her heart started to pound wildly inside her chest when he looked back into her eyes. He was drop-dead gorgeous with that bad boy aura. The 8 bikers and 3 women who were with them went in Saturday down in her section. Picking up the menus, she walked over on legs that felt like jelly. Her hands shook when she started to write down their orders. They were rowdy and she felt nervous until the dark-haired one spoke. "Okay, boys and girls, keep it down and treat the lady with respect," he said. Looking into her eyes, he smiled at her. "I'll make it easy for you, miss. We'll all have the breakfast special and coffee all around." She bit down on her bottom lip. She wanted to speak, but no words would come out, so she just nodded and walked away. Judy helped her to deliver the coffee, both nervous about having a biker gang there. They had heard stories of how biker gangs raped and caused havoc in small towns. After they were served their food, she went back behind the counter, standing next to Judy. "I wonder where they're from," she asked, curious about the strangers. "I have no clue," Judy answered, "but that one guy is really hot. If only I was 10 years younger," she said, sighing. "Oh, here he comes now. You see what he wants. Carl is calling me." The stranger sat her down on the stool and placed his cup on the table. "I wonder if I could get a refill." She nodded, turned around and grabbed the pot. She poured coffee into his cup. "I could have come to the table." She dared to look him in the eyes but quickly turned away. There was something about him that got her body feeling things that she hadn't felt in a long time. "How did you get that mark on your face? It looks like someone hit you pretty hard." Her hand went to her face, touching the spot where Ed had slapped her. "It was an accident. Do you want anything else?" He was about to answer but stopped when she looked towards the door. Her face turned pale and she looked scared to death. He turned his head and saw the man he had passed coming in, and he had the sheriff with him. They were walking toward him, and the blonde waitress backed away. The sheriff, chewing on a straw and his belly hanging over his belt, looked down at him. "Where are you and the others heading to, boy?" He leaned his back against the counter. "We're just passing through, Sheriff, but we're having some problems with a couple of our bikes, so we may have to stick around until they get fixed." "Is that going to be a problem? We're a nice quiet little town and we don't want any trouble. Keep your noses clean and don't cause any trouble, or you will be run out of town." "Don't worry, Sheriff. My gang and I won't cause any trouble." "You better not," he said. Nodding to Destiny, he looked at Ed. "Let's go," he said, and headed to the door. Ed saw the way the biker was looking at her, so he grabbed her hand. "I'll see you at home, baby." He pulled her closer and spoke quietly into her ear. "Don't even think of talking to him or I'll make you wish you were never born," he said, giving her a kiss on her cheek. When he was gone, the biker stared at her. He could tell she was scared of the man. "My name is Diego Sanchez. What's yours?" She swallowed the lump in her throat and checked to make sure Ed was gone. "Destiny Knight." Getting to his feet, he asked for the bill for his gang's food. He looked at it and, taking out some cash, laid it on the counter. "Maybe I'll see you before we leave town," he said, smiling at her. She picked up the money and looked at him. "You have $20 too much here," she said, trying to hand it back to him, but he refused to take it. "Keep it, it's your tip." He looked over at his gang and let out a whistle. "Time to go, guys." As they were walking out, he stopped to look at the cute blonde behind the counter. There was something about her that had him wanting to take her into his arms and kiss her. He also felt she needed rescuing from the jerk that kissed her cheek. It was obvious she was being abused. Getting on their bikes, Freddie leaned over to Diego. "Don't even think about it. We don't need any trouble. I haven't got a clue as to what you are talking about. The blonde waitress. I saw the way you were looking at her. It's clear she has a boyfriend who appears to be close to the sheriff. Man, let it go. Don't get involved." He took his dark sunglasses from his pocket and placed them on his face. "She's being abused. I can't just walk away without doing something about it. I'll be sticking around after the bikes are fixed. You and the others can leave." Freddie revved up his bike and turned to look at Diego. "We're a family. If you stay, we all stay," he said, and pulled out of the parking lot with the others. Diego looked back at the diner. He knew he'd be back to see her when he saw her looking out the window at him. He took off, catching up to the others as they headed to the woods where they were going to camp. Chapter 2. This story is written when there were no cell phones at the time. As they rode out of town, Diego couldn't stop thinking about her. It was her eyes that really got to him. She had the prettiest green eyes he had ever seen, but there was so much fear and sadness in them. When they got to their campsite, he went and sat her down by the river, trying to figure out his feelings for a woman he didn't even know. Something told him he had to go back and check on her. He heard the crunching of footsteps on the ground, and looking up saw his best friend Freddie approaching. Freddie, who was a heavy-set man with a long beard and one lazy eye, sat down next to him. "So you're still thinking about that little waitress, aren't you?" "There's something about her, but I'm not sure what it is. I do think that creep that showed up has been abusing her." She had this look of terror on her face when he walked in, and then he whispered something in her ear before he left. "She's not your problem, and you will only be asking for trouble if you get involved." "I can't just walk away," he said, getting up. "I think I'll go back into town, see if she's okay. I shouldn't be gone too long. Start the BBQ without me." Going over to his bike, he hopped on and took off. Meanwhile, back at the diner, the lunch hour rush was over and Destiny was feeling tired and her feet were starting to hurt. She was in desperate need of new shoes, but Ed said she didn't need them and wouldn't give her any money to buy a pair. She was called over by Carl and was told Ed was on the phone, wanting to speak to her. After hanging up, he went over, placing his hand on her shoulder. "What did that bastard want now?" he growled. His disgust for the man was heard in the tone of his voice. "He and his brothers are going out of town, so they won't be back until tomorrow." "Good. Now why don't you take the rest of the day off and get some much-needed rest? I'll call one of the other girls to cover the rest of your shift." "Oh my God, are you sure?" she asked, tearing up from his kindness. "Yes, now go on," he answered, patting her shoulder. Grabbing her purse, she leaves the diner, feeling some relief knowing Ed wasn't coming home tonight. Her feet were killing her and every step she took caused her pain, making her 2-mile walk so much slower. With him being away, this would have been the perfect opportunity to take the small amount of money she had hidden and hop a bus out of town. Except he had spies everywhere who would see her and she would have been dragged back home. The blood in her veins frowned when she heard the loud sounds of a motorcycle coming from behind her. No one ever came down this road. She turned around just as the bike and the rider pulled up beside her and she saw it was the guy from the diner. "Diego, can I give you a ride home?" "No, I'm fine, but thanks." She looked around, making sure no one was around. "You shouldn't be here, and how did you know where I was?" "I dropped by the diner and your boss told me he sent you home early. He also pointed me in the direction where you were going. I also know your so-called boyfriend is out of town until tomorrow, so you don't have to be afraid of him catching you getting a ride home. I've never been on a bike before and I'm wearing a dress." He gave her a sweet smile as his eyes took in her outfit. "That's okay. No one is around, so just hike it up. Come on, it's hot out and you can trust me," he said, handing her his helmet to wear. She put it on, letting him do up the strap. "You won't look, will you?" "I won't, I promise. Get on and put your arms around me. Don't let go or you might fall off." He smiled to himself when he checked the mirror and saw her lifting her dress up close to her hips and climbing up behind him. He could feel her body trembling against his back when she wrapped her arms around his waist. "You won't go fast, will you?" He glanced back, seeing plenty of her thigh. "I won't. Now hang on." He went slowly down the old dirt road until he came to a small house that looked like it had seen better days. He stopped the bike and, kicking his leg over the front, got off and held out his hand to help her off, trying hard not to look at how exposed she was from the upper thigh down. Taking his hand, she got off the bike and quickly pulled down her uniform. Removing the helmet, hands it back to him. Thanks for the ride. I really appreciated it. He didn't want to leave so soon. He still wanted to find out what her story was. I'm really thirsty. Could I get a drink? Water maybe? He saw the worried look on her face and could guess what she was thinking. I'm not going to attack you or anything. I just need a cold drink. All right. Just wait here on the porch while I go get you something, she said, walking up the steps that creaked all the way up to the door. He sat her down on the porch step and looked up when she came back carrying 2 glasses of lemonade. Thanks, he said, taking one from her hand when she offered it to him. He was pleasantly surprised when she sat her down next to him. It's so hot out, she said, taking a sip of her drink. Don't you know how to drive? Yes, of course, I know how to drive. Why? Then why do you walk to and from work every day? He asked, curious as to why she would choose to walk instead of driving. I don't have a vehicle. Only Ed does. Then why doesn't he drive you or let you use his car? She turned to stare at him, not happy with all of the questions he was asking her. First of all, how do you know I walk to and from work? Second of all, it's none of your business. Your boss told me and I'm just curious as to why this Ed guy treats you the way he does. It's so obvious he's abusing you. What I don't get is why you don't leave him, or why hasn't someone tried to help you? Carl had no right telling you my business, she snapped. He cares about you and has told me how you are always coming into work with bruises and a black eye. You need to get away from him before he ends up killing you. You don't know anything about me or Ed. She stood up, grabbing the empty glass from his hand. I think you better leave now. He got to his feet, looking at her. Do you like burgers and s'mores? She looked at him as if he were crazy. Well, yeah. We're having a bonfire back at our campsite. There will be burgers, hot dogs and s'mores. Come and join us. You might just enjoy yourself. He was standing so close that she could smell his scent. It was so manly and she felt her heart racing. I can't. If Ed finds out, he'll kill me. Both of us. You never have to know, and my gang won't say anything to anyone. Look, the creep is away, so why not come and have some fun? You like my friends. I'll make sure you get home way before he comes back. I don't know. Aren't you bikers into drugs and rape? How do I know you won't kidnap me and do horrible things to me? He let out a hearty laugh. You have the wrong idea of bikers. We don't do any of those things. It is true that some of the bad gangs are like that, but we aren't. We're more like a family. You'll never meet a better group of guys than them. She thought about it for a moment, thinking it would be nice to have some fun for a change. I'll need to shower and change first. I can wait, he answered back. Okay, you might as well wait inside where it'll be cooler, she said, and headed inside with him following her. Make yourself at home, and if you want another drink, it's in the fridge. I won't be too long. Take your time, he said, and sat her down on one of the chairs as he looked around the small room, taking in how clean it was. 20 minutes later, she came out wearing a pair of faded blue jeans and a pale pink top. Her hair was free from the ponytail. Are you sure your friends won't mind me showing up? Maybe I shouldn't go. He got to his feet. He felt his heart doing a flip when he looked at her. She looked so much better with her hair down. Trust me, they won't mind. She followed him outside and got on the bike, putting her arms around his waist. You ought to take the back way so that no one will see us. There's a path through the woods that will take you to the other side, away from the main roads, she said, hoping no one sees her on the stranger's bike, or for sure Ed would find out, and God knows what he'd do to her. With the wind blowing in her face as they rode, she felt a sense of freedom, and her fear of riding soon disappeared. Go a little faster, she shouted over his shoulder. Smiling, he stepped on the gas. It appeared that she was enjoying the ride. He still took it slower than he usually did. Finally getting out of the woods, he went a little faster when they reached the road. The closer they got to the campsite, they could smell the smoke. He stopped before they got to the actual spot and turned his head to look at her. I need to warn you, some of my guys are a little loud, and they might appear scary, but they're a great bunch of people. But I already saw them when you all came into the diner, she said, wondering what he was getting at. That was a few of them. There's another 15 you haven't met, making a total of 25. We don't all go into town at the same time. It scares a lot of people, and this way we don't get hassled. You ready? She nodded her head. For whatever reason, she felt safe with him. She held on to him as he took off again, and soon they were at the site. She saw them all as they came to a stop. Some were sitting and some were standing around cooking burgers and drinking. Among them, there were at least 6 women. "Who are those women?" she asked, wondering if they were also bikers or belonged to some of the men. "Some of the guys bring their old ladies with them," he answered, removing her helmet. "Old ladies?" she asked. Looking over at them, she wrinkled her face up, not understanding what he meant by that. "They sure didn't look old." He laughed, knowing she didn't know what he meant. "That's what bikers call their girlfriends. It's not meant to be disrespectful." He takes her hand and walked her over to the group. He was surprised when she didn't pull away. He just figured she was a little afraid and needed his support. It felt good though, having her soft and slender hand nestled in his, so he didn't let go when he started introducing her to the gang. She greeted the gang warmly, but felt a bit intimidated when she was introduced to the women. It felt like some of them were judging her. They were nothing like she thought bikers girls would look like. She thought they would look tougher, covered in tattoos and swear like truck drivers. But these women were beautiful and only some had a couple of tattoos. Also, from what Diego had told her, they weren't one of the bad gangs, so she knew she had nothing to worry about. Chapter 3. Handing them each a beer, Freddie gives her a welcoming smile. "We're glad you could make it and you don't have to worry about anyone finding out you were here. There's plenty of food, so I hope you're hungry." "I'm starving," she said politely. He shook his head at Diego. "Go get the lady something to eat," he said, taking her arm led her over to the picnic table. He sat her down beside her, and she found herself trapped between him and another man who could have passed for his twin. Turned out his name was Tiny. He was anything but small. He was big and hairy just like Freddie. "So how long have you all been together?" she asked, not knowing what else to say. "Close to 8 years. Son joined us about 2 years ago. But enough about us. Tell us more about you," Freddie said, taking a swig of his beer. "There's nothing to tell," she answered. "Well, what's a beautiful girl like you doing living out here?" Tiny asked, giving her another smile. "A couple of years ago, I was driving through town, and when I ran out of money, I took the job as a waitress at the diner. I was only planning to stay until I had enough money saved, but ended up staying. It was a big mistake staying," she said bitterly, thinking what a nightmare her life had turned out to be. It was then that Diego came over carrying 2 plates with burgers and chips on them. So sitting down across from her slid her plate over. He had to grin when he saw her small frame squashed between the 2 men. "Come on guys, how about moving a little and giving her some room?" Both men smiled and shifted over a little. She looked over at Diego, silently thanking him with her eyes. She then picked up her burger. The smell alone was making her drool, and she momentarily closed her eyes when she took the first bite. "Oh my, this is really delicious." She greedily finished it off, licking her fingers, and could have gone for another one. Diego grinned when he saw her eyeing his burger. Sensing she wanted another one, pulling her plate towards him, he stood up. "I'll go get you another one." She felt slightly embarrassed, and not wanting to look like a pig in front of everyone, she shook her head. "No, I've had plenty." "Don't be silly. Besides, you'll never get another one that tastes this good," he said, walking away before she could protest. When he got over to where the burgers were, Tabitha was there, flipping them as she drank her beer. "You shouldn't have brought her here," she said, her eyes glaring over where Destiny was sitting with some of the others. "What's your problem with her?" he asked, placing the meat into the bun. "From what I've heard, her boyfriend is a real bastard. She's going to be nothing but trouble for you if he finds out she was here. I overheard some people in town talking about him and his brothers when I was buying some supplies. One who happens to be the sheriff." His eyes narrowed when he looked at her. "Then you probably heard what she's been going through. She needs help." "Well then let someone else help her." "There is no one else," he said, and went to walk away. She shook her head and grabbed his arm when he went to walk away. "Don't you remember what happened last time? You tried to help some poor female in distress." "Tabitha, drop it and let go of my arm." When she released him, he walked away. He knew she was just worried about him, but he still didn't like her butting in. Back at the table, he slid her plate over, giving her a warm smile. When they were done eating, he stood up and asked her if she'd like to go for a walk, and they went down to the river and sat her down. "I hope everyone is treating you all right." "Yes, they're all so nice, even the women except for one." "Who would that be?" he asked, but he already knew who that was. "The one called Tabitha. She keeps glaring at me. I don't think she likes me being here. Don't get me wrong, she hasn't said or done anything. I just get a weird vibe from her." "Oh, don't worry about her. She's the worrier of the group. Is that all? He looked over at her. He could guess what she was getting at but asked anyway. What else would it be? It's none of my business, she answered, looking out towards the water. Go ahead. You can say what's on your mind. This was new to her. For over a year she was never allowed to speak her mind. I don't know. Maybe she likes you, or maybe you two are involved. He chuckled, then stopped when he saw how serious she was. Tabitha and I have been riding our bikes together for years. She's like a sister to me. And not only that, she's Ricardo's woman and they are very much in love. Now, let's talk about you. She shakes her head. There's nothing to talk about. I'm the most boring person around. There's nothing interesting about me. He reached over, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Is that what he's told you? If that's what he says, he's a damn fool. I find you extremely fascinating. What has this man done to you, and why are you with him? You're so beautiful, you could have any man you want. She couldn't help blushing. It had been so long since a man told her she was beautiful. Ed would yell at her, saying she was ugly and that no man besides him would want her. He kept telling her how stupid and weak she was before beating the crap out of her if he didn't like the meal she prepared for him. One night, a few weeks ago, she made meatloaf. He took one bite and spit it out, jumped to his feet, went over to her. He pulled her off the chair and stood her in front of his plate, saying it wasn't fit for a dog to eat. With his hand on the back of her neck, he picked up the plate and laid it on the floor, making her lay down in front of it. He then shoved her face into it, ordering her to eat it as a dog would. He saw her bottom lip trembling and knew he had hit a sore spot. Are you okay? She got up and went over to the edge of the riverbank, crossing her arms and running her hands up and down them. Please, I don't want to talk about it, she said, sniffling. Seeing her shiver and realizing she was getting cold, took off his jacket and going over placed it over her shoulders. Here, wear this. It will keep you warm. It looks good on you. Maybe a little big, but still, you look great in leather. But now you'll get cold. I won't. I can handle the cold, he said, gently touching her cheek. I wish you would open up to me and tell me what's going on between you and that bastard. I am going to be keeping an eye on you, to make sure that he doesn't hurt you again. She swallowed hard when she looked into his eyes and saw the sincerity in them. She also knew that in a few days he would be leaving. When she didn't say anything, he took her hand. They're starting the bonfire. Shall we go over and join the others? Yes, she answered. She liked the feel of his hand wrapped around hers. They went and sat her down with the others, all sitting around the fire in a circle. She listened as they all talked and joked, talking about what they've done in the past and what they want to do in the future. She couldn't help but wonder if they worked, and if so, what did they do, but she was too shy to ask. Diego could tell she had something on her mind, so he leaned in. Is there something on your mind? I was just wondering what you all do for money. We all have jobs. You do? She asked, a look of surprise crossing her face. Yes, those two guys over there own a bar in their small hometown. Freddie and Tiny are bike mechanics. Some of the others go from job to job. Ricardo and Tabitha own a store that sells hunting equipment. What about you? What do you do? I'm sorry, I'm asking way too many questions. I don't mind you asking. I own a small repair bike shop. Freddie and Tiny work for me. If you're wondering why they look alike, that's because they're cousins. It's a small business, but it's a good and decent living. She looked across the fire when Tabitha started asking her questions. So do you do anything else besides working as a waitress? Or is that your only talent? She looked at Richard when he poked her in the ribs with his elbow. What? I'm just asking a simple question, she said, then turned her attention back to Destiny. It's all I've ever done, she answered, staring back at Tabitha. I wonder what your boyfriend would say if he knew you were here, cheating on him with another man. Diego jumped to his feet and glared angrily at her. Tabitha, that's enough. She's not cheating, and I'd advise you to keep your mouth shut. He turned back to Destiny and held out his hand for her to take. Let's go for another walk. When they got further away from the group, he stopped and turned to look at her. I'm sorry for what she said back there. It's not like her to be so rude to someone. Why doesn't she like me? He shrugged his shoulders, not wanting to go into it. Maybe she's right. I shouldn't be anywhere with another man, she said, lowering her eyes to the ground. Standing in front of her, he put one hand on her shoulder and used his fingers to lift her chin up so that she had to look at him. You're not cheating, and who would blame you if you were? The way he treats you is appalling, from what I've noticed and been told. Why are you being so nice to me? He reached up and stroked her cheek. I hate to see a woman being treated badly. You are way too pretty and sweet. No man should ever lay a hand on a woman. She looked into his eyes, her own filled with tears, and knew she had to get away from him before anything could happen between them. It's getting late. You better take me home. As much as she liked being here with him and the others, she couldn't risk Ed coming home early and not finding her at home. After saying her goodbyes, she got on the bike behind Diego and they rode off. When they got to her place, he walked her up to the door. I had a good time tonight. Thank you for taking me, she said, turning to him before going inside. You're welcome. I'll probably see you tomorrow. Tomorrow? She asked, looking at him with a confused look on her face. Yeah, I talked to the owner of the garage, and he said that my guys and I could use his shop and tools to fix our bikes. We'll be stopping at the diner for some lunch, so I'll see you then. Please don't look worried. No one will know you were with me. She felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thanks. Good night, Diego. She turned and went to walk inside but stopped when he called out to her. Destiny. Yes? She asked, looking back at him. He smiled. My jacket. Her face turned red and she quickly removed it. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking, she said, handing him the jacket. It's not that I wouldn't mind you keeping it. I just don't think you'd want Ed to see another man's jacket lying around. He thought she looked really cute in it, even though it was way too big on her. No, he wouldn't like it at all. After he had left, she leaned her back against the door, taking a deep breath, hoping it would still her beating heart. If he hadn't said anything and Ed came home and saw Diego's jacket, she would have been severely beaten. After showering and throwing the clothes she had worn into the washer, to get rid of the smoke, she got into bed, thinking about the stranger who stormed into her life and in just one day had her wondering what it would be like to be with a man like him, one who was SI and on the dangerous side. Yet there was such kindness in him. But then again, she had thought Ed was a kind and loving man. That was until they moved into together. But she knew she had to stay away from Diego, not just for her safety, but also for Diego's. She knew too well what Ed and his brothers were capable of, and if he got wind that there was anything going on, there would be bloody hell to pay. Chapter 4. The next day, Diego and a couple of his men were working on their bikes at Finley's garage when he saw Ed and his brother Jack walk in. Both men glared at each other before turning back to work on his bike, but he kept his ears open, listening to Ed and Finley's conversation. Finley, you're late on your payment and Mr. Hudson wants his money, Ed said, chewing on a piece of straw. What's it got to do with you? Finley snapped. Ed snickered. Me and Jack here, we work for Hudson now. You have until tomorrow morning to cough up the money or the garage will belong to him. He looked over to where the bikers were and back at Finley. What are they doing here? Tell him he'll get his money. And I told them they could fix their bikes and use my tools. Is there anything else? He asked, wishing the two would leave without causing any trouble. That's all, he said, nodding to his brother for them to leave. Diego wiped his hands with a rag and went over to Finley. So who is this Hudson guy? One of the richest men in town. Another nasty piece of work. Most of us town folks made the mistake of borrowing money from him to set up our business. Many weren't able to pay back the high interest he charges, so they lost their business to him. Now with the Silpins working for him, things will get a whole lot worse. I don't get it. Why don't you all band together and stop them? He ran his fingers through his hair. If only it were that simple. Those who have tried ended up having bad things happen to them. One man had his home burnt to the ground. Another chap had his livestock poisoned. That's just to name a few. Truth is, son, we're all afraid of them. I pity that poor girl of Ed's. The way he treats her is downright inhuman. I saw the way Ed was looking at you. So if I were you, I would take my gang and get out of town as soon as I could. Hearing what the old man was saying, he was more determined than ever to hang around and see that Destiny was kept safe. I think I'll go over to the diner and get us all some coffee. Can I get you one too? Sure. Cream and sugar, please, Finley answered and got back to work on one of the cars in his garage. Diego walked across the street to the diner. He saw her behind the counter and gave her a big smile. Going over, he sat her down on the stool. Morning, he said, noticing how she looked around before saying good morning back. After ordering for coffees to take out, he asked her how her morning was going. The same as always, she said as she poured the coffee into the styrofoam cups. Can I give you a ride home after work? Diego, you know that's not possible. Not with Ed around. She leaned a little closer to him, Please stay away from me. He got to his feet and grabbed the coffees after paying for them, looking her in the eyes. I can't do that. I'll be seeing you around. Having seen the way the two of them were talking to each other, Judy walked over to her. He likes you. Destiny sighed loudly. I like him too. He's very nice, so unlike Ed. But you know as well as I do what will happen if he doesn't stay away from me and Ed finds out. Judy put her hand on Destiny's arm, giving it a light squeeze. I know, it's too bad though. He seems like a really nice young man, despite him being in a motorcycle gang. Later that evening after she had fed Ed, he informed her they were going to the bar for a few drinks. She was tired and didn't feel like going out, but she kept quiet. To say she didn't want to go would only end up in her getting slapped around. So after doing up the dishes and tidying up, she went and changed into a pair of jeans and a top. As he drove into town, she prayed that he wouldn't get drunk, but she knew that wasn't going to happen. So the best thing she could do is keep quiet and let him do what he wanted. When they got to the bar, Ed ordered them each a beer, and they sat her down on the bar stools. While he talked to a man next to him, she turned her head and looked around. She saw Diego and some of the other men at the other end of the bar playing pool. She felt her heart pounding inside her chest when she saw him looking back at her. She quickly turned away, not wanting Ed to see her looking at him. Her throat felt dry, so she took a long drink from her bottle. I'm going outside for a smoke. Stay here and don't you dare move off the stool, Ed said, yanking on her hair to get her attention. Her eyes watered up from the pain, nodding her head to let him know she understood. He was no sooner gone when Diego came up to the bar, ordered a round of beers for his friends, then looked at her. Hey there, how are you doing? She cleared her throat nervously, looking towards the door. I'm all right, but please go away before Ed gets back. I'll go, but I'd better not see him laying a hand on you again, he said. Grabbing the beers, he walked back over to his friends. Tiny grabbed his beer from Diego's hand. Man, are you itching for a fight? Why would you ask me that? Because as soon as that Ed guy walked out, you decided to go get drinks. Dude, she's a nice girl and all, but it's best to leave her be. There won't be a problem, as long as he doesn't try to hurt her. He took his shot, sinking the balls into the corner pocket. He then looked up when he saw Ed coming back into the bar. His fingers curled up into a ball, making a feast when he saw how the man put his hand around the back of her neck and pulled her close to him, saying something into her ear before getting up and going over to another woman, taking her onto the dance floor. He would have given anything to dance with Destiny, but he knew it would only cause trouble. Dude, are you going to take your shot or not? Tiny bellowed over the roar of the noise coming from the crowd in the bar. He was lost in thought as he watched Destiny get up and head into the back where the bathrooms were. Ed was busy dancing, so he laid his pool stick down. You take the shot for me. I need to use the restroom. After washing her hands, she left the washroom and let out a gasp when a hand grabbed her arm and pulled her around the side and out of sight. Diego, what do you think you're doing? He touched the side of her cheek with the back of his fingers. She had another bruise on her right cheek. When my crew and I leave town, I'm taking you with me. What? She asked, closing her eyes as she felt the warmth from his fingers on her cheek. I said I'm taking you away from here, to somewhere safe where that one will never find you. His brother is the sheriff. He will always be able to find me. I'll make sure he doesn't. Now you better get back out there before he starts looking for you. What if I don't want to go with you? Then I'll just have to kidnap you, he said, giving her a smile as he walked away. She got back to her seat seconds before Ed returned and sat her down next to her. She made a big mistake when she turned her head and looked at Diego. Ed turned his head to see what she was looking at, and when he saw her looking at the biker, he grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked. You looking at that fucking biker? Didn't I warn you? He said, grabbing her arm, pulled her off the bar stool. I wasn't looking at anyone, she cried out in pain. Don't lie to me, bitch. I'll teach you not to disobey me, he said, slapping her face. Diego, seeing what was going down, tossed his pool stick down and walked over to the two of them. I think you're hurting the lady. Let her go. You mind your own business. I'll do what I want with the bitch. She belongs to me. Tiny and the other bikers looked at each other. They all knew what was about to go down and had his back as they slowly walked towards them. Diego raised his fist, punching Ed right in the face, making him stagger backwards. Destiny let out a small scream when everyone else joined in the fight. Fists were flying and bodies were being tossed around. It was an all-out brawl. There was nothing she could do but watch. Out of nowhere, Tabitha showed up. Grabbing Destiny by the arm, she managed to make their way out the door. Once outside, she turned to Destiny, shaking her head in anger. "I knew you would be nothing but trouble for him. I didn't ask him to do this. I even told him to stay away from me. If you dislike me so much, why did you get me out of there?" "Because Diego asked me to. Now stay here." "Wait, you're not going back in there, are you?" "Damn right I am. I wouldn't miss a good fight for nothing," she answered, cracking her knuckles as she headed back inside. "You can't fight those men. You get hurt." Tabitha gave her a dirty look. Not all women are weak as shit. She wiped a tear away. It was true. She was weak. All she could do is stand there feeling useless, not knowing what to do. Then she felt panicked when the police car pulled up and Ralph, along with 2 other officers, got out of the car, and they headed into the bar to break up the fight. The sheriff unholstered his gun. Raising it, he let off one shot into the ceiling and everyone stopped fighting. "Good thing you got here, Ralph. These damn bikers started tearing up the place," Ed said with a smirk on his face when he looked at Diego. "You're a goddamn liar," he snapped back. "You were beating up on that girl and I was just trying to stop it," Diego yelled, being held back by one of his guys. Ralph made eye contact with Ed before looking over at the crowd. "Anybody see my brother beating up on Destiny?" Everyone turned their heads. No one said anything to defend the bikers. The sheriff turned and got in Diego's face. "I told you I didn't want any trouble. I'm taking you and all your boys into custody. I suggest you come along peacefully." Diego was the only one the sheriff cuffed as they walked over to the jail. He saw Ed with his hand around Destiny's arm and saw the man smirking. He shot daggers at Ed, wishing he was free to pound the shit out of him. He prayed that she would be alright until he got released from jail. "How long do you plan on keeping us locked up?" he barked at the sheriff. "Until I find out the damages that you and your men made. Then when you pay it, we'll let you go. But I think it's going to be a lot and I doubt you'll be able to pay for it. You just might be spending a long time locked up," he said with an evil laugh as he locked the door to the cell. "You can't keep us all locked up in here. And what about our one phone call?" Diego shouted through the bars. Ralph grabbed him by the shirt collar, slamming his face into the bars. "This is my town, boy. I can do whatever I want. As for the call, maybe in the morning," he said, letting Diego go. "You all have a good night's sleep now." Diego rubbed his face and turned around to find Tabitha sitting on the cot next to Ricardo, glaring at him. "Don't start," he said, glaring back at her. "I told you that girl was nothing but trouble. Now look where we are." She gets up and going over pokes a finger in his chest. "When we get out of here, we're leaving. No more of this shit." She stopped what she was doing and looked him in the eye. "We need to get back to our homes. You can't help that girl. You can leave, but I'm staying. Once I'm out of here, I'm going to get her and keep her with me until my bike is fixed, and then we'll leave town. You do know if you get her, those men won't let you leave with her. You can't fight them by yourself. I'm staying too. I've got your back," Freddy said, giving Diego a fist bump. "I'm in," Tiny piped up, followed by the others. Tabitha looked at Ricardo and then back at Diego. "Oh bloody hell," she cursed. "We're staying too. Someone has to keep you boys in line." She went over and hugged him. "I hope this chick is worth it." Chapter 5. It was an uncomfortable night for the gang. Not enough cots to sleep on, but then again they were used to sleeping on the ground. They all Saturday up when the door opened and the sheriff walked in, carrying coffee and a bag of donuts. He Saturday down behind his desk, taunting the others by eating and drinking his coffee. "You all must be getting hungry by now," he said, looking over with a smirk on his face. "Let us out," Diego hissed. "Sure, no problem. Just give me $5,000 and you'll all be set free." He grinned when he saw the look on their faces. "Guess you don't have the money. Too bad. You can't keep us locked up without food and water. Let us out and I'll see you get the money within the next 24 hours, Diego said, wanting to strangle the bastard. "You know that your brother has been beating Destiny and that he started that fight last night. He's the one who should be behind bars. That girl needs to do as she's told, and you don't have to worry about her anymore." "What are you talking about?" Diego snapped. "She and Ed are going on a little trip, going to run off and elope." Diego's knuckles turned white when he wrapped his hands around the bars. Seeing red, he ordered to be let out. Just then 2 of the sheriff's deputies came rushing in. "Sheriff, there's a bunch of bikers headed this way. At least 20 of them. They aren't like these ones. They look really dangerous and scary," said the smaller of the 2, shaking in his boots. The sheriff jumped out of his seat and went to the window just as the bikes came to a stop outside of the jailhouse. "Get out the rifles and call for backup," he ordered, sweat forming across his forehead. Things got real quiet. You could have heard a pin dropping before the door was pushed open, slamming hard against the wall. In walked an older man, his hair long and white, wearing jeans, a tank top and a black leather vest. He walked with a limp, took one look at the men in uniform and ignoring them went over to where Diego and the others were behind bars. "Flint, what the hell are you doing here?" Diego asked, smiling at the man. "I thought you boys were going on the straight and narrow, but here you are, behind bars once again," he said, nodding to the others. "We did, but things happened that were out of our control." "Let me guess, it has to do with a girl," Flint said. Not waiting for an answer, he shouted over at the sheriff, "Let them out." Ralph wiped the palms of his hands on his pants. There was something about this biker that had the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. He was sure he had seen him somewhere before but couldn't place where. "I can't do that. They owe $5,000 for damages they caused at the bar." Flint limped over to the desk, reaching into his vest pocket pulled out an envelope and slammed it down. "Here's your goddamn money. Now let them out," he said, staring into the sheriff's eyes without blinking. Ralph picked up the envelope and took a look inside, then barked at his deputy, "Let them out." The door was open and the guys went over and thanked Flint. "I want all you bikers out of town, within 24 hours, but sooner would be better," Ralph said, stuffing the envelope full of money into his pocket. The bikers all gathered outside, talking to one another. "How did you know we were here and needed your help?" Diego asked the older man. "My old lady had a vision, said you'll need money to get out of jail, so here I am, once again saving your bum." "We'll pay you back," Diego said, shaking Flint's hand. "Damn right you will. So how is Elvira?" "Tougher than ever. She can't wait to get her hands on you to slap you silly." "You want to tell me what's going on here?" Diego ran his fingers through his hair. "I don't have time to explain right now. I've got to go somewhere. My bike is in the shop, so let me borrow yours." "No one rides my bike. You of all people know that." "Flint, your bike is the fastest and I really need it right now. The guys here will fill you in." "All right, but if you wreck it I'll have to kill you." Diego laughed. "I know you won't," he said, hopping on the bike. "I'll see you back at the campsite." As he rode off, Tabitha and Ricardo went and stood next to Flint. "Should we follow him?" Flint asked, already knowing the answer. Tabitha nodded her head. "He might need our help." They all jumped on their bikes. Flint borrowed one of the other guys' bikes. He and Ricardo, Tiny and Freddie along with Tabitha followed suit, while the others headed back to the campsite. Diego rode like a bat out of hell. He had to get to her before Ed took her away. He knew there was no way she wanted to marry that prick and that she was being forced to do it. 10 minutes earlier, "No, I don't want to marry you," Destiny hissed as she watched him throw a few of her things into her backpack. It was time for her to stand up for herself. Standing tall, hands on her hips, she glared angrily back at him. "I'm not going anywhere with you. In fact, I'm leaving you." He turned to look at her. His face turned beet red as he walked over to her. Before she had the chance to move out of the way, his fist landed on her face, knocking her to the ground. "You little slut, you think you can leave me?" he said, kicking her twice in the stomach, as spit dribbled out of his mouth and down his chin. She writhed in pain, holding her stomach as the tears fell like a river down her face. Then when he grabbed her by the hair and pulled her up, she started to beg him to stop, knowing he was going to keep beating her. "Please, no more," she cried out. "Don't give me any more lip or you'll regret it. Now grab your fucking bag and come with me," he said, giving her a shove towards the door. When they got outside and were about to get into Ed's truck, they turned their heads when they heard the loud sound of a motorcycle approaching. A smile crossed her face when she saw it was Diego, but winced when Ed tightened his hold on her arm. Moments later, "What the hell do you want?" Ed growled when Diego got off his bike. He looked at Destiny's face, saw the drop of blood on her lip and the start of a bruise, then noticed how she was holding her stomach. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had taken place. "I've come for the girl." "Well, you're wasting your time, motherfucker. I and my lady are running off to get married, so I suggest you get back on your bike and hightail it out of here, before I blow your fucking head off," he said, still holding on to Destiny. He reached into the back of his truck and pulled out his rifle. Diego looked into her eyes. "Do you want to leave with him?" Her ribs were hurting so bad that she was having trouble breathing. She knew Ed wouldn't hesitate to shoot him, and with his brother being the sheriff he would get away with murder, and she didn't want 𝑑𝒍𝒂 to get hurt. "Yes," she answered, looking away. "You heard her. Now beat it," Ed hissed at him. "We both know she doesn't want to go with you," he said, moving closer. Ed pushed her to the ground and raised his rifle. "I warned you," he said, pointing the rifle at 𝑑𝒍𝒂. "I can kill you and no one will know." "Ed, no," she screamed. Before he could pull the trigger, the sound of bikes could be heard. They all turned their heads in the direction of the approaching motorcycles. The bikes came to a stop and Flint got off his bike and stared at Ed. "I'd lower that rifle if I were you, son." Ed pointed his rifle at Flint, causing the other bikers to jump off their bikes. Some pulled out their weapons, ready to attack if they had to. "What if I don't?" he asked. His hands started to shake when he saw the bikers getting off their bikes. "Well, if you don't, my boys here will get really pissed off, and you really don't want to know what they'll do to you. You're outnumbered, boy, so drop your weapon." While Ed was distracted, 𝑑𝒍𝒂 went over to Destiny and getting on his knees, he tenderly touched her face. "Damn, look what he did to you. I should kill him for what he did, but right now I'm getting you out of here," he said as he helped her up and noticed how she cried out as she placed her hand over her ribs. "Destiny, get the hell back here," Ed snarled. "She's going with me. You're awfully brave with all these bikers around. Fight me like a man, or are you a coward?" Ed asked, tossing his gun to the ground. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 helped her over to where the others were, nodding to Tabitha to help Destiny, before turning back to Ed as he removed his jacket. "Okay, just you and me. I'm going to make you feel the same pain you've been inflicting on her." Destiny grabbed his arm. "𝑑𝒍𝒂, he's strong and will fight dirty. Let's just leave. He's not worth it and will end up having his brothers come after you." Placing his hand on the side of her neck gave her a reassuring smile. "He's only strong when he's beating up women. He's nothing but a bully and a coward." Letting go of her, he turned to Flint and the others. "No one is to interface. The prick is all mine." Ed took the first swing, hitting 𝑑𝒍𝒂 with all of his strength right in the spot where his liver was, causing the wind to be knocked out of him. He fell to the ground, closed his eyes and winced in pain, and opened them just in time to see the man come charging at him. Just as Ed raised his foot and lowered it, 𝑑𝒍𝒂 grabbed it, giving it a twist and pushed him away. Landing on the ground, Ed cursed from the pain as he got up, wiping the spit from his mouth. The two men wrestled, fists flying. It was hard to see who was getting the worst of it. Destiny looked at Tabitha, who was still holding on to her. "Isn't anyone going to help him or stop the fight?" "𝑑𝒍𝒂 can take care of himself. Besides, he told us not to interface. I thought women like you got turned on watching two men fight over them," she said with a smirk on her face. Pushing Tabitha's hands off her, she gave her a dirty look. "Well, I don't," she snapped. For the life of her, she couldn't understand what the female biker had against her. She watched in horror as the fight continued. It seemed like it would never end, but then with one last punch, Ed went sprawling to the ground. "I should kill you for what you've been doing to her and other women, but you're not worth going to jail over," he said, wiping the blood from his lip with the back of his hand. He was walking away, his back to Ed, when he heard Destiny shout out that Ed had a knife. He whirled around just as the man charged him, the weapon ready to strike. Ducking, he grabbed Ed's wrist, shaking the knife from his hand, and with one hard punch to the man's face, Ed dropped to the ground, out cold. Destiny went over to them, looking down at Ed. "Is he dead?" 𝑑𝒍𝒂 looked at her. "No, just out cold. Let's get out of here before he wakes up," he said, going over to the truck, reaching in and grabbing her backpack. "I need to get something first," she said, holding on to her side as she headed into the house. "Whatever it is, forget about it," he shouted behind her back, only to be ignored. He looked over at the others and saw Flint shaking his head. He just shrugged his shoulders and waited by the door for her. When she came out, he looked at the envelope in her hand. "What was so important you had to go back in there for?" $500 that I managed to save over the last few months without Ed knowing. It was my escape money." He took her hand. His other one carried her backpack and walked her over to the others and to Flint. "I want you to meet an old friend of mine, Flint." She looked him over. To her he seemed scary, his hair long, and he was covered in tattoos and had several scars on his arms and face. "Hi," she said, quietly, moving closer to 𝑑𝒍𝒂. He looked like one of those bad bikers she had heard stories about, the ones who were evil and had no morals. He gave her a warm smile. "You're pretty," I can see why Diego has taken a shine to you. He touched the side of her face where it was swelling up. We better get you back to our campsite and have Doc take a look at you. Stuffing her backpack into the compartment in the back of the bike, he hopped on and held out his hand to her. Will you be able to hold on to me, or should you sit in front of me? I'll be all right behind you, she said, climbing up behind him. She gasped when the pain hit her, and when he went to say something she stopped him. I can make it, just get me away from here. She held on to Diego, resting the side of her face against his back. She had no idea what was going to happen to her. Leaving with strangers was never a good idea, but it couldn't be any worse than being with Ed. Chapter 6. As they rode, she clung to Diego even though she was in pain and felt lightheaded. She fought to stay conscious, not wanting to fall off. To do so she would surely get run over, what with all of the bikes following behind them. Every turn, every bump added to her pain, and she was relieved when they entered the forest and slowed down. As they approached the bikers' campsite, the bike stopped and Diego jumped off, but when she tried she got dizzy and felt his arms going around her, lifting her up just as she slipped into darkness. He grabbed her just in time before she collapsed. Lifting her up into his arms, Flint rushed over and placed his hand on Diego's shoulder. Take her into my tent. There's a cot in there and I'll have Doc come take a look at her. He carried her over to the tent and entering he placed her down on the cot just as her eyes fluttered open. Don't try to sit up, just lay still until Doc gets here. She stared back into the most gorgeous steel blue eyes. Worried lines were etched across his forehead. What happened and where am I? She asked, looking around and realizing she was in a tent. The last time she was here there were no tents. We're at the campsite and you passed out. Flint has been kind enough to offer his tent for you to stay in and he's gone to get Doc. Doc? She asked, not understanding. Doc is going to check out your injuries. Make sure you're all right. She turned her head when two men entered. One was a short, stocky man with tattoos and piercings everywhere. The other man she recognized from back at Ed's place. He was older than the others. She reached out and touched Diego's arm when the shorter man walked toward her. It's okay. This is Doc, and he is a real doctor, so there's no need to be afraid. Let him check you out. Tell him where it hurts. She looked from the two men and back at Diego. Don't leave me alone with him. Doc grabbed a chair and pulled it over to the cot. You've nothing to fear from me, but if you'll be more comfortable with Diego here then he can stay. She nodded her head and saw Flint leaving the tent. Diego stood off to the side, while Doc started asking her questions. Now tell me where it hurts, he said, checking her face for any broken bones in her cheek. It was hard just looking since her face was swollen and bruised. My stomach and ribs, she said, wincing when he touched her cheek. I need to lift your shirt up, so that I can get a look and feel your stomach and ribs. Will you allow me to do that? She looked over at Diego who nodded, letting her know it was okay. All right, she said, moving her shirt up to expose herself from the waist up to just below her breasts. She cried out when he pressed on her ribs, wondering if they were broken. Diego felt the blood in his veins boiling when he saw the dark bruises on her stomach and ribs. It was obvious that Ed had kicked her there several times. He had also punched her more than once in the face and her lips were swollen and bloodied. After examining her, Doc stood up, reached into his pocket and took out some pills. The good news is that your ribs aren't broken, just badly bruised. Take these pills. It will help with the pain and I suggest you stay in bed for a day or two. He handed her two of the pills and a glass of water to wash them down with. These will make you drowsy and you'll probably sleep for a while. Thanks, Doc, Diego said when he went to leave. No problem, he answered, looking back at Destiny who was almost asleep. That bastard sure did a number on her. It's a miracle he didn't kill her. There was a time when our gang would have found the prick and cut off his balls, but Flint says we can't do that anymore. He's changed the rules a long time ago. Yeah, he has. Going over to Destiny he kneeled down, stroking her hair. I'm never going to let anyone hurt you again, he said to her even though she was asleep. Getting up he went out to where the others were since she was out like a light. How's the girl? Flint asked, lighting a cigarette and handing one to Diego. Taking the smoke he leaned back against the rock, taking a puff. No broken bones, but that fucker beat her pretty good. Doc gave her something for the pain and she's asleep. Thanks for giving up your tent for her. It won't kill me to sleep on the ground for a couple of days. You know that he will probably show up here with the sheriff. Diego took a long drag from his cigarette before butting it out on the ground. I know, but there's nothing he can do. It was a fair fight. No one else got involved. If anything, Ed is the one who should be charged for what he did to Destiny, but that won't happen, not with his brother being the sheriff. You've only known her for a few days. Why is she so important to you? He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I think you're in love with her. Be careful. Careful of what? He asked, turning his head to look at Flint. The girl's vulnerable right now. She might mistake gratitude for love. I'd hate to see you get hurt again. I won't. I think I'll go check on her, see if she's awake yet, he said. Walking away, he headed to the tent. He walked over to her and sat her on the edge of the cot, looking down at her. Even with the side of her face swollen, she still looked beautiful, and he felt a flutter in his heart. Sensing someone was beside her, she opened her eyes. Hey, how are you feeling now? Much better, she answered. Lifting her hand up, she touched his face. We're going to look like twins, with our faces all black and blue. I'm sorry he did this to you. It's all my fault. He placed his hand over hers. You've got nothing to blame yourself for. He looked down at her lips, then slowly lowered his head, their lips making contact. She put her hands around his neck, and just when they were about to kiss passionately, he stopped. Lifting his head up, he heard the sound of police sirens headed their way. That will be the cops. Stay here. The group of bikers stood around, watching as 6 cruisers pulled up and got out of their vehicles. Sheriff 𝒐𝒏 and his 2 brothers got out of the one cruiser. It was obvious that the town sheriff called some nearby towns for backup. Is there a problem, Sheriff? Flint asked, walking towards them. Diego followed. Damn right there is. We're here to arrest this man for assault and kidnapping, Sheriff 𝒐𝒏 said, pointing at Diego. There was no assault. It was a fair fight between me and your brother, one which he asked for. I have witnesses to confirm it, and as for kidnapping, that's not true. If anyone should be charged with assault, it should be Ed for beating up a defenseless woman, he said, talking to the other sheriff. Ed growled. Of course, you'd say that. These bikers will obviously back you. I never touched her. You did, and I was only defending her against you. He got in front of the other sheriff. She was taken by the biker. Do something. Where's the girl? Sheriff Stewart asked Diego. I'm right here, and they didn't take me against my will. Everyone turned around to find her walking towards them. She stopped next to Diego. Ed was the one who beat me, has been doing so for a long time now. These bikers are only helping me to escape him. They've done nothing wrong. I'm here of my own free will. Sheriff Stewart was shocked by the woman's appearance. Do you wish to press charges against Mr. 𝒐𝒏? No, I just want him to leave me alone, she said, trying to be brave, but could see Ed's eyes filling with rage and hate. She swallowed hard, moving closer to Diego, and felt his arm going around her waist. Sheriff Stewart turned to the other sheriff. You've wasted my time. There's been no crime committed here other than what your brother did to this woman. He turned back to Flint and Diego. It would be best if you all left now. A couple of our bikes are in the shop being fixed. They will be done tomorrow, and then we'll leave, Diego said, staring angrily at Ed. All right, but leave as soon as they're done. He looked at Destiny. If you change your mind about charging Mr. 𝒐𝒏, let me know. Where I'm from, we don't believe in men abusing women. When the other sheriff left with his men, Ed smiled at Destiny, holding out his hands. Baby, I'm sorry for the way I treated you. You know I love you, so come back home with me. I promise things will be different. I'll never hurt you again. I'll quit drinking and we can start a family. Just give me another chance. When she went to walk over to him, Diego grabbed her arm. What are you doing? Let go of me, she said, walking over to Ed when Diego let go of her. Baby, I knew you couldn't leave me. She placed the palms of her hands on either side of his face, looking him in the eyes. You were so sweet when we first met, treated me with kindness, but once I moved in with you, you changed. Every night you would force yourself inside me, beat me until I was black and blue. The only decent thing you ever did was to always wear a condom. You said you hated kids and didn't want any, and now you're willing to have them. Yes, anything to make you happy, Ed said, smiling, thinking he had one. You are the last man on earth that I would want to have a baby with. The thought of your touch on me makes me sick. You're a sick bastard, and I hope someday you get what you deserve. She smiled when she saw the look of shock that crossed his face. Lifting her knee up, she rammed it into his family jewels, making him cry out in pain as he fell to the ground, clutching himself as he cursed her. Every biker, seeing what she had done, made a face. They could almost feel what Ed must have been feeling. Flint nudged Diego in the ribs with his elbow. "You better not piss that girl off or that could be you next," he said, chuckling. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 couldn't stop grinning. He was proud of her for doing what she did and hoped that Ed would feel the pain for some time to come. Destiny turned away from Ed and walked back to where the others were. The pills she was given were starting to wear off and her ribs began to hurt. She stood next to 𝑑𝒍𝒂. She liked that he put his arm around her waist and held onto her. As Ralph was helping Ed into the cruiser, he turned to her. "I won't forget what you did, bitch. You'll be sorry." "Keep your mouth shut, Ed," Ralph said as he helped his brother into his cruiser. "Don't worry about what he said. We'll all keep you safe until we get you away from here," 𝑑𝒍𝒂 said, looking at her. She nodded her head. She was starting to feel lightheaded. "I think I should lay down. Do you think, Doc, can you give me some more pills for the pain?" He could tell from the look on her face that she was in a great deal of pain. "Let me get you back into the tent and I'll ask him." After he got her settled on the cot, he went and got her a couple of pills and a glass of water. After she took them, he covered her up with a blanket and had her lay down. "Get some sleep," he said, leaning over, kissed her forehead. He watched as she closed her eyes. His thoughts went back to when they almost kissed. Just that light feel of her lips left him wanting more. When she was asleep, he went to where the others were. Flint told him that he and his guys would stick around until the bikes were fixed and they were safely out of town. He had a feeling the trouble wasn't over yet and felt that 𝑑𝒍𝒂 might still need his help. Chapter 7. She wasn't sure how long she had been asleep, only that it was dark, and the only light came from the full moon and the bonfire that was going. She looked up when Tabitha walked in carrying a bowl, and from the smell of it, she assumed it was chili. "𝑑𝒍𝒂 asked me to bring this to you," she said, handing her the bowl. "Thank you, but where is he?" "Talking to Flint about where they should take you. Somewhere safe." She turned to leave but stopped, looking back at Destiny. "What you did earlier to that Ed guy. I just wanted you to know I thought that was very brave of you, and he sure did deserve it." For the first time, she smiled at her. "Maybe you're not such a pussy cat, after all. You got boss girl. Eat up. I'll see you later." She had just finished eating when 𝑑𝒍𝒂 walked in. Her heart started beating faster when she saw him. He had that effect on her. He looked from her to the empty bowl and back again. "There's more left if you're still hungry." "No, I've had enough." "Okay, well, I just wanted to say good night before I turned in for the night." "Where are you sleeping?" she asked, wanting him to stay with her, but was too shy to ask, but decided to anyway. "I mean, you could stay in here if you want to." "Are you asking me to sleep with you?" he asked, a grin appearing on his face. She lowered her eyes and bit down lightly on her bottom lip. "The cot is big enough to feed two, and to be honest, I'd rather not be alone." She found the courage to look up at him, and felt butterflies dancing in her stomach when she saw him removing his shirt. She was in awe. His body was amazing. His muscles rippled. His six-pack made her mouth water, and he had this V-line that led down to what she could only imagine was under his jeans. Her core started to throb. She could feel her panties getting wet, and knew if he made a move on her, she wasn't going to stop him. Just as he was about to climb in next to her, there was this loud bang and they could smell smoke. He picked up his shirt and started putting it on. "I've got to go see what's going on." "Stay here," he shouted as he ran out. Her curiosity was overwhelming, so ignoring 𝑑𝒍𝒂, she gets up and goes over to where the others were gathered. Smoke filled the air and she listened as the others talked. "What's going on?" she asked, going over to stand next to him. "It's coming from town. Some of us are going to go and see if we can help," 𝑑𝒍𝒂 said, looking at her. "Go back and lay down. You'll be safe here." "No, I'm going with you." He let out a loud sigh and scratched the back of his head. He didn't want her going, but he also didn't want to be like Ed, telling her what to do. "Okay, but stay close to me." She followed him over to the bike with a smile on her face. It felt so good not being ordered around. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 made her feel as though she had a voice, and he didn't even get mad at her. She jumped up behind him, her arms going around his waist. Several of the bikers also headed into town. As they got closer, they could see the flames and the smell of smoke getting stronger. "Oh my God, that's Finley's garage," she shouted out. There was a crowd standing nearby. Everyone was in shock and there was nothing they could do but watch as the garage went up in smoke. The bikers dismounted, and 𝑑𝒍𝒂 saw Finley squatting with his head in his hands. Taking a hold of her hand, they walked over to him. "What happened?" he asked when the man looked up at him. Finley got to his feet. His eyes were filled with tears, and there was so much despair in his voice when he spoke. "It's all gone. Everything I worked so hard for is gone." I'm ruined. Even though Diego's bike and a couple of the other bikes were inside, he wasn't upset about that. It was seeing a good and decent man's life and livelihood go up in smoke. How did the fire start? He looked over to where Ed and Jack were standing, a grin on their faces. I'm not sure how it happened, but I'm damn sure those bastards are behind it, he said, pointing a shaky finger in their direction. Diego glanced over at the two men then back at Finley. Are you sure it was them? Yeah, I'm positive. They came to see me earlier, and told me not to let you and the others use my garage or tools. Said if I did I'd be sorry. I told them to go _𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 themselves. Letting go of Destiny's hand, he stormed over to the brothers, getting in Ed's face. You bastard. If you have a problem with me, then take it out on me, not innocent people. All he could see in front of him was red, and he wanted to punch Ed's smug face. No one can prove it was me. It could have been you or one of the others in your gang, he said, then looked over at Destiny. So how are you enjoying fucking my bitch? He lunged at Ed, grabbing him by the collar, pushed him up against the car. Shut your fucking mouth, he said, and as he was about to punch him, Freddy and Tiny grabbed him, pulling him off Ed. Diego, he's not worth it. People were yelling. Some were crying as the firefighters tried putting out the fire. They went back over to Destiny and the other bikers. He put his arm around her waist, looked at Flint and the others. I want you guys to leave. Go back home and take Destiny with you. What about you? She asked, not liking what he was saying. Turning to her, he touched the side of her face, staring into her eyes. These people are being bullied by the Silpins. They need my help. What the hell do you think you can do to help them? She snapped angrily. She's right. You're only one man, Flint said, scratching his beard. If you're staying, then so will I. So will I, Tiny said, and the others followed in, all saying they would help. Finley overheard them talking, and so did some of the others. No, we don't want any of you here. Just go and leave us alone. Diego was surprised by his reaction. We can help you to get your town back. You shouldn't have to be afraid of them. We'll figure out a way to get rid of them. I'll just bet there's plenty of evidence we can find to have them put away for a long time. Don't you understand? Just you guys being here is putting us in more danger. We want you to leave. You'll only make things worse for us. Take Destiny and leave tonight. Don't wait until morning. Destiny looked at Carl. She thought maybe he would accept the help that Diego was offering. As much as she wanted to get away, she also wanted her friends to be free. Carl, talk to the others. Get them to see this as a way out of the Silpins' power over you all. What about you gather everyone for a meeting where we can discuss a plan? Let's go into your diner and talk, Diego said, taking Destiny's hand and holding it. We've all been warned not to let any of you into our homes or place of business. If we do, we'll lose them. We don't want you here. Carl snapped and walked away. Flint turned to Diego. You can't help them if they don't want it. Let's go back to the campsite, pack up and leave tonight. When he saw Diego hesitate, he placed his hand on his shoulder. The man is right. By sticking around, it will only make things worse. He looked over at the fire that was still burning. People made a point of not looking at him. He knew Flint was right. It was best to leave. Let's get out of here, he said. Still holding her hand, they all walked over to their bikes. Though it was late, once they got back to their campsite, they started packing everything up, planning on leaving right away. Flint went over to Diego and Destiny. So now you don't have a bike. I'll get another one. Well, I still have your old bike in my shed. You could come back to my place and I'll help you fix it up. Needs a lot of work, but between the two of us, we can have it up and running in no time. You still got that old thing? He asked with surprise written all over his face. I couldn't bear to get rid of it. It was your first one, the one you learned it to ride on. I know Elvira would love to see you again, though you can figure out where Destiny should go to be safe and far from Silpin. Diego glanced at her. Is that okay with you? She nods. If she had her way, she would always stay with him, but she also knew he was only helping her, that it wasn't anything romantic on his part. Will you be all right to ride? He asked, showing concern for her condition. Yeah, I'll be all right. Tiny and Freddy came over to have a few words with him. We hear you're going back to Flint, so we'll go back and take care of business until you get back, Freddy said. Tiny nodded in agreement. The two guys went over to her, each taking a turn hugging her, saying that they will miss her. You take care now, miss, and if you ever need our help, just give us a call and we'll come running. Thank you, she said, hugging them back. Tabitha came over to her. I hope wherever you go you remain safe. And whatever you do, don't go hooking up with any more abusive jerks. She turned to 𝑑𝒍𝒂. We will see you when you get home. After saying goodbye, Diego's gang headed back to their hometown. He and Destiny followed Flint and his gang. You like his old lady. She's one special lady but tough as nails, he shouted over the roar of the bites. I'm sure I will, she said, resting her face on his back. After 2 hours her body started to ache and she fought to keep her eyes open. How much longer until we get there? It's still a long way from here, he answered. Sensing she was starting to hurt, he made a decision and rode up beside Flint and shouted over to him. I think we ought to stop at a motel and get a few hours of sleep before going any further. Now Flint could have kept riding, but he wasn't getting any younger and could use a few hours of sleep in a bed. He was getting too old for sleeping on the ground, and his bones were already starting to ache. There's a small place up ahead. We can stop there. Arriving at the motel, some of Flint's gang decided to keep going, only if he stayed behind and booked a room. While the others went inside to get a room, Destiny reached into her bag and took out the money she had taken with her, handing it to 𝑑𝒍𝒂. I want you to use this to pay for the rooms. It's the least I can do for all your help. Put your money away. None of us will take money from a woman. Besides, you'll need it to get settled somewhere. He gives her a smile. Come on, we better get in there before all the rooms are gone. As they were walking in, the others were coming out, giving the two a weird smile. Going up to the clerk, who looked like he just woke up, 𝑑𝒍𝒂 asked for 2 rooms. Sorry, I only have 1 room available. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 swallowed the lump in his throat, feeling a little nervous. We'll take it, he said, then spoke to her. You take the room, I'll see if I can bunk with Flint or one of the others. After seeing her to the room, he went to the others, but since they were already doubling up, he had no choice but to go back to where she was staying. She had only been in the room for a few minutes when there was a knock at the door, so opening it, she was happy to see him. 𝑑𝒍𝒂, is something wrong? It seems like no one has room for me. I'll have to stay in here. I mean, if that's okay with you, you can have the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. Of course, it's all right with me. After all, you paid for the room, but I don't think you will be comfortable on that tiny sofa. It's okay for us to share the bed. We are grown-ups after all. Her heart was racing. Just the thought of being in the same bed with her, she got excited. She backed away when she saw the way he was looking at her when he closed and locked the door. His eyes held lust as he walked toward her. Chapter 8. She let out a raspy gasp when he cupped her face in his hands, drawing her face close, and his mouth came down on hers. Closing her eyes, she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him back. It was a passionate kiss, one that soon turned more demanding. Their bodies pressed so tightly together that not even a piece of paper could have gotten between them. He knew he had to be gentle with her, seeing she was still recovering from her injuries. If you are hurting, I will stop until you are feeling better. She didn't answer him with words. Instead, her hands went to the bottom of his shirt, lifting it up and over his head, then pulling him back down on top of her. She had thought that after Ed, she wouldn't want anyone ever touching her again, but she was wrong. Her body ached to feel his touch. Her lips quivered in anticipation of his kiss, and her core throbbed, wanting to feel him inside her. She let out a cry of delight when he removed her top and bra, his hand massaging her breasts as his mouth went to her neck and began kissing it, arching her neck. She moaned, loving the way he was kissing and lightly sucking her neck. He could feel the slight tremble of her body as he moved down, wrapping his mouth around the one breast, sucking the nipple deep into his mouth as his tongue teased it. His hand moved down, going inside her panties. The more he used his fingers to stroke her clit, the wetter she became. He then left sweet, soft kisses down to her stomach, kissing the bruises that covered her. She began to squirm beneath him as he slid her shorts and panties down until he had removed them. His eyes roamed over her slender body as he got up and removed the rest of his clothes. His member was hard and ready. Kneeling on the bed, he opened her legs wider and settled in between them, his mouth going to hers as he slowly entered her sweet wetness. She watched him as he took off his pants. His body was magnificent. She blushed when she looked at his cock. Her core began to throb even more. It felt like it was going to burst. When his lips landed on hers, she closed her eyes when she felt his length sliding inside her, and she let out a moan of pure pleasure. Her arms wrapped around him and her legs locked around his waist when he started thrusting faster inside her, making her moan louder, calling out his name. There were no words to explain how it felt. It didn't hurt, just felt like she was in heaven. She didn't care that the headboard was banging loudly against the wall. It just added to her excitement. She could have laid there all night feeling him moving up and down, but then she felt his snake throbbing and knew he was about to come. He gave a few more hard thrusts, making sure she orgasmed before he did. Sweat coated his body. His eyes rolled back when he came, releasing inside her before collapsing. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, waiting until his breathing got back to normal. He lifted his head to look at her. "You're so beautiful." She smiled as she stroked the side of his face with her fingers. "Diego, that was amazing. I never knew making love could be this good. I felt no pain, only pleasure," she said, her eyes tearing up. He leaned down, kissing the bruises that were still very visible on her face. Making love should never be painful, only pleasurable. His heart went out to her. He could only imagine the horror and pain Ed must have put her through. Rolling off her and onto his side, he pulled her in close, putting his arms around her. He liked the way she laid her head on his chest and placed her arm over the top of his stomach. She woke up to the sound of the shower running. Getting up, she wraps the sheet around her and goes into the bathroom. The shower had a glass door, and she could see him washing up, and when he looked her way, he opened the door. His hands went to the sheet and removed it from her body. He then pulled her in with him. Their lips locked in a passionate kiss, and moments later he had her up against the wall, her legs wrapped around him when he entered her. When they were done, he placed her down, his hands on her hips, giving her a devilish smile. "I have never enjoyed a shower as much until now." She put her arms around his neck. "Me either." Just when he was about to kiss her again, he heard a loud banging at the front door. "I'd better go see who it is. It's probably Flint, wanting to get going," he said. Stepping out of the shower, he wrapped a towel around his waist and went to answer the knock. Flynn walked in when the door opened, carrying 2 coffees and a bag with muffins. He took one look at Diego in a towel, his body still wet from the shower, and not seeing Destiny, he smiled, knowing what was going on. "You dog," he said, placing the beverages and bag down. "Don't take too long. We want to get moving." Diego cleared his throat. "Thanks. We'll be out soon." "You better be. I called my old lady and she's making up a big breakfast for everyone. And you know how she hates it when we're late." He gives him a light tap on his cheek before leaving, chuckling to himself. She walked out of the bathroom when she heard Flint leaving. Smelling the coffee and seeing the muffins, her stomach began to growl. Picking up one of the muffins, she took a bite, wearing only a towel. "I'm starving," she said, smiling at him. "No wonder. You worked up quite an appetite," he said. Going over, he runs his fingers inside the top of her towel. "I wish we had more time, but if we don't get ready to leave, the guys will come in here after us. I'd hate for them to see what I'd be doing to you." She giggled, slapping his hand away. "Don't start something you can't finish." After finishing their drinks and snack, they quickly got dressed and went to meet the others outside. "It's about time you two got here. What took you so long?" Ricky asked with a grin on his face. Flint had already informed him as to what was going on. He just wanted to tease them. Diego shook his head. "Wipe that grin off your face and let's get going." He waits for her to get on behind him, and they all took off. After riding for 2 hours, they stopped to get gas. Destiny decided to use the restroom, while the men filled up their gas tanks. When she came out and over to Diego and the others, they turned their heads when they heard more motorcycles approaching. "What the hell are they doing in these parts?" Diego asked when he saw it was the Viper Gang. They were a group of bikers who caused havoc wherever they went. They had no respect for the law, and were known for stealing and raping women. He pulled her behind him when they pulled up. There were 10 of them in total. The leader, the one who called himself Satan, looked the group over, turning his attention on Destiny. "Diego, I see you got yourself a new bitch. She sure is a pretty little thing." Before he could speak, Flint stood between them. "Satan, what brings you out this way?" he asked, wanting to divert his attention away from her. He wasn't one to back away from a fight, and had in the past gone up against Satan and his gang, but he wanted to avoid a fight if possible. "Looking for fresh pussycat," he said as he looked over at her and back to Flint. "What would it take to get that one from you?" Diego felt his blood boiling and growled at Satan. "She's my old lady, so back the fuck off." Satan smiled wickedly, showing his rotten teeth. "If I want her, I'll take her and you wouldn't be able to stop me. But hey, let's not fight. I'd trade you my bike for her." Everyone stood around listening. They couldn't believe Satan was offering his bike in exchange for a girl. It was one of the most expensive and best bikes around. It was also one of the fastest ever made, and they all knew he hadn't gotten it legally. Diego glared at him, shaking his head. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Now Satan wasn't one to take no for an answer. He went to walk over to Diego, but Flint got in front of him. Come on now, there's no need to start anything. I can't believe that punk would turn down this bike for a bitch. You know how it is. She's new and he's not done with her yet. Besides, you really don't want to give away this nice piece of machinery for a broad. You boys ought to head west. I hear there's a new bar there, where the women are looking for a biker daddy. Satan looked over at Diego and Destiny. Yeah, no pussycat is worth what my bike is. But if we meet again, I won't offer a trade. I'll just take what I want. He let out a whistle and jumped on his bike. I'll see you around, Flint, he said before waving for his gang to follow him. You should have let me beat the shit out of him, Diego said, still fuming over the way Satan talked about Destiny. It would have been foolish and dangerous to fight him. He has too many men with him and we were outnumbered. Just let it go. We'll probably never run into him again. Diego, who was that man and was he being serious? He reached up and touched her cheek in a tender gesture. He's someone you don't want to know. He's very dangerous, and yes, he was being serious. Seeing the look of horror that appeared on her face, he placed his hands on her waist and drew her close. It's okay. He's gone now and I would never let him anywhere near you. She had to sigh. He had a way of making her feel safe. It was a very nice bike he had and it looks like it was worth a lot of money. Wouldn't you have liked to own it? It is a great bike, but you are so much better than some stupid old bike, he said as he pulled her in closer and gave her a kiss. The other bikers rode past them, hawing and making kissing noises. Breaking the kiss, he got on the bike and she jumps up behind him, her arms going around his waist. How much longer until we get to Flint's place? She asked, shouting so he could hear. About an hour, he answered back. An hour later, they went down a dirt-covered path and through the woods. Ahead of them, she saw a large house. It looked old from the outside, and she wondered how many of Flint's guys lived here. She was also anxious to meet his wife. She had pictured her as a sweet and small woman with white hair like Flint's. There were also 2 other large buildings. One she figured was a workshop. Diego had told her. He was good with fixing machinery of all kinds and did work for some of the people in a nearby town. Apparently, that was how he made his living, and the few who lived with him did odd jobs along with helping Flint. Stopping in front of the house, Diego turned off the engine and got off the bike, holding out his hand to help her. Well, this is it. It doesn't look like much from the outside, but it's been fixed up real nice inside. She and Diego followed behind Flint. A couple more followed and the rest rode off, to where she had no idea. Chapter 9. Well, come on in and make yourself at home, Flint said to her. He then turned and walked into the house. He was anxious to see Elvira. Honey, I'm home, he shouted out once he was inside. I'm in the kitchen, baby. Destiny took a quick look around the hallway. It was nicely decorated. Diego was right. The outside of the house was deceiving. She followed them as they headed toward the kitchen. She was in total awe when she saw the large modern kitchen. It was not what she was expecting. Then she was even more surprised when she saw Flint's wife. The woman was nothing like she was expecting. Elvira had raven black hair, and for a woman in her 50s, she had a remarkable body. She wore a light touch of makeup, and there were several tattoos covering her arms and chest area. Flint went over and put his arms around her, giving her a very long kiss. Sorry I'm late, but we decided to stay at a motel and get some sleep. I know, baby. You did the right thing. The poor girl needed to rest, although I doubt she got much rest, she said, then turned her attention to Destiny. Welcome to our home, dear. Here you will be safe and be able to recuperate. Diego then introduced the 2 women to each other. I know who she is. How? Destiny asked, wondering how Elvira could possibly know who she was. I saw you in one of my visions, she answered, cupping Destiny's chin in her hand, her eyes taking in the bruises and black eye. It's a good thing Diego got you away from that brute. He would have soon killed you. Hey, what about me? Don't I get a hug? Diego asked, moving over to the 2 women. Elvira turned to him, her arms outstretched. You know I always save the best for last, she said, wrapping her arms around him and giving him a big hug. She then released him and stood back to look at him. It's been too long since we've seen each other, but I'm glad you're here now. You all must be starving. Breakfast is ready, so come and sit down. Where is Betsy? Flint asked after sitting down at the head of the table. The others followed suit. She's upstairs making up Diego in Destiny's room. She should be down in a few minutes. Leaning over and speaking quietly to Diego, she asked who Betsy was. Flint's sister. She also lives here. She had so many questions about Elvira, like what were these visions she had and how they all knew each other. She decided to wait until she and Diego were alone to ask. Just moments later, another woman came walking into the kitchen. Seeing Diego, she goes over to him and gives him a big hug. He stood up to hug her. "Betsy, it's so good to see you again." "Same here, doll. Now are you going to introduce me to your lady friend?" Releasing Betsy, he grinned. "I'd like you to meet Destiny Knight, a friend of mine." After welcoming her to their home, they all sat down and ate the breakfast that Elvira had prepared for them. When they were done eating, Flint stood up and spoke to Diego. "Let's go out to the garage and take a look at your old bike." "Sounds good," he answered and stood, looking over at Destiny. "This may take a while, but the ladies will keep you company," he said, and walked out with the older man. She ended up helping the ladies with the cleanup. Then the three of them sat down and talked over a cup of tea. "You have a lovely place here." Elvira picked up her cup, smiling back at Destiny. "Thank you." Flint and some of the other guys remodeled the whole inside. "Tell us about yourself, child. How did you ever get involved with a man who abused you?" Betsy asked her. No one had to tell her that the girl was being beaten. Destiny told them the whole story from the beginning until she met Diego. Elvira, in turn, told her how she met Flint and what their life together was like. "I fell in love with him the moment I saw him. He was so young and handsome and such a bad boy. Even though he had done some really bad things, I couldn't help falling in love with him. It's only been a little over 10 years that he changed his ways." "What made him change?" she asked, curious as to what would make him turn over a new leaf after so many years of crime and violence. "Well, when he saw the way Diego was following in his footsteps, he didn't want him to live the same life that he had. But sadly by this time, he had already taken on some of the same traits, breaking the law, doing drugs, and always getting into trouble." "Wait, are you his parents?" Since she didn't know Flint's last name, and Diego had never mentioned his parents, she began to wonder if they were. "Oh no, dear. His parents were killed in a motorcycle accident when he was only 8 years old. They were friends of ours, so we took him in and raised him. Flint and I were never able to have kids." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Destiny replied. "Don't be sorry. We had Diego. I do have to say, after a lot of hard work and discipline, he has turned out to be a fine young man." After talking for a while, she decided to go outside and check the place out. Maybe she would go see how Diego was making out with the bike. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw him, remembering the night they spent together making love. Her body tingled just thinking about it, and she blushed when she saw him looking at her with a smile on his face. "Hi, so what do you think of my new ride?" he asked, motioning for her to come close. She moved slowly towards him, looking down at the bike. "I don't know anything about motorcycles, but it doesn't look anything like your other bike." "Well, no, not yet, but once it's been fixed and cleaned up, it will look good as new." Her eyes traveled over to the other side of the garage, and she noticed 3 other bikes, one of which she recognized as Flint's. "Whose bikes are those?" she asked, pointing to the 2 smaller ones. "One is Elvira's and the other one belongs to Betsy." "They also ride bikes?" she asked, impressed. Diego chuckled. "Yes, they do, and Elvira can outride any man." She walked over to the bikes, slowly running her fingers over the smaller one. "I wish I could ride one," she said as she turned to look at him. "Would you teach me to ride?" Going over, he stood before her. "I could if that's what you really want." "It is," she said, smiling and nodding her head. "Teach me now." He smiled back at her. "Later. Right now I need to get my bike working, so that I can get home and take care of business." Seeing the look of disappointment on her face, he felt bad. "Let me finish what I'm doing, and after dinner, I'll see if Betsy will let us use her bike." "Oh, thank you," she said with excitement, throwing her arms around his neck. "I can't wait. I'm excited and at the same time a little scared." He put his hands on her waist, pulling her in closer. "Riding one is dangerous. There are things you need to know first, so you have to listen to everything I tell you and do as I say. Are you willing to follow my instructions without question?" "Yes, I'll do whatever you want me to." "Anything?" he asked, backing her up against the wall. "Yes, anything," she replied just as his lips came down hard on hers and started kissing her passionately. Things were starting to heat up real good when they heard someone clearing their throat. Stopping what they were doing, they saw Flint standing there carrying 2 mugs of coffee. I thought you might want a coffee, but I see you have something else in mind, Flint said with a chuckle. Sliding out of his embrace, she tried to hide her embarrassment. It's okay. I was just leaving. When she walked out, Flint handed Diego his coffee. I see things are heating up between you two. Taking the cup, he smiled back at Flint. You could say that. Well, let's get this bike finished. After dinner, he took her outside after getting permission to use Betsy's bike. There he gave her the rundown, showing her every part of the bike. He explained the importance of inspecting it before riding. He pointed out the throttle and brakes, the clutch, shifting and how to start it. She rolled her eyes at him, wanting to ride it, and was getting impatient. When are you going to let me ride it? She asked, pouting. He gave her a serious look. Destiny. Knowing these things are important. It's not the same as riding a bike, and can be dangerous if you're not careful. It's a heavy piece of machinery and you have to respect it. The first thing you have to learn is how to stand with it before you can ride it. Look, you promise you do what I told you? No questions asked. If not, then you can forget about me teaching you. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. He gave her a light tap on the chin. Good girl. Now let me show you how to stand with it. He then showed her how to stand, hold it, and then how to get on. Now start it up, but don't try moving it yet. After 2 hours of showing and explaining things, he finally let her move it a few feet. Can I take it outside and go for a spin around the yard? She asked, hoping he'd say yes. She loved the feel of it and was dying to go riding. Not tonight. Why not? She asked, not understanding why she couldn't. She pouted. It's getting dark, but I promise that tomorrow night I'll take you riding. Seeing how sad she was, he cupped her face in his hands. Don't be upset. It's better to ride in daylight rather than in the dark, at least until you learn how to maneuver it. I guess you're right, she said, getting off the bike. After dinner, some of the bikers took off. Others went to their rooms, so she and Diego, Betsy along with Flint and Elvira, Saturday in the living room having a couple of beers. She was telling them how excited she was to be learning how to ride and thanked Betsy for letting her use her bike. Oh, you're very welcome, dear. Just be careful. Okay. I will, she answered, taking another swallow of her beer. Well, I have good news for you, dear, Elvira said, giving her a warm smile. I was talking to an old friend from New York, and she told me you are welcome to come live with her until you find work in a place of your own. You'll be safe there and far away from that bastard who's been hurting you. Destiny felt the blood draining from her face. She didn't want to leave Diego. She looked at him, hoping he would say no, that she would be staying with him. But when he didn't say anything, she knew then that he didn't want her. Holding back her tears, she thanked Elvira and then she excused herself, saying she was going to turn in for the night. Not looking at him, she left them and went up to the bedroom she and Diego were going to be sharing. There she broke down and started crying. I think she's upset, Flint said, putting his beer down. You need to decide where you want this relationship to go. If she stays with you, she could still be in danger from that guy, as I'm sure he's not going to let her go so easily. Of course I want her to stay. Then go tell her that. But what if she doesn't want to? Flint and Elvira looked at each other, then back at him with a knowing smile. We have a feeling she feels the same way about you. We know you've been hurt once before, but Destiny is nothing like Kathleen. Go to her, tell her how you feel and find out if she feels the same way. It's obvious she does, Elvira said, motioning for him to leave. He got to his feet, knowing they were right. You're right. I'm not letting her go without a fight, he said and hurried out of the room and headed upstairs. Chapter 10. He opened the door to their bedroom and found her standing by the window looking out. It tugged at his heartstrings to see her looking so unhappy. Destiny, he started to say, but she cut him off. I guess you can't wait to be rid of me, she said, turning her back to him so that he wouldn't see her tears falling. Is that what you really think? It's true, isn't it? I mean, you got me away from Ed, so that you could get me far away from him, she said, sniffling. He stood behind her but didn't touch her. What is it you want to do? She turned to look at him, wiping her tears away with the back of her hand. I want to stay with you. He cupped her face in his hands, running his thumb over her bottom lip. I want you to stay with me too. Why? She asked, her heart racing. Because I have fallen in love with you. I love you too, she said as fresh tears filled her eyes. He thought his heart was going to burst with happiness when she said she loved him. Lifting her up, he placed her on the table, his mouth going to hers in a passionate kiss as his hand moved up her leg. She wrapped her legs around his waist, when he picked her up and carried her over to the bed, their lips still locked in a passionate kiss. As he lowered her down onto the bed, they quickly removed each other's clothes. He moved down. Opening her legs, he placed his mouth over her pussycat. His tongue worked its magic, bringing her to an orgasm that left her satisfied and exhausted. When he was done, he moved so that he was now on top of her, guiding his shaft inside her. "God, I love you so much," he said as he started riding her hard and fast, thrusting deep inside her and hitting her sweet spot, making her moan out in pleasure. When he was done giving them both the best sex they ever had, he hovered over her. She traced his lips with her fingertips, smiling back at him. "I love you with all of my heart. I'll never hurt you," he said, giving her another kiss before rolling over onto his back and pulling her into his arms. "I know you'll never hurt me. I trust you with every fiber of my being, but I'm still worried about Ed." "You've got nothing to be worried about." She lifted her head up to look at him. "I know him. He doesn't like to lose. I don't want to see you get hurt, so maybe I should go away. I can handle that prick, and besides I have my gang behind me. They will help to protect both of us, but he would be a fool to come in after us. I don't want you to worry. You'll be safe with me." She laid her head back down on his chest. "I can't help feeling bad for the people in that town. I just hope that Ed and his brothers don't take out my leaving on them. I offered to help them, but they told us to leave. There's nothing we can do. I'm beat. Let's get some sleep," he said, giving her one last kiss before falling asleep. The next day, after working on the bike, he gave her some riding lessons, this time letting her take it for a longer spin. When she got the hang of it, he figured she was doing good enough to take it for a longer ride. So borrowing Flint's bike, they went riding. He was impressed by how well she was doing. She was a natural. They rode for over an hour before he led her down to the river and got off his bike. She remained seated, not wanting to stop. "Why are we stopping?" she asked, slightly annoyed. He gave her a cocky smile. "I think you need a break," he said, motioning for her to get off the bike and follow him. He could hear her grumbling behind his back when he walked away. He couldn't help but smile. In the short time that he had known her, he realized when she started something she gave it her all, just like she did in bed. "I don't need a break. I was having fun," she said with a sharp tone in her voice. Catching up to him when he stopped by the river, she stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. "Who knows when I'll get to ride again?" She had no fear of snapping at him. She knew he would never hurt her. He grabbed her shoulders, pulling her up against him, and smirked when he heard her gasp. "Oh baby, I'll see to it that you ride a lot," he said before claiming her mouth. His body was heating up and his desire to have her grew, but then she gave him a light shove back. "That's not what I'm talking about, and you know it." Shaking her head, she moved away before looking him in the eye. "For the first time in over a year, I felt free to do the things I like doing. I like riding a motorcycle. It gives me a sense of freedom." He moved back over to her, taking her face in his hands. "I shouldn't have teased you. And just so you know, I'll never stop you from doing anything you want. When we get back to my place, I'll get a bike for you to ride." Her eyes lit up and a huge smile crossed her face. "Really?" she asked, throwing her arms around his neck. "I'll get a job and pay for it. If you want to work, that's up to you, but the bike will be a gift from me." They sat down on the grass and had a long talk. She told him about how her parents died when she was young and her grandmother raised her. "My grandmother did the best she could for me. We never had much, but we had a roof over our heads and food in our stomachs. I never did feed in with the other kids. They all had nice clothes and came from wealthy families. I wore hand-me-downs. My clothes came from charity shops. I didn't mind though. My grandmother loved me and took good care of me until she passed away. After she was gone, I didn't had anyone else, so I packed up my belongings and jumped in the car and kept driving until it broke down. I took a job at the diner, and that's where I met Ed. He was so kind and sweet towards me, treated me like a princess. That was until I moved in with him." She continued to tell him how he slowly broke her, the abuse, and how he would force himself on her. "Now tell me more about you." "My parents died when I was around 8. They were bikers, part of Flint's gang. He and Elvira raised me. They both came down hard on me when I got into trouble, but thanks to their patience and love, I straightened myself out, and I have my own business and my own little gang." "Can I ask you a question?" He reached for her hand and held it. "You can ask me anything." "That scar on your back, how did you get it?" She had noticed the scar that ran down from his left shoulder down to the middle of his back, but she never had the nerve to ask him before, until now. He let go of her hand and looked out over the river. He never liked thinking about that day, the day that almost destroyed his life. A few years back, I got into a fight with another man. As I was walking away, he pulled a knife on me. We fought some more and I ended up hurting him. He turned to look at her, knowing that what he was going to tell her next, she might not want to stay with him. I killed him. He saw the look of shock on her face. I ended up spending a couple of years in jail, even though it was in self-defense. There was more to the story, but he really didn't want to talk about it. It took her a few minutes to get over the initial shock. She just couldn't picture him killing anyone. I'm sure you didn't mean to kill him. You had no other choice. No, I didn't, he said sadly. I'll understand if you want to change your mind about staying with me. She placed the palms of her hands on either side of his face and looked into his eyes. Diego, I love you and I'm going to go wherever you go. But I'm a killer. No, you're not. You're a good man. He ran his fingers through her hair, pulling her closer so that he could kiss her. He lowered her down as their kiss became more passionate, lighting the flames of desire in them. His hand went to the zipper on her jeans, pulling them and her panties down, undoing his own jeans, and pushing them down to his ankles. Got on top of her, both naked from the waist down. He took her right there. After they were finished, they pulled up their pants and laid there in each other's arms. We better go back to the house before everyone starts to wonder where we are, he said, getting her another kiss before helping her up. They hadn't realized how late it was until they got back to the house and found everyone already sitting down to dinner. Sorry we're late, Diego said when they were told to sit down and eat. We were just wondering if we had to send out a search party for you, Flint said, grabbing the bowl of mashed potatoes. It's my fault we're late. I was having so much fun riding the motorcycle that we lost track of time, she said, smiling back at Flint. Diego filled his plate up with food. You ought to see her riding. She's caught on so quickly. She's so good I've decided to get her a bike of her own. He looks over at Elvira and Betsy, giving them both a big smile. As usual, you two have outdone yourselves. This meal is delicious. Thanks, baby, they both answered. We were thinking that after dinner we'd all go into town and have a few drinks. I know you will be leaving for home soon, so a night out is in order, Elvira said in a cheerful tone. Since I'm staying home, Destiny can use my bike. It will give her more practice, Betsy said, looking over at her. That is if you want to dare. Oh yes, I'd love that, but are you sure you don't mind? Of course not, she answered back. When dinner was over and the washing up finished, Elvira looked Destiny up and down, smiling. You know, since you are going to be a member of Diego's gang and more, I have the perfect outfit for you to wear. When I bought it, I didn't look at the size and it's a little tight on me, but it will fit you perfectly. Come with me and you can try it on, she said, pulling Destiny away from Diego and taking her upstairs. Once she had on the outfit, she looked at herself in the mirror. Never having worn anything like this before, she felt a little uneasy. The pants fitted her like a glove, and the tank top under the jacket was quite revealing, but she did like how it felt on her. Do you really think I look alright in this? Oh, sweetheart, you look like a biker chick in this. Diego is going to go wild when he sees you. Turning serious, she takes her hand and has her sit down next to her on the bed. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you something. Are you really and truly in love with Diego, or could it be that it's just gratitude that you could be feeling? I am grateful for everything he has done for me, but I do love him with all of my heart. The moment our eyes locked together that first time we met, I somehow knew he was the man for me. That's good. He's like a son to me, and I don't want him to get hurt again. Again? What does that mean? Again? Oh, it's nothing. Let's go. The guys will be waiting for us, Elvira said, grabbing her arm and walking with her down the stairs. The guys were sitting around, checking their watches and wondering what was taking the women so long when they heard them approaching. Diego stood up when he saw Destiny. His jaw dropped open and he muttered under his breath. Holy shit, he said, wiping his mouth with his fingers, hoping he wasn't drooling. Chapter 11. Boy, are you going to say something or just stand there drooling? Flint asked, laughing out loud. His eyes moved down, taking in the leather jacket and the tight-fitting pants, right down to her leather boots. He had never seen any woman look as hot as she does, all decked out in leather. He knew he was going to have a long night ahead of him, keeping the men from hitting on her. Damn, you're so SI, he said, moving closer and taking a hold of her hand. Blushing, she looked into his eyes and felt her knees weakening when she saw the desire in his eyes. She wasn't used to compliments, but he always did make her feel like She was the most desirable woman around. "Diego, stop. You're embarrassing me," she said, knowing the others were watching and listening. Giving her a smile, he touched her chin with his fingers. "You better get used to hearing me say these things to you, because I won't let you go a day without knowing how beautiful you are and how much I love you." "Oh, just kiss her already so that we can leave," Elvira said, going over slaps him lightly on the back. "I'm getting thirsty and feel like playing a game of pool." When they got to the bar and got off their bikes, Diego watched as Destiny removed her helmet. The way she removed it and shook her head, letting her hair fly around, he couldn't help but get turned on. It was something you'd see in a shampoo commercial. She really had no idea how 𝑠𝒖 made her look, so going over to her, he held out his hand for her to take. The bar was already packed with bikers by the time they got there. As he suspected would happen, every male in the place turned their head to look at her. It didn't make him mad or jealous. In fact, he felt proud to have such a beautiful woman with him. He did put his arm around her waist, letting them all know that she was with him. Finding a table, Flint and Diego went to get a round of beer, while she and Elvira sat down and waited. "Who's the hot-looking chick with you?" the bartender asked as he placed the beers on the bar. Diego smiled. "Destiny. She's my old lady," he said proudly. They went and sat down with the girls. Several people came over to say hi to them, and he introduced Destiny to them with his arm protectively over her shoulder. Destiny felt comfortable around these people. She felt at home with them. When Flint and his wife got up to play pool, she looks at Diego. "Would you like to play pool with me? Do you know how to play?" "A little," she replied. Grabbing their beer to take with them, they went over when the next table was available. "Do you want me to break or would you like to?" he asked, handing her one of the pool cues. "I'll let you break," she answered. He took his shot and several of the balls went into the side pockets. "Not bad," she said, giving him a smile. "Your turn," he said, and moved out of her way. He checked out her bum when she bent over. The way she wiggled her butt had his little carrot growing. He then noticed some of the other guys staring, so he went and stood behind her, hiding her bum from their view. She jumped up excitedly when she sent the balls, one after another. "Your turn," she said, smiling at him. "All I have to do is sink the last two balls, then I win," he said, giving her a wicked smile. "Let's make it more interesting." "How?" she asked, looking back at him. "If I win, you have to stay naked for one full day when we get back to my place." "You want me to walk around naked, even when I'm cooking? But what if someone comes over to see you?" "I'll make sure no one does." "What do I get if I win?" she asked, already thinking of things to make him do. "Anything you want, but I'm one of the best players around. I never lose," he said, smirking. "So are you game or to chicken?" "Take your shot," she said as a plan began to form in her head. He was about to take his shot when he heard her say she was hot and going to take off her jacket. He made the mistake of looking up and seeing the top she was wearing. It was low cut and her breasts were practically popping out of her top. Destiny didn't want to lose the bet, so she placed her elbows on the edge of the pool table. Leaning over across from Diego, she saw his eyes widening when he looked at her chest just as he took the shot and missed. She jumped up and down. "You lose," she said, mocking him. "You play dirty," he said, going over to stand in front of her, his eyes going to her breasts. "Nice top. So since you won, what is it you want from me?" "I haven't decided yet, but I'll let you know when I do." "Damn, you have amazing breasts," he said quietly so that no one else could hear. "Let's go out back for some fresh air." Taking her hand, he led her out and around the side of the bar where it was dim. The only light came from the street. "Why did you bring me out here?" she asked, gasping when he put her back up against the building. "I wanted to be alone with you so that I could do this," he said as one hand went over her breasts and his lips lowered onto hers. His kiss became more passionate. His free hand went to her pants, but he growled when he realized that since her leather pants were so tight on her, there was no way he could get his hand inside them. Her arms went around his neck, kissing him back, but when she opened her eyes she broke the kiss when she saw someone approaching. "Diego, someone's here." He let go of her and turned to see who it was. He pulled her behind him when he saw Satan. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. "Satan, what are you doing here? I thought you and your gang had left this area." Ignoring Diego's question, he smiled at her. "If you want a real man to fuck you outside some sleazy bar, I'm your man." "You're not a man, you're a filthy pig," she shouted over Diego's shoulder. "Destiny, be quiet," he said, moving his hands to keep her behind him. "Sanchez, keep your bitch in line." "Satan, I don't want any trouble with you." Just go and leave us alone. I'll go, but I'm taking the whore with me. Like hell you are, he answered, getting ready for a fight. Do you really think you can fight me and win? I do, Diego said, glaring at him. Satan snapped his fingers and 6 of his men came from around the corner of the bar. How about now, punk? Diego, she cried out from behind him. He turned his head to look at her. When we start to fight, I want you to run back into the bar and don't come back out. He turned back to Satan. This is Flint's territory. He's not going to be happy when he finds out you're here. Satan laughed out loud. We'll be gone before he finds out. With the bitch, save yourself a lot of pain and just hand the girl over. There's no way you can fight all of us. They all turned their heads when a loud, gruff voice shouted out, and they saw Flint and some others from the bar standing there. He won't have to fight you alone. The others watched as Flint walked up to Satan, who was slowly walking backwards. He then grabbed him by the throat, slamming him up against the wall. I told you to never come back to my town. I'm going to cut you some slack. Stay away from my boy and his girl or I'll break my promise that I made to you years ago. Flint, I was just having some fun with the boy. If you want a fight, I'll give you one. Satan shook his head. No, we're leaving. Flint released him. If you see Diego and his girl, you turn away. Leave them alone. Have I made myself clear? Yeah, I hear you, he answered and walked away. His men followed behind him. Flint went over to the young couple. Are you okay? Yeah, but I'm sure glad you showed up. How did you know we were in trouble? She asked, clinging onto Diego's arm. Elvira had one of her visions. You won't have to worry about him ever again, he said, patting her arm. I'm going in. You two should also come inside. When he was gone, she turned to Diego. Why is Satan so scared of Flint? What has he got on him to make him back off? I don't know. He's never told me or anyone else. Whatever it is, it must be really big, because Satan isn't afraid of anyone else. Let's go inside. The rest of the night they danced, played pool and drank. She more than Diego. He Saturday back, just sipping on his drink, watching her and Elvira drinking shots of tequila and getting drunker by the minute. Though Elvira could handle her alcohol, Destiny couldn't. So by the end of the night, someone else had to ride Betsy's bike back home. On the ride back home, he had her sit in front of him. Her legs around him, she straddled him, resting her head on his shoulder. Oh God, everything is spinning, she said, slurring her words. Just hang on, he said, knowing she was going to have one hell of a headache in the morning. When they got back to the house, he carried her upstairs and laid her down on the bed. Looking down at her and seeing she had passed out, he wondered how in the hell was he going to get her out of those skin-tight pants. He managed to remove her top without any trouble, but had to struggle with the pants, letting out a sigh of relief when he finally had them off, leaving her with just her panties on, pulling the covers over her. He then removed his own clothes and got into bed next to her. The plan was to leave early in the morning, to go back to his own place, but he knew she wouldn't be up to it, so they would have to leave sometime in the afternoon. Laying there awake, he wondered what Tabitha was going to say when she sees her. Though she treated her better near the end, he knew part of it was because she thought Destiny was going to move far away. Well, she was going to have to suck it up and learn to live with the fact that Destiny was going to be a permanent part of his life. When she woke up, it was morning, and she found herself alone and naked under the covers. Her throat was dry, and her head felt like there were drums playing inside her head. She looked towards the bedroom door, when it opened and saw Diego coming, and carrying a glass of water and something in his other hand. Here, take these pills and water. It will help with your hangover, he said, sitting on the bed and handing her the pills. Thank you, she said, taking them from him. After swallowing them and drinking the whole glass of water, she lowered her head. About last night. I'm so sorry. What are you sorry about? Getting drunk and then talking to that man. I shouldn't have gotten up and danced with him. Please don't be angry with me. He placed his fingers over her lips when she went to say something else. Destiny, stop. I'm not Ed. You can talk to any man you want to, and if you want to dance with them, I don't mind. I don't own you. You are your own person, free to do whatever you want. Her eyes widened in surprise. You really don't mind? No, as long as I'm the only man who gets to take you home and to bed. Don't get me wrong, I do feel jealous when other men stare and flirt with you, but I trust you. How did I get so lucky to find such an amazing man like you? I'm the lucky one. Now you lay back and get some sleep. We'll leave this afternoon to go home. I love you. One more question, she said, laying her head down on the pillow. Anything. Did you undress me? He chuckled softly. Well, you were in no shape to do it yourself since you passed out. Let me tell you, those pants look great on you, but they're a bitch to take off. Sleep as long as you want. I'm going to help Flint fix one of his cars. She closed her eyes and smiled when he left, thinking how lucky she was. Chapter 12. It was noon before she felt human again. So after taking a quick shower, she heads downstairs to the kitchen, in dire need of some coffee. The others were there eating lunch, and they all looked up when they saw her. Girl, you look like death warmed over, Elvira said jokingly. Sitting down next to Diego, she rubbed her forehead. I feel like crap. You drank much more than I did, so how is it you look so refreshed? Elvira got up and poured her a cup of coffee and handed it to her. Darling, I guess I've had more practice than you. How about I fix you something to eat? Oh God, no. I couldn't eat a thing, just coffee. Diego placed his hand on her arm. You look a lot better than you did a few hours ago. When you're up to it, we'll head out. I'm ready whenever you are. I'm dying to see what your home looks like. It's not just my home anymore. I want you to think of it as our home, he said, leaning over, gave her a quick kiss. 2 hours later, they got ready to leave, so they started saying their goodbyes. You all have been so kind to me. I'm really going to miss you, she said, feeling sad about leaving them. She would never in her wildest dreams have thought that biker gangs would be so kind and loving. Flint put his hands on her shoulders. We're only a couple of hours away, so we will be seeing more of you. And if you ever need us, just call and we'll come running. Diego chuckled. Like we'd have to call. Elvira would most likely have a vision if we were in any danger. They hopped on the bike and took off. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. She was happy to be going home with Diego, and knowing he loved her, she felt like the luckiest girl in the world. 2 hours later, he stopped in front of a small wooden cabin. Getting off the bike, he helps her off. This is it. It's nothing big or fancy, but I like it, and I hope you will too. Getting off the bike, she stared at the house before her. It was small, but not as small as she thought it would be. Diego, I like it. It's really nice and not that small. I can't wait to see what it looks like inside. He takes hold of her hand. Well then, let's go inside so you can take a look at it. Once inside, she walked around, going from room to room without saying a word. She was very impressed with the layout of the place. The living room had a working fireplace and a sliding glass door that led onto a patio. The kitchen was fairly large and modern with all updated appliances. Off to the side of the kitchen was the laundry room with a new washer and dryer inside. You're being awfully quiet. You don't like it, do you? She swung around to face him. Diego, I love it. I actually thought it would be old and run down, but it's so modern and clean for a bachelor living alone. He put his arms around her waist, pulling her closer to him. I'm so glad you like it, and I hope you like the upstairs too. Shall we go check it out? She was bubbling over with joy. Grabbing his hand, she practically dragged him up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, she looked over the railing. From there you could see into the living room. The first room she looked into was empty. It's empty. Why? He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I haven't decided what to do with it yet. The next room she walked into had a double bed in it, a couple of dressers, and that was it. He then told her it was the guest bedroom. In the third room she went into, she could tell right away that it was his bedroom. As she stood there looking around the room, he went up behind her, putting his arms around her waist and resting his chin on her shoulder. I especially hope you like this room. We will be spending a lot of time here doing some very naughty stuff. It also has an ensuite. He took a look at her and could tell that she was close to crying. Baby, what's wrong? If you don't like it, I can change things. I'll have it remodeled to whatever way you want. She turned around to face him, her arms slinking around his neck. I don't want you to change a thing. I absolutely love it. I love everything about it. Then why do you look like you're about to cry? He asked with a worried frown on his face. It's all too perfect. I don't deserve something like this, and I don't deserve someone as wonderful as you. After having been with Ed, who not only physically abused her, he also mentally abused her. He made her feel ugly and stupid. He would tell her she was worthless and that no other man in his right mind would want her. He kept telling her over and over that the only reason she was with him was that he felt sorry for her. Cupping her face in his hands, he wiped her tears away with the pads of his thumbs as he stared deeply into her eyes. Baby, I'm the one that doesn't deserve someone as wonderful as you. You deserve the best. You deserve to be loved the way a woman should be loved. I want to be that man. The man that will make you feel loved and one that will take care of you forever and make you feel safe. It's time for you to forget everything that evil bastard put you through, what he made you feel. You're a very strong woman. It's time to get your independence and confidence back. His words touched her heart. Knowing he was sincere, she moved so fast, slamming her body against his, almost knocking him over as she put her arms around his neck. She pulled his face close to hers and gave him a kiss. It was a kiss that lit the fire within them, and before they knew it they were naked, falling onto the bed. The night was spent making hot, wild, passionate love. Blankets had fallen on the floor. The sheets lay twisted under their wet naked bodies. All that kept them warm through the night was the warmth of their bodies as they slept in each other's arms. When the sun started to rise, shining a light in their faces, they both woke up. After taking a long hot shower together, they decided that since there was no food in the house, they would go out and have breakfast in town. They would then go to his shop and check on how the guys were doing. The next step would be to see Tabitha and Ricardo. They had a nice leisurely breakfast at the town's only diner. He introduced her to everyone, letting them know that she was his girl. After breakfast, they went to Diego's shop. Freddie and Tiny were busy working on a couple of bikes, but looked up when they heard a motorcycle pulling up outside. They saw who it was and smiled, knowing it was Diego, and he wasn't alone. Destiny was with him. They each gave him a fist bump, welcoming him back. "I see you brought Destiny back with you," Tiny said, giving her a welcoming smile. Putting his arm around her, he pulled her close. "Yes, I did, boys. She's my girl now. We all figured she would be coming back with you," Freddie said, pulling her from Diego's grip. He gave her a big hug. "Welcome home into our family." Once he checked to make sure business was running without any problems, he told them. They were off to see Tabitha and Ricardo. The bell above the door to Tabitha Ricardo's sporting goods store chimed when it opened. She was standing behind the counter and looked up. Seeing Diego, she smiled. Then when she saw Destiny, her smile turned into a frown. "Hey there, Tabitha. I'm back." "I can see that, but my question is, why is Destiny with you?" "Jesus, Tabitha, can you not at least say hello to her?" She looked at Destiny, feeling bad for the way she came off. "I'm sorry. It is nice to see you again, but I thought you needed to get as far away from here as possible. That man could easily find you here. You could still be in danger if he finds out you're here." She looked at Diego before answering. "I can't live my life looking over my shoulder and being afraid." Just then Ricardo came in from the back room. Going over, he gave Diego a big bear hug and welcomed her to their hometown. Sensing that his wife and Diego needed to talk in private, he took Destiny on a tour of his shop in the back room, giving them time to talk alone. When they were alone, she turned to him. There was pain and sadness in her eyes. "Diego, what are you doing? You shouldn't have brought her here. You should have let her leave for both of your sakes." "Tabitha, I couldn't let her go. We love each other. I love you like a sister, and I know you're only worried about me. But Destiny is the love of my life. She's a part of me now. I'm asking you to please be nice to her. What if that Silping guy comes around and causes trouble? After what happened before, why would you want to put yourself through something like that again? If he comes around, I'll take care of him. I promise you that what happened before will not happen again. It is different this time. You know that. She's not anything like Kathleen. Our little town is made up of bikers, mechanics, people from the wrong side of the tracks. We're tough, strong, and I just don't think she fits in. She's more of a princess than a biker. Look, I kind of like the girl, but I don't think this is any kind of life for her." "You're wrong. She's going to fit in just fine. Hell, she already knows how to ride a bike as good as any of us." "Wait, she can ride?" "Yeah, I taught her to ride, and in 2 days, she's a natural at it." Just then Ricardo and Destiny returned. "Diego tells me you've learned how to ride a bike." "Yeah, I love it. Perhaps you and I can go for a ride sometime and I'll show you around," Tabitha said as she glanced over at her husband and Diego. "I'd really like that, but I don't have a bike of my own yet. I'm sure Diego will be able to get you one. As a matter of fact, I have an old one that can be fixed up. I'm sure he and his guys can have it up and running for you in no time." Her eyes widened with excitement. "Oh wow, that would be so awesome, and I promise you that I'll get a job and pay you for it." "You don't have to pay for it. It's an old bike. Diego can fix it up and get it running, and as soon as he does, we'll go for a run." When they were leaving the shop, Tabitha called back out to her. "Destiny, welcome to our little home and family." Diego gave Tabitha a big smile and mouthed the words, Thank you from behind Destiny's back. After leaving the shop, they went to buy some groceries. Don't you have to go to work? She asked, hoping she wasn't keeping him away from anything important. The guys can take care of things for a while. I'm not going to leave you on your first night here. Tonight I'm going to make you my famous chicken quesadillas. Sweet, so you can cook, she said, smiling at him. Yup, I do have other talents other than in the bedroom, he said with a chuckle. Remember when we played pool and I won the bet? You mean the one you cheated to win? Yeah, whatever. I finally know what I want. What would that be? He asked, knowing whatever it was she wanted he would do. When we get home, I want you to take off all of your clothes. He laughed out loud. There's not much to that bet. I had already planned on taking off all my clothes and getting you into bed. It was now her turn to laugh. That's not exactly what I had in mind. Really? So what did you have in mind? When we get home, I want you to strip naked and stay naked for the rest of the night. I also want you to cook in the nude. You want me to cook in the nude? What if some of the grease splashes and lands on my SX pistol? You wouldn't want that to happen, would you? I'll let you wear an apron. I'm a dude. I don't own an apron. That's okay. We'll stop at the store and pick one up. Before heading back home, they stopped at one of the shops and she went looking for an apron. She found a cute pink one with frills around the edges and held it up for him to see. This one is perfect. He shakes his head. You're not really going to make me wear it, that are you? Yup, let's go, she said and went to pay for it. She was looking forward to seeing him wearing nothing but this pink apron, with his nice tight thumb sticking out. Chapter 13. When they arrived home, they started putting the groceries away, but he kept out the ingredients he would need to make the chicken quesadillas. Why don't you go and relax while I prepare dinner? He said, giving her a kiss. It had been a long time since he had cooked for anyone and he wanted it to be perfect for her. He never enjoyed cooking just for himself, and was happy to have someone to eat a meal with and to share his life. Are you forgetting something? She asked with a huge grin on her face. He turned to look at her. She was holding up the apron. You're not really going to make me wear it, that are you? He asked, rolling his eyes. Yup, she answered, handing it to him. When he went to put on the apron, she cleared her throat loudly. What? He asked when he heard her clear her throat. Take off your clothes. What if someone comes by and sees me? He asked, knowing one of his guys could come at any time. You better hope they don't, she said, smiling at him. Now strip. She heard him groaning as he started taking off his clothes. He slowly removed one piece of clothing at a time, getting her hot and her panties damp. She knew he was doing it on purpose to get her revved up, and it was working. Happy now? He asked. Yes. Now turn around and let me see how your bum looks. You are becoming a sassy little vixen, he said, turning around to give her a good look. Can I get to work cooking now? I'm getting hungry, so I'm not stopping you, she said, giving his bum a slap when he turned to walk away. She covered her mouth and laughed when she saw the look on his face and the way he rubbed his butt cheek. Damn girl, that stings. Laugh now, baby girl. Tonight I'll give you a good spanking so you'll know how it feels. I'll be looking forward to it, she said as she left the kitchen. She figured since he was busy cooking, she would go and change the sheets on the bed and do some tidying up. After the cleaning was done, she went to see how he was making out with the dinner. His back was to her, so she leaned against the wall as she checked out his backside. His legs were so strong, so muscular, and he had the perfect bum. Even the muscles in his back rippled with every movement he made. Sensing she was behind him, he looked over his shoulder. I hope you're getting a good look. Oh, I am, she said, smiling as she licked her lips. I feel ridiculous cooking nude and wearing this girly apron. Well, you did agree to it when you lost the bet, she answered, knowing damn well she made him lose by showing off her cleavage, just as he was about to take his shot. Again, you cheated. Who, me? She asked, pointing innocently at herself. He had to laugh and just shook his head. Dinner is almost ready. Would you set the table for me and grab a couple of wine glasses? Wine glasses? Are we having wine? Yup, he replied as he started dishing out the food. I've never seen you drinking wine, only beer and hard liquor. I don't very often, only on special occasions. He looked over at her. Having you in my life and living together is what I'd say is a special occasion. Can I take off this apron and get dressed now? No, the bet was for the whole night, she said as she finished setting the table. The least you could do is get naked too. That way I won't feel so silly. Nope, That wasn't part of the bet, she answered, taking a bite of the chicken when he set the plate in front of her. Wow, this is really good. Thanks. So are you a good cook? She smiled at him. I've never made anything like this. I'm not a bad cook, but can only make simple meals. That's okay. I hope you know how to make meatloaf. It's one of my favorites. When he mentioned meatloaf, her face went pale and her hand shook, causing her to drop her fork. Destiny, did I say something wrong? She felt the tears come into her eyes. It's just that once I made that Fred. He said it wasn't fit for a dog, and then he threw it on the floor and forced me down. Made me eat it off the floor as a dog would. Hearing you say it brought back the memory. He jumped out of his seat and going over kneeled in front of her. Hearing this, he felt the anger rising up inside of him and wanted to kill Ed. I'm so sorry he did that to you. I would never hurt you in any way. She touched his cheek with her fingers, tracing it. I know you never will. I trust you. He took her hand and pulled her up, putting his arms around her. Hearing what all he had done to you, I really want to make him pay. Moving her up against the table, he kissed her, softly at first but then more passionately. Their heavy breathing and moans became louder, as their passion and desire grew and didn't hear the front door opening. Now ain't this a sight to behold, Ricardo said, laughing out loud when he saw Diego's bare bum sticking out. Diego let go of her and turned to look at him. His baby carrot had grown and the apron was sticking up. Fouquet, don't you know how to knock? He said, cursing. I never had to know before. Well, there's a lady living here now, so from now on knock. Ricardo looked down at the apron he was wearing and was still laughing. I think the color pink suits you. Realizing he was still naked, he put Destiny in front of him. You better not tell the others about this. He knew though that his words were going in one ear and out the other. Ricardo was sure to tell them, getting a good laugh at his expense. Are you kidding? The guys are going to love this. I just wish I had a camera with me. Still holding Destiny in front of him, he knew he wasn't going to live this down for a long time to come. Why are you here? I'm actually here to see Destiny. May, why? My part-time girl that was helping out in the shop had to leave town to take care of her sick aunt for a while, so Tabitha and I are short-handed. She thought you might like a few hours of work. It would only be 2 or 3 days a week and for around 5 hours a day. I'd love to, she said, smiling. When she went to walk away, Diego wouldn't let her. He kept her in front of him. Would you like some coffee or wine? She asked him, knowing Diego was embarrassed about being caught wearing an apron, a pink one at that. No thanks. I need to get back. So would you like to start tomorrow? Yes, I'll be there and thank you. I was wondering what I was going to do with myself when Diego went back to work. Great, but I have to tell you it's only until Sherry comes back, which could be in a month, maybe 2. That's okay. I can keep my eyes open for something else in the meantime. When he was gone, she turned to her man and smiled. He's gone now, so you don't have to hide behind me. You have no idea the ribbing I'm going to get over this. Not to mention he saw my bum. Baby, I'm so going to make you pay for this. She went and put her arms around his waist. I've been a very bad girl. I think I need to be punished, she said as she untied the apron, letting it fall to the floor. His form of punishment was one she was looking forward to, and would continue to do anything to get it. Ripping her top open, his mouth went to her breasts, kissing them as he removed her top. I will, he said, pulling her down onto the floor with him. He had her stripped naked in no time, and getting on top he entered her. She was wet and ready for him. Their half-eaten meal still lay on the table and forgotten as they enjoyed each other. Chapter 14. The following morning, he dropped her off at Ricardo's shop, and then headed to his own place of business after wishing her good luck. He was not looking forward to seeing the guys, knowing the teasing he would get. Hey, boss, Tiny said, grinning at him. Morning. Where's Freddy? He went to pick up Jones's bike. It needs some work done. I'm glad you're back. It's starting to get really busy. So how's your old lady doing? Diego looked at him suspiciously. He was expecting some teasing. He smiled to himself as he got to work on the bike for Destiny, thinking that maybe Ricardo kept the pink apron episode to himself. 2 hours later, Freddy returned and was carrying a small bag. It's about time you got back here to do some work. Whose bike does that belong to? It was Tabitha's. She gave it to Destiny, so I'm fixing it up for her to ride. He saw the look the guys were giving him. Before you ask, yes, she knows how to ride. I taught her when we were at Flint's, and I tell you guys, she caught on so quick. That girl is going to fit right in with us, Freddy said, handing Diego the bag he was carrying. "What's this?" "Mrs. Jones made some of her famous cookies for you and your girl. She also put a little something in there for you," he said, holding back his laughter. Diego opened the bag. Rolling his eyes, he glared at the two men who were now laughing their heads off. "Very funny guys," he barked, taking out a white apron with pink flowers on it. "Damn it, does everyone know? It's a small town, so, hell yeah. We also heard you have a nice bum and look good in pink. Maybe you could wear it at our next barbecue," Tiny said, holding his gut as he bent over from laughing so hard. "Get back to work," he growled, tossing the apron back into the bag. Meanwhile, back at the sporting goods store, "I'm glad you took us up on our offer," Tabitha said, giving her a smile when she walked into the store. "Thank you for thinking of me for the job. I don't know much about sporting gear, but I'm a fast learner." "You do great. Let me show you where everything is. Most people who come in here know what they want, so basically all you have to do is take their money." She showed her how to work the cash register, which she already knew how to work. Then she showed her where everything was in the store and in the back room. When it came to the rifles and guns, she noticed how Destiny turned tail and her hands shook. "Is something wrong?" "Guns. I hate guns," she said, remembering how Ed would taunt her with his gun, holding it to her head and pretending he was going to pull the trigger. "The biggest part of our sales is in rifles." A thought came to her, one that would probably explain her fear of guns. "I take it you had a bad experience with weapons." Destiny told her what Ed had done on more than one occasion. "Damn, that bastard should be castrated. You know the only way to get over your fear is to learn how to use one. If you're up to it, I'd be happy to teach you." She thought about it for a moment, and decided Tabitha was right, so she agreed to learn. "Okay, it couldn't hurt to learn." "That's right, girl. And if that prick Ed ever shows up, you will be able to protect yourself. Friday is our day off. I'll teach you then." She then stood back, watching Destiny deal with the customers, staying close in case she needed help. At the end of the workday, Diego went to pick her up, knowing she would be finishing her shift. He walked into the store and he smiled when he saw her. She looked so happy, and most important, at home. "Hey beautiful, you just about ready to leave?" She smiled when she saw him. "Yes, I'm done." Going over to her, he gave her a kiss and then looks at Tabitha. "So how did my girl do?" Destiny caught on right off the bat. "If business picks up, we just might keep her on, and the customers love her." After saying goodbye, they headed home, she on the back of his bike. When they reached home and went inside, she asked him what was in the bag. "Homemade cookies from Mrs. Jones. We're fixing her husband's bike, and she wanted to give these to you when she found out you and I are together. You'll meet her soon. She's a wonderful lady and is dying to meet you." Opening the bag and seeing the apron, she giggled. "Is this for you or for me?" He rolled his eyes. "I know everyone in town knows about the apron, and I got teased all day, not only by my guys but everyone who came into the store." "I'm sorry," she said, trying to hide her smile. "No, you're not," he replied, reaching for her. "I've been missing these lips of yours all day," he said, pulling her tight against him. He gave her a kiss that took her breath away. She wrapped her legs around his waist when he lifted her up and carried her upstairs and laid her down on the bed. She was in heaven when she felt his hard shaft sliding inside her, moving up and down slowly, teasing her until she begged him to go faster and harder. They laid side by side, their fingers intertwined. "Is it okay if Tabitha takes me target shooting on Friday? She said she would teach me to shoot." "You don't need my permission. You're free to do whatever you want. Is that something you're interested in learning?" "I've always been afraid of guns, but I think I might enjoy it. It will help me to get over my fear of them." She had to remember to stop asking him if something was all right with him, since he had on numerous occasions told her she was free to do what she wanted. For the next few days, Diego kept busy at the shop. In between jobs, he worked on her bike in secret, wanting to finish it and surprise her. Destiny enjoyed working in the sporting goods store, and she and Tabitha grew close. Friday came, so they headed out of town and found a spot for target practice. Parking the truck, they got out, and they went over to an area where Tabitha lined up some empty tin cans. "What are those for?" Destiny asked. "For you to shoot at, but first we need to go over some rules. First, you have to treat every firearm as if it were loaded, even if it's not. Keep your finger off the trigger and outside the trigger guard until you're ready to fire. It's also important how you stand when firing to prevent it from recoiling and hurting your shoulder. Here, try holding it. Get the feel for it," she said, handing her the rifle. Destiny held what she was told was a Winchester. Strangely enough, it felt good holding it. It's a good thing I didn't have one of these when I was with Ed, or I might have shot him right in the balls. Tabitha then gave her some pointers on how to stand and the angle of the rifle, and she showed her how to load and unload the weapon, then handed her some earplugs to wear. "Are you ready to try it?" "Oh yes," she answered. Looking at one of the tin cans, she took her shoot. The rifle recoiled, slamming into her shoulder, and she cried out in pain. That fucking hurt. "Destiny, you weren't standing or holding it the way I showed you. Try again." Rubbing her shoulder and not wanting Tabitha to think she was a quitter, she raised the rifle and took another shot. She jumped up and down, excited when she did it right this time. "I did it. This is so much fun. Can I do it again?" "Yeah, go ahead, but maybe this time you might want to hit the can instead of the tree," she said, laughing. After another 2 hours of practicing, they decided to call it quits. "Can I ask you something?" Tabitha placed her rifle in the back of the truck and then turned to her. "Sure, what do you want to ask me? How did you get so tough? I mean, how did you learn to fight?" Leaning against the truck, she took out a cigarette and lit it, offering one to Destiny, who declined. "I ran away from home when I was 15. Lived on the streets most of my life. Living on the streets, you have to be tough and a fighter if you want to survive. That was until I met Ricardo and Diego. They took me in. Ricardo and I fell in love and had been together for a few years now." "So you never had or wanted kids?" "I did, but then I found out I couldn't have any. It's probably better that we didn't. We're always on the road." Destiny leaned back against the truck. "I've watched you fight. You're amazing. I wish that I knew how to defend myself. I could teach you a few moves now if you like." "If you're sure you don't mind?" "I don't mind. There are a lot of ways to defend yourself when you're being attacked. For instance, if a man grabs you from behind and has your arms pinned, move your head forward and then snapped back into his face. That will stun him and probably will break his nose. You can even at the same time raise your leg and using your foot ram it into his knee. He'll drop like a fly." Tabitha then showed her some moves, pretending to attack her and having her use some of the moves she was shown. "Just also remember that a good punch to the throat can also get you out of a situation." Wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, she smiled at Tabitha. "I only wish I had known how to do this when I was with Ed." "Yeah, but at least if he ever comes around you will be able to defend yourself. Just don't freeze and let him get the upper hand." "I can't thank you enough for spending all this time with me and showing me how to shoot in some defense moves." "It's okay. It's the least I can do for the way I treated you in the beginning." "So why have you changed towards me now?" "Because Diego loves you, and since you are going to be in his life, I figure we might as well be friends. Also, after seeing the way you need that prick in the balls, I figured maybe you weren't so bad." They stood there for a few minutes, not saying anything. Then Tabitha gave her a light punch on the arm. "Let's go back to town and go to the bar for a few drinks. But Diego will be getting off work soon." "That's okay. We'll call the guys and tell them to meet us at the bar," Tabitha said. Opening the door to her truck, she jumped in, motioning for Destiny to follow. She looked over at Tabitha's tattoos. "Did it hurt when you got those tattoos?" "No, not really, but then I guess since I've got so many I've gotten used to it." "Why do you ask?" "I was thinking of getting one myself. Nothing big, just something small." Tabitha lightly bit down on her bottom lip. "You might want to rethink that." "Why?" "Diego won't like it. He won't want you getting inked." "But why? All the other women in the gang have tattoos." "It's not that he has anything against them, but he does prefer his women not to have them. You have noticed that he doesn't have any himself. But if you want to test him, I have a way for you to do that. I'll take you to see my guy before we go to the bar." Later, Diego and Ricardo walked into the bar and saw the two women playing pool. Ordering some beers, they carried them over to the pool table. "Hey baby, I've missed you. Give daddy some sugar," he said. Pulling her into his arms, he gave her a big kiss, not caring that everyone could see them. "I have a surprise for you," she said, smiling at him. "What kind of surprise?" he asked, putting his arms around her waist. She stood back just a little. Using her fingers, she pulled her top down just enough for him to see the tiny butterfly on her left breast. He took one look at the tiny tattoo before speaking. "Damn it, Destiny. What have you done?" "I thought you'd like it," she said, getting worried when she saw the angry look on his face. It shocked her to hear the way he snapped at her. He had never done that before. "Well, I don't," he said. Letting go of her, he turned his back on her and walked out of the bar, leaving her with a bewildered look on her face. Tabitha noticed what was going on and walked over to her, placing her hand on her shoulder. "Give him a few minutes to cool off, then go speak to him." She stood there chewing on her fingernail, giving it 5 minutes before she followed him outside. Chapter 15. After waiting 5 minutes, she went outside and found Diego leaning against the building, smoking a cigarette. She never liked the fact that he smoked, but she wasn't about to tell him to stop, and he didn't smoke that much. Walking over, she stood in front of him, but he wouldn't look at her. "Diego, look at me." When he did, she placed her hand on his arm, moving closer to him. "Why are you so mad at me? I thought you would have liked the tattoo." Dropping the cigarette and stomping it out with his foot, he looked at her, feeling terrible for the way he snapped at her. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you." "Then why did you?" He stroked her cheek tenderly with the tips of his fingers. "I was shocked when I saw it. It's just not who you are, but you are changing. I fell in love with a quiet, sweet and innocent woman, and I'm worried that you'll change so much that I won't be able to recognize you. I'm still going to be that woman, only stronger. You did tell me that I can do whatever I want, but then when I do something like this you get mad. I don't understand. I just liked your body the way it was. No markings, but you're right. I did tell you to do anything, so if you like having a tattoo I won't say anything. Just promise me you won't get too many like some of the other women have. I don't care about having them. They really aren't my thing." She put her arms around his neck. "I'll let you in on a secret. My tattoo is not real. It's fake and will wash off. I'm surprised you couldn't tell the differences." Putting his hands around her waist, he turned her around so that her back was up against the wall. "Thank God for that. I don't want anything on your body or breasts except for my lips." "Diego, why do I get the feeling that there's something more to this than just not liking tattoos?" "Okay, there is. It has to do with the girl that I once dated, but I don't want to talk about it. Not yet anyway." "Then I won't bring it up again, but I do hope that someday you will tell me." "Someday," he replied. She looked at his lips, smiling. "Speaking of lips, are you planning on putting them on mine anytime soon?" "You better believe it," he said. Lowering his head, his mouth came down on hers. When they finally broke apart, catching their breath, she gave him a come hither look. "So what do we do now?" "I say we go home and take a shower together." "Should we go back in and let the others know we're leaving?" "No, I don't want to in case someone has more aprons for me. You don't know these people as well as I do. They're going to keep ribbing me until someone else does something to be teased about." For the next few days, he worked hard on finishing her bike. For a couple of nights, he would leave her at home alone, telling her he had some stuff to do. One day at work, Tabitha noticed that she was looking a little down. "Is anything wrong?" Since she and Tabitha had become close and she needed someone to talk to, she started to tell her what she suspected was going on. "It's Diego. He's been going out at night and coming back late. I think he's seeing another woman," she said, wiping a tear away that had fallen down her cheek. "He would never cheat on you. He's just being really busy at work." She looked at Tabitha with sad eyes. "You're really good friends with him. Would you tell me if he was cheating on me?" "I don't know. Maybe. If you feel this way, then you really should talk to him and let him know that he loves you and he's not the cheating type." Later, when he picked her up after work and they stopped in front of his house, he stayed on his bike when she got off. "Babe, I've got something to do, so I'll be back later. It might be late, so don't wait up." "Diego, can't you come in for a little while? We need to talk." "It will have to wait. What I have to do is really important." "All right," she said, more convinced than ever that there was another woman involved. After giving her a quick kiss on the cheek, he tore out of the driveway. He felt bad about the secret he was keeping from her after he saw how sad she looked, but he was so close to finishing the bag and was anxious to surprise her with it that he knew she would forgive him. Back at the shop, he and Freddie did the finishing up on the bike. It now ran like a charm and was freshly painted. Looking at the clock, he realized it was past midnight. So saying goodnight to Freddie and locking up the shop, he headed home. Destiny was pacing back and forth when she heard Diego's bike pulling up in front of the house, so she quickly jumped into bed and pretended to be asleep when he came in and got into bed beside her. Her heart felt like it was breaking in half, and when he put his arm around her, she laid still, not wanting him to know she was still awake. Her back was to him, his body up against hers, and she felt his breath on the back of her neck. Part of her wanted to get out of bed and yell at him, wanted to ask him how he could cheat on her, but but she kept quiet and listened to his even breathing as he fell asleep. When he woke up, she wasn't in bed next to him, but he could smell bacon cooking, so he took a quick shower before going downstairs. He found her dishing out the food, so he went up behind her, putting his arm around her waist and placed a kiss on her cheek. "Morning, sweetheart. You smell amazing this morning." "It's not me, it's the bacon," she replied in a snarky tone and moved away from him. "Are you mad about something?" Slamming his plate down on the table, she turned to face him, her face red from anger. "Who is she?" "What?" he asked innocently. "Who is the woman you've been cheating on me with?" "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not cheating on you with anyone." "Yeah, right," she said, holding back the tears that were threatening to fall. "I know you've been cheating. You've been going out every night and coming back late. I know the signs. I've been there before. I just never thought you would do this to me." He went to put his arms around her, but she pushed him away. "Don't touch me," she screamed at him. "Destiny, I swear there isn't another woman. I love you too much and I could never be with another woman. You're the only one for me." She started sniffling. She wanted to believe him, but she still had so many insecurities, and to be honest, they really hadn't been together that long, so what did she really know about him? He went and put his arms around her. He was glad when she didn't push him away. "I know I've been ignoring you lately and I'm sorry about that. I'm done doing what I had to get done, so there will be no more late nights, I promise. I just love you so much. The thought of you with another woman breaks my heart. Just trust me. Tonight I will make up for the last few nights," he said, giving her a long and passionate kiss. After he had his breakfast, giving her a kiss goodbye, he left for work. He had come up with a plan to surprise her. Tabitha was going to be his partner in crime. She was going to go over and take Destiny shopping. She would then take her for lunch, and then they would drop at a shop, where the bike had a great big red ribbon wrapped around it. He couldn't wait to see the look on her face and to go for a ride with her. Destiny had just finished cleaning the house when she heard a motorcycle approaching. Looking out the window, she saw Tabitha getting off her bike. She went to the door and opened it to greet her. "Hi," she said, giving her a welcoming smile. "I thought I'd come by and take you out to lunch, so throw on a pair of jeans and let's get going." Over lunch, she told Tabitha about her talk with 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 and how he swore he wasn't cheating. "Destiny, just trust him. Now when we're done eating, we're going to go over to shop, and you are going to talk to him about your feelings." "I really don't want to talk to him right now, and especially at work. I'll just wait until he gets home tonight." Tabitha knew she had to get Destiny over to the shop. "No, you're going over there now and that's final. God, you're so bossy," she said, rolling her eyes. The door to the diner opened, and Tabitha noticed how pale she had turned. "What's wrong?" she asked, turning her head to see what she was looking at. "Do you know that man?" "That's Hudson, Ed's boss. I wonder what he's doing here, and he's sure to tell him that I'm here." Hudson spotted Destiny. Smiling, he walked over to their table. "Miss Knight, what a pleasant surprise. It's been a while and you're looking good. Ed has been really worried about you. You really should have given him a call and let him know you're okay." Her heart was racing and fear filled her heart. "I've made a new life for myself, away from that abusive bastard." He placed his hands on the table, putting his face close to hers. "Do you really think that biker is any different than Ed? It's only a matter of time before he starts to control you. You don't belong here in this hick town. Come back with me now and I'll see to it that Ed never lays a hand on you again." Tabitha had heard enough. Getting to her feet, she gives him a shove. "Get out of her face and out of this town, if you know what's good for you." He looked at her, his eyes going to her tattoos, and he smirked. "You are nothing but trash and you are trying to turn her into one of you." He turned back to look at Destiny. "I'm just passing through. I'll tell Ed you said hi." With an evil glint in his eye, he gave Tabitha one last look over, and walked out without even ordering anything. "Are you okay?" Tabitha asked her. "He's going to tell Ed where I am, and it's only a matter of time before he comes." "Well, if he does, you'll be ready for him and we'll all be right by your side. Now we really have to go over to the garage and see 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚. He needs to know that Hudson was here." They left the restaurant and walked a couple of blocks to the garage. Destiny thought she was acting a little strange, wanting her to go in first while she waited outside. "Aren't you coming in with me? I'll be there in a minute." "Go on now. Get in there," Tabitha said, giving her a shove inside the door and then shutting it. Her eyes widened when she saw 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 standing there in front of a black motorcycle that had a big red ribbon around it. "𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚, what's going on?" Surprise, he shouted. She stared at the bike with her mouth wide open. She was speechless. No words would come out of her mouth. He walked over to her. Taking her hands in his, he stared into her eyes. This is the reason I've been away at night. I've been working so hard to get this ready for you. She was finally able to speak. Why didn't you tell me this is what you were doing? I thought you were cheating on me. I wanted it to be a surprise, and damn it, baby, I love you too much to ever cheat on you. I feel terrible. I should have trusted you. It's okay. I could have just worked on it through the day. It would have taken me a lot longer. I'm just sorry I made you feel that way. So what do you think of your new bike? I love it so much, she said. Letting go of his hands, she walked over to the bike. No one has ever done anything like this for me before, she said, turning to look back at him. You deserve it. Just be careful riding it. What say you and I take our bikes out for a run? A tear trickled down her face. I love you, she said. Running to him, she wrapped her legs around his waist. When he caught her in his arms and lifted her up, their lips came together in a passionate kiss. Oh my God, don't you two ever stop, Tabitha said, chuckling. So this is why you took me out to lunch and insisted we come back here. You two had this planned all along. Guilty as charged, she answered back. As the two of them were getting ready to leave, Tabitha whispered in her ear, make sure you tell him about Hudson. What are you two whispering about? He asked, getting on his bike. I'll tell you later. Let's go for that ride, she said as she revved up her bike. Chapter 16. They rode for over an hour before stopping down by the river. Getting off their bikes, they went and sat side by side on the grass. She turned her head to look at him. Thank you for the bike. I really love it and I love you. You already thanked me, he said, brushing her hair from her face. I know, but I feel so terrible for accusing you of cheating. Baby, it was my fault. I should have gone about it differently. Do you want to tell me what you and Tabitha were talking about? I saw Hudson today. When and where? He asked, positioning himself so that they were face to face. When Tabitha and I were having lunch, he walked into the restaurant, and when he saw me, he came over and talked to me. What did he say to you? She told him the whole conversation. He's going to tell Ed where I am. It's only a matter of time before he shows up. I'm afraid of what's going to happen. He cupped the side of her face with the palm of his hand, stroking her cheek with his thumb. Just let that bastard show up. We'll be ready for him. I'll talk to my gang and have them keep a lookout for him. Not only will I protect you, but so will my gang. If he has any brains at all, he'll stay away. I hope you're right, she said, but in her gut, she knew that Ed wasn't one to give up. At least this time she was better prepared to defend herself. He knew she was scared and he wanted to help her forget. So he placed his hand on the back of her head and pulled her in for a kiss. Lowering her down onto the grass, he shifted his body so that he was laying on top of her. His kiss turned deep and passionate. His fingers started undoing the buttons on her top. He massages her breast, while his tongue explored the inside of her mouth, making her moan. The way he was kissing and touching her got her wet. Her core started to throb. Moving her hand down to his zipper, she pulled it down, wrapping her hand around his manhood. Then she felt her pants and panties being pulled down. Her arms went around his back and she arched her hips when he entered her, his thrusts getting harder and faster. He muffled her screams with his mouth when she came. When he knew she was totally satisfied, he then let himself come. Hovering over her and looking down at her, he smiled. I'm getting used to these quickies. Her breathing was still erratic when she spoke. Aren't you ever afraid that someone will catch us? I keep my eyes and ears open to make sure no one is around, but just in case we better pull up our pants. The next 2 weeks went without incident. Diego had called Flint and told him about Hudson showing up and asked if Elvira had gotten any visions. When he was told she hadn't, he was relieved, hoping that Ed was going to be a thing of the past. Destiny had just started work when she felt ill. Running into the bathroom, she got on her knees in front of the toilet and threw up. That was where Tabitha found her when she came to see if she was all right. Getting to her feet and going over to the sink, she rinsed her mouth out. I'm sorry about running out like that. I must be coming down with the flu. Is it possible that you're pregnant? She looked over at Tabitha and shook her head. No, I'm sure I'm not. But you could be right. Anything's possible, but I doubt that I am. I don't feel pregnant. Well, let's make sure. What? She asked, staring at Tabitha. I'm going to run across to the store and pick you up a pregnancy test. Stay here. I'll be right back. She was glad that there were no customers in the store. This way she could sit down. 10 minutes later the door opened, making the bell above the door chime. Tabitha walked in with a small bag and handed it to her. "Go take the test, you need to know for sure." Taking the bag she heads into the back room with Tabitha following right behind her. Tabitha's husband, Ricardo, had just come into the shop, and was told to keep an eye on it while they went into the back. After taking the test they both waited for the results. "I doubt I'm pregnant. Destiny, even being on the pill you can still get pregnant." "I'm not on the pill." "Oh, maybe one of the condoms broke." "We've never used one. We've never used any protection of any kind." It never dawned on her to use protection, and he had never mentioned it. Then she thought he probably figured she was on the pill. "Damn girl, were you trying to get pregnant?" "No, I guess we never thought about it," she said, looking over at Tabitha. "We never talked about using protection. Oh God, what if I am pregnant? How is Diego going to feel about it?" Tabitha just shrugged her shoulders. She didn't have a clue either as to how he would take it. Both of them looked up when someone walked in. It was Diego. When he walked in and they both looked up at him, they had the strange look on their face. Then he saw what he knew was a pregnancy stick. "What's going on in here, ladies?" Tabitha stood up. "I'll just leave you two alone," she said, and walked out. He walked over to her, looking down at the stick in her hand. "Destiny, are you pregnant?" She swallowed hard before answering. "I don't know yet. I just took the test. It takes a few minutes for the results to show up." "Weren't you on the pill?" "No. You should have told me. I would have used a condom." She walked away from him, not knowing how to feel. "I never thought about it. If I am, then what?" she asked, afraid that he wouldn't be happy about it. Going over to her, he placed his hands on her shoulders. Smiling, he stared into her eyes. "Then we'll be having a baby, and we'll give him or her all the love that a child can handle." "So are you saying that you would be happy about it?" "I didn't think we would be having a baby so soon. But yes, I would be very happy. I love you. Having you in my life and a baby that we made together just makes my life more perfect." She couldn't help crying just a little. There was a time in her life that she thought she would never be happy again. But he changed all that. "It should be ready now," she said, looking down to see if there were any lines. "Well, are we going to be parents?" he asked with excitement. She looked at it, her eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head. "No, it's negative." She turned her back on him. "I guess it's better this way. For now," she said, and started to cry. Though she wasn't expecting to get pregnant, she still felt an emptiness inside her when the test came out negative. He walked up behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders, knowing she was upset. "Baby, I'm so sorry." He turned her around to face him. "Okay, so you're not pregnant now. But since we both know we want a baby, we can keep trying for one. There's a chance it might never happen." "Why would you say that?" "The women in my family have always had a hard time getting pregnant. It has taken my mother and grandmother and their mothers years to get pregnant, and when they did, they only had one child. Chances are it'll be the same with me." "Then we'll keep trying. God knows we practice a lot. It'll happen. I just know it will." Tabitha walked in at that moment. She couldn't wait any longer to find out if there was going to be a new member of the group. "So, am I going to be an auntie?" she asked, but seeing the look on their faces, she knew the answer. "Not this time, but maybe someday soon," he answered for the both of them. "I'm sorry," she said, patting Destiny on the shoulder. "You still don't look well. Go home and get some rest." "No, I'll be all right." Tabitha reached out and touched her forehead. "You're burning up. I do believe you have the flu. Now go home and get into bed, and don't come back until you're feeling better. Diego, make sure she gets plenty of rest, and maybe you should have the doctor come take a look at her. She doesn't look good at all. You better use my truck to take her home. I don't think she should be riding her bike in her condition." "But my bike," she whined. "Don't worry about your motorcycle. Ricardo and I will drop it over, and that way I'll be able to check on you." She was actually glad, since she was feeling really terrible and a little bit dizzy. When they got home, he took her upstairs. Getting out her nightgown, he helped her to bed and then went to call the doctor. He came back a few minutes later with some aspirins and a glass of water. "The doctor will be here in about an hour. In the meantime, take these." Taking the pills and swallowing them, she handed him the empty glass and laid down. "I was feeling a little sickly this morning, but now I feel like total shit." He sat her on the bed beside her. Leaning over, he kissed her forehead. "You are hot. Try closing your eyes and get some sleep until the doctor gets here. I'll be downstairs, so if you need anything, just holler." "Okay," she said. Laying down, she closed her eyes. An hour later, he had to wake her up when the doctor got there to examine her. "Hey, baby, the doctor's here." Groaning, she Saturday up, and when he was done examining her, he confirmed that she had a bad case of the flu. "Okay, my dear, you do have the flu, so you must get lots of rest and drink plenty of fluids. If you have a humidifier, you should turn it on, which will help you. There's not much else you can do but to take it easy, and you'll be fine in a few days. Diego can pick you up some over-the-counter medication to help with your symptoms." Diego walked the doctor downstairs and to the door, thanking him for coming. Later that night, Tabitha and Ricardo came over to see how she was doing. "How is she? Can I go up and see her?" Tabitha asked him. "She's asleep right now, so I'd rather you didn't disturb her. Come on in and I'll get us some beers." They stayed for 2 hours, and before leaving, Tabitha went up to check on her, taking her some soup and something to drink. "Hi, are you feeling any better?" "A little," she said, eyeing the soup. "If that's for me, I'm really not hungry." "I didn't think you would be, but you need to eat something, and this is the best thing for you right now," she said, placing the tray over her lap. "I'm not leaving until you've eaten every last drop of that soup." "Oh, all right, I'll eat it if it'll get you off my back." When she was done with the soup and the water, Tabitha removed the tray. "Good girl. Now you get some rest and stay in this bed until you're better. I'll check on you in a day or two." Diego stayed home for 2 days taking care of her. He made sure she ate and drank plenty of fluids. On the 3rd day, when she was feeling just a little bit better, she told him to go back to work, saying he was driving her crazy, but she did have to admit that it was nice having someone take care of her for a change. On the 4th day, and feeling a little better, she decided to go lay on the couch and watch some TV. With Diego at work, she was a little bored and was tired of staying in bed. As she was about to doze off, she heard a knock at the door. So getting up, she went to answer it. She knew she looked like hell. Her eyes were watery, her nose red, and her face all blotchy, but she figured it was just Tabitha, so she didn't really worry about her appearance. She had the shock of her life when she opened the door and found a tall and slender woman standing there. She was so beautiful. Her hair was a honey color, and she could have passed for a model. "Can I help you?" she asked the stranger standing before her. "Yes, I'm looking for Diego. He's not here, but he should be home in a couple of hours. Can I give him a message when he gets home?" The woman gave Destiny a quick look over. "Just tell him I was here and that I will give him a call later." "Who should I say will be calling?" "Kathleen," she said before turning and walking towards her Cadillac. She got in and drove off. Chapter 17. After Kathleen left, she went into the bathroom and looked at herself in the mirror. She knew she looked like shit, and after seeing Kathleen, who she was pretty sure was Diego's ex, made her feel like a wallflower, and she wondered what he saw in her. Picking up her hairbrush, she brushed it, washed her face, and got dressed, wanting to look nice for him. Still not feeling 100%, she went and laid down on the sofa and fell asleep. When he got home, he found her sleeping and was surprised to see she was dressed. Getting down on his knees, he leaned over her, placing a soft kiss on her lips. His heart still fluttered whenever he saw her. To him, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He watched how her nose twitched when he kissed her, though she was still asleep. Looking at her, he knew that soon he was going to ask her to marry him. Then when her eyes opened and she saw him smiling back at him, his heart melted. "Hey, how's my girl feeling?" she Saturday up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Much better." He got up and Saturday next to her, checking her forehead. "Your fever's gone and there's some color in your face. You had a visitor today." "Oh, who?" "A woman." She said her name was Kathleen. She answered, watching his reaction. A look of shock and sadness showed in his eyes, which turned to one of anger. "What did she want?" "She said she wanted to talk to you. I told her you were at work and would be home soon. She said she'd call you later." "Who is she to you?" "She's nobody to me and I don't want to talk to her," he said. Getting up, he goes into the kitchen and grabs a beer from the fridge. Kathleen was the last person he ever wanted to lay eyes on, especially now that he had found the love of his life. He knew the only reason she came back was to cause him nothing but trouble. "Is she your ex? The one you didn't want to talk to me about?" "Destiny, just drop it. If you're still in love with her, I have a right to know. Diego, I've told you all of my deepest, darkest secrets. It's time you open up to me and be honest." He looked at her with anger in his eyes. "I said to drop it," he snapped, then guzzled his beer to the last drop, grabbing another beer from the fridge. Tears sprang to her eyes and her voice shuddered. "If you can't trust me enough to open up and be honest with me, then we don't have a future together," she said and turned, running out of the room. She ran to the bedroom and flopping down on her stomach on the bed, she started crying harder. When she heard his footsteps approaching and stopping by the bed, she kept her eyes closed. "Go away," she said, sniffling. Ignoring her request for him to leave, he sat her down on the bed. He didn't like seeing her cry, so leaning over, he kissed her cheek. "Baby, I'm sorry for snapping at you. I love you so much and that woman means nothing to me. You need to tell me everything," she said. Turning around, she sat her up. "All right, I'll tell you everything." He rubbed his temples before speaking. "When we met, I was blinded by her beauty. She seemed so perfect and I fell hard for her. Everyone tried to warn me about her. Said she was not what she appeared to be. Not one of my friends liked her. They tried to tell me she was cheating on me, not only with one man but several. But I didn't believe them. I thought she loved me, but it turned out she was only using me. She got a thrill from having a biker boyfriend, one who was on the wild side. Back then I was bad, fighting, drugs, and had no respect for the law. She would do things to make me jealous, make out that the guys were coming on to her, trying to force themselves on her. It turned her on to see me beat the crap out of them. She sounds horrible. How could you not see her for what she was? I thought I was in love with her," he said, looking at her. "I know what you mean. Please go on." "This one night, I got a frantic call from her saying that a guy was stalking her and had broken into her apartment. I raced over there, and when I got to the door, I heard her scream. I broke down the door and found this guy on top of her. He was raping her, or so I thought at the time. I pulled him off her and started beating him. All I could see was red. I heard him pleading for his life, saying that it was a misunderstanding. You told me before that you went to prison for killing a man. Is he the one you killed?" "I went to prison for the crime, but I wasn't the one who killed him. Kathleen did." She stared at him, not sure she had heard him right. "Wait, if you didn't kill him and she did, then why were you convicted of the crime?" "While we were fighting and the last punch I gave him, he fell backwards onto his back. I hadn't noticed Kathleen holding a gun until I heard it go off. I was shocked. I mean, the guy was passed out, so there was no reason to kill him." She became hysterical and said she thought he was going to kill her. We could hear police sirens coming and she started crying. Said she couldn't go to jail. I thought I was in love with her at the time, and I couldn't see her going to jail. So I hatched a plan. I wiped her prints off the gun and put my own on. She grabbed a butcher knife and placed it in his hands. When the cops got there, she told them the guy was raping her, and that I had pulled him off of her. That we fought, and when my back was turned, he lunged at me with a knife, and I turned around and shot him in self-defense. "Diego, you never should have taken the blame for what she had done." "I know, but at the time I thought I loved her. When I was locked up and before my trial, she would come to see me on a regular basis. She told me how much she loved me and that no matter how long it took for me to get out, she would wait for me." He rubbed his eyes. The memories of that time came rushing back. "But at my trial, she told a different story from the one she told the cops that night." "What did she say?" "She testified that she was having an affair with the guy, and when I found out, I went into a jealous rage, killing her lover." "Oh my God, but you told them the truth, didn't you? That it was she who shot him?" "Not at first. I was in shock. When I did tell them, they didn't believe me. I had his blood on my hands. My prints were on the gun. It was her word against mine. But when the cops came, she told them you were saving her." "What happened at the trial when she gave a different story to what had happened?" "She told the lawyer I had threatened her, said I would have killed her if she didn't go along with my story." "How could she do that to you?" "She had been playing me all along. I found out she had been seeing him all the time she was with me. It came to my attention later on that there was a life insurance policy on him. She was the sole beneficiary. I believe that she wanted him dead so that she could collect the money. She made me her scapegoat. When I didn't kill him, that was when she decided to finish him off on her own. She knew how much I cared about her and would take the blame for her. The last thing I heard was that she had moved to Paris and was living with a billionaire." "I'm so sorry she did that to you. Do the others know the truth?" "Yes, Elvira had one of her visions. At first, I lied to them and denied it, but they knew. So this is the reason why Tabitha didn't like me in the beginning. She saw me as another female in trouble, one who would only hurt you, and she's right." "What are you saying?" he asked, touching her arm. "I'm saying because of me Ed will come here, and you might get hurt and it'll be all my fault." He took her face in his hands. "Now you listen to me. You are nothing like her. She planned everything, right down to the shooting. Your circumstances were real. Hers wasn't. She never loved me. But you do, and I love and trust you with my life. I wonder what she wants with you now. I don't know, and I don't care. I'm not going to see her or talk to her. When she realizes that she'll leave. I hope so, but I have a feeling she's not going to leave anytime soon," she said, hugging him. "I don't know about you, but I'm hungry. I'll go heat up the leftovers from last night, unless you want something else." "No, leftovers will do, but I'll go heat it up. You stay here and rest. You're still not over the flu yet." He gave her a kiss and went downstairs to the kitchen. It felt good getting all that off his chest. It was something he should have told her right from the beginning, or when he saw her fake butterfly tattoo. It was the same one Kathleen had on her breasts. Seeing it brought back those memories that he fought every day to forget. After heating everything up, he placed it on a tray and carried it upstairs, figuring they could eat in bed since she was still under the weather. Lasagna is just as good the next day as the day it was made. Or maybe it's because my taste buds are getting back to normal and I can actually taste food now. He removed the tray when they were done eating. Leaning back, he held her in his arms. "Kathleen has a reason for being here. I don't know what it is yet. I do know she'll try and cause trouble between us, so don't believe anything she says." She lifted her head so that she could look into his eyes. "Nothing she says or does will change the way I feel about you. Just let her try and I'll punch her lights out. That bitch isn't getting her hands on my man." He smiled at her. "So I'm your man, huh?" "Yup, and I'm your old lady," she answered, snickering. "God, I love you so much, Destiny. Can you see yourself being with me forever and us growing old together?" "I sure can," she replied. "So when the time is right and I ask you to marry me, what would your answer be?" She snuggled in his arms, resting her head on his chest. "I guess you'll have to ask me first to find out my answer," she said, smiling to herself. He ran his fingers through her hair. There was no doubt in his mind that she would say yes. He laid there thinking of ways to propose. He had to plan something unique. It had to be something different. Something no one else has done. Moving from his arms, she removed her clothes and grabbed her nightgown and puts it on. "I'm so tired, so I'm going to sleep now. Are you coming to bed now, or is it too early for you?" "It's been a long day and I'm beat, but I'm going to take a shower first." "You sleep now, my love," he said, giving her a kiss as he slips out of bed. He not only needed a shower to get clean after working all day, he also needed a cold one after seeing her naked just moments ago. He wanted to ravish her right then and there, but he knew she still wasn't feeling well, so a shower would have to do for now. Coming from the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist, he walked over to the bed and looked down at her sleeping. He never knew that a man could love a woman as much as he loved her, but she had stolen his heart the moment their eyes locked that first day they met in the diner. He dropped the towel and was about to get into bed when he heard a knock coming from the door downstairs. Thinking it was one of the guys, he pulled on his jeans. Not bothering to put a shirt on, he goes downstairs. "I'm coming," he yelled out when he was almost to the door and they kept knocking. He opened the door and was not happy to find Kathleen standing there. "What the fuck do you want?" he snapped at her. Chapter 18. Kathleen couldn't help ogling his bare chest. Her eyes traveled down, taking in how low his jeans hung on him, showing off that perfect V-line of his. "I see you have kept yourself in perfect shape. What the fuck are you doing here?" "Don't be rude, darling," she said, placing her hand on his chest, pushed her way inside. Not waiting to be invited in, she walks to the living room and sits down, crossing one leg over the other. "I've come a long way to talk to you." "I have no desire to talk to you." "Aren't you going to offer me a drink?" she asked, looking at him sweetly. "No," he snapped at her. "Did your housekeeper tell you I came here earlier today?" "She's not my housekeeper. Destiny is my girlfriend." Kathleen hadn't changed a bit, he thought to himself. She still looked beautiful and her clothes were more expensive, but underneath all that, she was still the same manipulative, evil woman. "Girlfriend. Oh really, Diego, you can do so much better than that." Seeing his nostrils flaring, she knew he was getting angry, so she changed the subject before he had the chance to throw her out. "Please, just hear me out. You've got 5 minutes, then you're leaving, even if I have to pick you up and throw you out." He wanted her gone before Destiny woke up and found her here. "I wanted to tell you how sorry I am for what happened to you." "For what happened to me?" "You set me up to kill an innocent man. You made me think he was raping you, and when I didn't kill him, you did." You planned it, and you knew I would take the rap for you. You lied to the police, the jury, and to me. I was young and afraid. Stop with the lies. I know everything. You've been dating that man while we were going out, and he named you as his beneficiary to his life insurance policy. You wanted that money, but you didn't want to be tied down, so you hatched the scheme that sent me to prison for 2 years. No, I figured you would get off, because you were defending yourself. I would have, but you told the jury that I found out you were cheating and I killed the man out of a fit of jealous rage. As soon as I was put away, you took off to Paris and married some billionaire. I will never forgive you. Kathleen covered her face with her hands and started to cry. I'm so sorry. I really need you to forgive me. Why is it important that I forgive you? She stood up and walked slowly over to him, placing her hands on his chest. Because I still love you and I want you back. I'll do anything to show you that I've changed. He looked down to where her hands were still on his chest. He could tell she was lying. For someone who was crying, there were no tears in her eyes. Placing his hands over the top of hers, he removed them from his chest. You're not a very good actress. Your 5 minutes are up, so get out. Wow, that little blonde country mouse has hardened you. I told you before not to call her names, and she has made me a better man. Don't you remember how good it was between us? We had so much fun together and the sex was wild. I even put up with those freaks you called your friends. He laughed out loud. You put up with them? What a joke. It was they who put up with you, and that was only because they cared about me. I should have listened to them. They tried telling me what you were doing behind my back. As for the sex, it was okay, but nothing to brag about. Just looking at you is making me sick. Now leave. She boldly undid the buttons on her blouse, removing it. Maybe this will refresh your memory of what we once shared. If I recall, you loved my breasts. Wouldn't you like to touch them or put one in your mouth? He looked at her breasts. They looked a lot bigger and she still had the tattoo. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. I would like to know why you're really here. What is it you really want? I don't have any money, and what about your billionaire husband? He died of a heart attack a year ago. You probably killed him. How much did you get from his death? I got nothing. That bastard went broke and he never told me. She looked up at him, making a sad face. I'm all alone and afraid. So you thought you could come back here and have me take care of you until another rich dude comes along? Let's get one thing straight, he said, getting in her face. I'm with someone who I love with all of my heart. She's beautiful on the inside as much as she is on the outside. I am no longer a sucker for your fake tears and puppy dog eyes. Find yourself another sucker. The God help the poor bastard who falls for you. She glanced over his shoulder and seeing Destiny, she threw her arms around him. Diego, how can you want to make love to me here with your girlfriend upstairs asleep? What the hell? He cursed, prying her arms away. Then when he heard Destiny, he turned around. His face had turned pale. How was he going to explain this? Honey, this isn't what it looks like. Don't lie to her, darling. Tell her the truth. He snapped his head around to look at her. Shut the fuck up, and do your top back up, he said, turning his back to her. Destiny had heard voices, so getting out of bed she goes downstairs. She had gotten there just as Kathleen had thrown her arms around him and heard what she said to him. What is she doing here so late? He walked over to her. I came down to answer the door. I thought it was one of the guys. I didn't invite her in, nor did I give her the impression. I wanted to fouquet her. You've got to believe me. She looked into his eyes. I do believe you, she said, touching his cheek before turning to the half-naked woman standing in their living room. I'll give you 2 minutes to put your top back on and get out of my home, or I'll beat the fucking shit out of you. You two deserve each other, both boring as shit, she said as she did up her top, grabbed her purse, walked to the front door. Destiny followed her, and when they got to the door, she pushed Kathleen up against the door and got in her face. I know everything you did to Diego. You evil bitch. You're the one who should have gone to prison. Stay away from my man or I will go to the police and tell them it was you who killed that man. Something Diego should have done. He didn't, and he won't because he still loves me. Oh, you are so delusional. He never loved you and he's not the type to rat someone out. Do yourself a favor and leave town. No one wants you here. You're going to get what's coming to you real soon, bitch, Kathleen said, pushing her out of the way. She left. Destiny turned around to find him standing there. How much of that did you hear? All of it. I didn't realize my old lady was so tough. It's kind of a turn on. He walked up to her, cupping her face in his hands. Thank you for believing me. After being with Ed, I didn't think I could trust anyone again. But with you, I know in my heart that you will never betray me. I trust you with all of my heart." She looked up into his eyes and smiled. "You know, I'm feeling much better now. And it's been a while since we played cat and mouse." He chuckled, knowing exactly what she meant, so he picked her up and carried her up to their bedroom. Kathleen broke the speed limit as she headed back to the motel she was staying at. She was fuming mad. Not only did he turn her down, but that mosey a little bitch had the nerve to threaten her. Well, she would get the last laugh. Back at the motel, she picked up the phone and makes a call. He didn't take the bait, and neither did she. "Try again." "It won't work." He's still taken with her. "I thought you said she was a weak, delicate and stupid bitch." "She is." "Well, not anymore, pal. She's a tough little whore. Whatever you had planned, you better think of something else. I'm out." "You're not out until I say so. I want you to hang around, follow them and let me know what they do and where they go. Find out what their regular schedule is. Then I will come up with another plan." "What about my money?" "You got the first installment already, and when you completed your mission, then you'll get the rest. Now watch them for a few days and report back to me." When the man on the other end hung up, she slammed the phone down. She hated this town and the people. Always had, and now she was stuck here with nothing to do but follow the two around. She grabbed her purse and headed out, planning on going to the bar and getting some poor slob to buy her a few drinks. If he was decent looking, she might even bring him back to her room and let him fuke her brains out. Meanwhile, back at Flint and Elvira's place, she woke up in a cold sweat. "Flint, wake up." Groaning, he opened his eyes and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" "I had a vision. You need to call Diego and tell him trouble is coming his way. He and Destiny need to be careful, and he should have his gang keep an eye on her and not let her out of their sight. Or his." Getting out of bed, he goes downstairs and makes the call. He got no answer, so he left a message on the machine. He figured they were asleep or in the middle of something, and if they were in immediate danger, Elvira would have known. Chapter 19. In the morning, while she was taking a shower, he went down to put on a pot of coffee. He noticed the red flashing button on the phone, so he went to check his message. After listening to it, he went and started breakfast. "Why aren't you wearing your apron?" she asked, chuckling. He looked over his shoulder at her and rolled his eyes. "Very funny, and there's no way you're getting me into that thing again. Sit down while I dish out our food." She watched as he finished cooking, placing the food on the plates. It was so nice and rare these days to see a man cooking. It only made her love him more. "You look a little tense. Is everything all right?" Grabbing the plates, he took them over to the table and set them down. He sat her down with a serious look on his face. "There was a message on our machine from Flint. Elvira had a vision last night. She said danger was coming our way and we had to be careful." Picking up her cup, she takes a sip, looking back at him over the rim of the cup. "Well, Kathleen showed up here and tried to seduce you, so that's probably what she meant." "I don't think that's it. She knows we can handle Kathleen." "You don't think Ed sent her here, do you?" she asked, starting to worry. "I don't think Ed could afford to pay her, but Hudson has money." But she was living in Paris, so how could they possibly know each other? "I guess the only way to know for sure is to ask her," she said as she ate. He shook his head. "If she's getting paid to break us up or for another reason, there's no way she'll tell us. Besides, I don't want to be anywhere near that bitch, or I just might end up back in jail." "I could talk to her." "That is if she's still in town." "No, better you stay away from her. She might try to poison your mind against me. But for now, until we know you aren't in any danger, I don't want you going anywhere alone. I'm going to have a word with my gang. They will help keep an eye on you when I'm not around. Tabitha has taught me to shoot and fight. I can take care of myself." "I don't doubt that, but I'll feel better knowing you're protected. You're not planning on going to work today, are you? I mean, you're just getting over the flu." "No, she doesn't need me today." He looked at her and smiled. "I have something for you." "What is it?" she asked excitedly. He placed his fingertips under her chin and leaned in close. "Have patience, my love. I'll give it to you after we've eaten." "No, you can't tell me you have something for me and then make me wait. That's not fair," she said, pouting. He had to laugh at her when he saw her bottom lip sticking out. "Oh, all right. Wait here and I'll go get it," he said. Getting up and leaving the table, he disappeared for a few minutes. She looked at him when he returned carrying a rifle. "You bought me a rifle?" she asked, raising an eyebrow as she stood up. Tabitha told me how much you loved learning to use one, and she said you were pretty good at it, so I thought you'd like your own rifle to practice with. It's not as good as the one she owns, but it's a start and you'll have it for protection. No, I love it, and this was so nice of you to get me one of my own. I think after you leave for work I'll do some target shooting out back. Putting the rifle down, she put her arms around his neck. Thank you so much. Most guys would buy a girl a piece of jewelry, but I like this gift so much better. I'm glad you like it. She stared into his eyes and nodded towards the half-eaten food. So should we finish eating, or would you like to go upstairs where I can thank you properly? To hell with the food, he said. Scooping her up in his arms, he carried her back upstairs and laid her down. Getting on top of her, he was taken by surprise when she shoved him off and pushed him onto his back as she jumped on top of him. I said I wanted to thank you, so just lay back and let me take good care of you, she said as she slipped her dress up over her head and threw it to the floor. She then began removing his clothes, letting her tongue move over each exposed part of his body. After he left for work, she washed up the dishes and then changed into pants and headed out back to practice her shooting. She had gotten used to holding and shooting one, and found she really liked the feeling she got when she hit her target. Tabitha walked into the diner to get her and Ricardo a coffee before opening the store. She was standing at the counter when she looked across the room and saw Kathleen sitting there. Disgust for the woman filled her entire body. She knew the only reason the woman was here was to cause trouble for Diego. Leaving the coffee sitting on the counter, she walked over to her. Kathleen looked up and smirked when she saw Tabitha. Well, I see you haven't changed at all. You really should try dressing more feminine. Then people won't mistake you for a dude, she said, checking out the jeans and tank top she wore, showing off her tattoos. Her hair was now cut short. Tabitha slammed the palms of her hands down on the table. Look here, bitch. I don't know what you're doing here, but stay the fuck away from Diego or else. Or what? She snapped back. Go near them and you find out. Kathleen leaned back in her chair and stared at her. You've always been jealous of me, knowing that you couldn't have Diego and hating me because he picked me and not you. He and I have always been just friends, nothing more. Besides, it was Ricardo I love, always had been. She laughed out loud. Ricardo. He wanted me too. Wanted to fuck me, but he was stuck with you. Even he wanted a woman who looked like a female, and for all you know we might have hooked up once. Or twice. Leaning over Kathleen, she got in her face. Lie all you want to, bitch, but I know my man, and he would never fuck someone like you. I'm all woman and I trust him as he trusts me. Leave town before it's too late, she said. Walking away, she leaves the coffee on the counter and walks out. She was fuming mad, wanted to smash the woman's face in, and would have if there weren't so many witnesses around. She heads over to Diego's shop. When he saw her storming into his shop, he knew she was upset about something. He even noticed a tear in her eye. Hey, what's wrong, sweetheart? Not here. Let's go into your office, she said, heading in that direction. Let me guess, you saw Kathleen, he said, closing the door behind them. Yeah, we had words and I wanted to kill the bitch. Diego, I want to ask you something and I want you to tell me the truth. I've always been honest with you. Did she and Ricardo ever sleep together? Tabitha, where is this coming from? Kathleen, she told me they did. She turned her back to him and went to the window, looking out. I know I'm not very feminine. I don't wear dresses or makeup, and I ride and shoot better than any man around. But is it possible that he could want someone like that? Will I lose him to a woman like that? He went over and turning her around put his arms around her, stroking her back. Kathleen is just trying to cause trouble. Don't fall for her lies. Ricardo loves you for the way you are. And if he wanted someone like that, he wouldn't be with you. That man loves you with all of his heart and he has never cheated on you. Especially with the likes of her. He had never seen her this upset or vulnerable before. It just wasn't her way. She pulled away and looked at him, smiling. You're right, and I shouldn't have let her get to me like this. So why is she here? He went and sat her down on the edge of the desk. She says she's sorry for what she did to me and that she wanted me back. Apparently, her rich husband died of a heart attack and went bankrupt, leaving her with little money. She even tried to seduce me, took off her top, and when Destiny walked in, I was made out that I wanted to fuck her right there. Oh God, Destiny didn't believe her, did she? He laughed. No, she didn't. She even physically threw her out of the house, pinned her up against the wall, and told her if she showed her face again, she'd beat the shit out of her. You would have been proud of her. Tabitha smiled. Wow, Your girl sure has changed since we first met her. Anyways, I think Kathleen has more on her agenda than getting you back. I'm not sure what, but we better keep an eye on her and Destiny." That's what I was thinking too. After Flint called and said Elvira had another vision. "So I'm going to let everyone know. Danger's heading our way and to be on the lookout. I want Destiny watched at all times. I'll stick to her like glue. I'll be her personal bodyguard. If only we could get that bitch Kathleen to tell us why she's really here and if someone sent her. I wonder if that Ed guy put her up to it. That prick doesn't have the brains to hatch a plan or the money to pay her. There's no way he would even know about her, but he could have someone helping him. Someone with money and the connections to find out about me and who all I know. What about his boss, Hudson?" That's what I was thinking too. But why would he care if Ed wants Destiny back? What's in it for him? I may have to give Kathleen a visit. See if I can get her to tell me. Diego, no, that would be a big mistake. You know you can't trust her. She'll have something up her sleeve. That bitch is capable of anything. Just stay away from her. We'll spread the news she's in town, and that Destiny could be in danger. She'll be well protected. I'll go over to your place and hang out with her. In the meantime, spread the word, and again I must stress, stay away from Kathleen. "Yeah, you're right," he said. He only hoped he could keep his word. "I know you too well, so if you to go see her, take someone with you. That way she can't accuse you of anything. I'm heading to your place now. Let Ricardo know I won't be in today," she said, giving him a head left. Getting to Diego's home, she was about to knock when she heard gunshots, so she ran around the back of the house. She stopped when she saw Destiny target practicing, and was impressed at how good she had gotten. Walking over to her, she stood beside her, giving her a huge smile. "Damn girl, soon you'll be better than me." "Tabitha, did Diego ask you to come and babysit me?" "No, I decided to do it on my own. But he is worried about you. I saw Kathleen in town, so I went to see him. He told me what happened last night. I'm glad you didn't fall for her tricks." "I'm not stupid. I knew what she was up to, and besides, I trust him." "Shouldn't you be at work?" she asked as she reloaded her rifle. "I'm the boss. I work when I want to, and I plan on staying by your side until that bitch is gone and you're out of danger. Let me grab my rifle and I'll join you." "Can't let you get better than me," she said, laughing as she walked away to get her rifle. For the next 2 days, they were joined at the hips. They went riding together, had lunch, and basically just hung out. Back at the motel, Kathleen made a phone call. She was getting tired of being stuck in a small town and having everyone keeping an eye on her. To make matters worse, Diego and 2 of his big goons came to see her, demanding to know what she was up to. After they left, she decided she'd had enough and wanted out. "Look, I'm done. There's nothing more I can do here. The bitch is always surrounded by his gang and that Tabitha bitch. You're not done until I say you're done, so what have you got to tell me?" She and that biker chick go riding every day, alone, down the old dirt road leading to the river. But that other woman is tough. If you want to get Destiny, you'll have to get past her. Then we'll have to eliminate her. I'd be careful what you do. She's one of Diego's gang, and if you hurt her, they will come after you and your life won't be worth shit. You let me worry about them. It's probably better you leave town before shit goes down. Don't want you opening your mouth to them and letting them know what's going to go down. I'll leave tomorrow, but what about the rest of my money? Once we got the girl, then I'll deposit the money into your account. Tell me something, Mr. Hudson. Why are you doing this? Has it something to do with her ex? She didn't really care. She was just nosy." "That's none of your business." She cursed when he hung up on her. Any thoughts of meeting the man in person and worming her way into his life and fortune flew out of her head. He was too much of a jerk. The next day, back at Flint's place, Elvira had a pounding headache, so she went to lay down. During her sleep, she had a vision and woke up screaming. Running down the stairs, she ran into her husband. "Flint, Destiny has been taken." Chapter 20. Flint gave her a shake, trying to get her to come out of her trance. "Elvira, what did you see, baby? Snap out of it." Her eyes opened and her vision cleared up. "I saw men dragging her into the back of a dark van. Tabitha, I think she might be dead. You've got to call Diego and we have to go to him. Call the rest of the gang. Flint, this is going to become a bloodbath." While Flint made the calls, she got ready to go. She felt the tears welling up in her eyes. Her vision confused her. She couldn't tell if it had already happened or was about to. Usually, she knew, but something or someone was blocking it. After hanging up with his men and Diego, he grabbed Elvira's arm. "You're in no shape to ride. You ride with me?" Now we will backtrack to earlier that morning. Before Elvira's vision, Destiny walked with him to the door when he was leaving for work, gasping when he grabbed her, putting her up against the door, gave her a very passionate kiss. "That ought to do me until I see you later. I wouldn't mind if when I came back, you were wearing nothing but that pink apron. I think you owe me that much since I'm still getting teased about it. I'm just glad they don't have a picture of it, or it would be hanging in every store in town." "We'll see," she said, giving him another kiss. "You should go shopping and buy a nice little dress." "Why would I do that?" she asked, wondering what he was up to. "Because I would like to take you somewhere special." "Like on a date?" she asked, giving him a sweet smile. "Yeah, like a date. I thought we could go to the next town over and have a nice meal. Just the two of us with no distractions. I'd like that." "I also want to ask you something." "Ask me what?" "Destiny, just be patient and wait until tonight. Now I really have to get going. I love you." "I love you too," she said, then went inside to get ready to go riding with Tabitha. They were going to meet up with some of the other women, who also liked to go riding as a group. Tabitha showed up, and knocking, she walked in, finding Destiny making them coffee. "You look awfully happy this morning. What's up?" Pouring the coffee, she takes them over and sits down at the table across from Tabitha. "Diego told me to go shopping and to buy a dress. He says he's taking me out tonight and that he has something to ask me." "Oh wow. Do you think he's going to propose to you?" "He wouldn't say, but I have a feeling he is. I just don't know if this is the right time. What with Kathleen being here and Elvira having one of her visions. You two love each other, so any time is the right time." Destiny smiled to herself. "You're right, but I could be wrong. It might be something altogether different that he wants to ask me. I guess I'll have to just wait and see." They're drinking their coffee and talking. Meanwhile, when Diego got to work, he walked up to Tiny. "Did you pick it up as I asked you to?" "Oh shit. I don't know how to tell you this, man, but I lost the damn thing." "You lost the ring? How the hell could you lose it?" he asked, feeling his anger rising. Tiny started laughing and reached into his pocket and pulled out the small ring box. "Relax, man. I'm just yanking your chain." Diego wagged his finger in Tiny's face. "That wasn't funny. I had to get the jeweler to special order this ring." He opened up the box to look at it and smiled. "Do you think she'll like it?" "Boss, she love it. I had been trying to think of a unique way of proposing, but I just couldn't think of anything, so I thought I would go with the traditional way and ask her over a special dinner at a nice restaurant." Tiny and Freddie grinned at each other. "That girl loves you, so I doubt it would matter how you propose as long as you do it." "Yeah," he answered, putting the ring in his pocket. Back at the house, "Are you ready to go riding before we go dress shopping?" Tabitha asked, standing up and grabbing her helmet. "Yep, let's go." They headed out, Tabitha following behind her. 5 minutes later, Destiny heard a gunshot, causing her to look around. She slowed down so that Tabitha could catch up to her. Not hearing the sound of her bike, she turned her head to look back, and what she saw turned her blood cold. Stopping, she jumped off her bike and ran screaming towards Tabitha, who was lying on the ground. "Tabitha, oh my God," she said as she removed her helmet and tossed it on the ground. Then she saw blood pouring from Tabitha's chest. She turned her head in every direction, trying to see who could have shot her friend. Not seeing anyone, she turned her attention back to her friend. "Tabitha, oh God, please be all right. Who did this?" she screamed at the top of her lungs as the tears flowed down her face. "I did, bitch." Turning her head towards the sound of the voice, she frowned when she saw Ed carrying a shotgun, and then a dark van came out of the bushes. "You bastard, you killed her. Why?" she screamed at him and got to her feet. "To get her out of the way. Now you're coming with me," he said. Getting closer, he grabbed her arm. "Like fuck I am," she said. Raising her fist, she punched him right in the face, then gave him a kick to the knee with her foot. "You fucking bitch," he yelled out in pain. He glared angrily at her as he rubbed his knee. "I'm not afraid of you anymore," she said, getting ready to fight him. "Since when did you become so tough? Come near me and I'll kill you," she hissed at him. "I'm ready for you this time." "You think you can fight me, bitch? Just try me, bunhole." She knew she had to get help for Tabitha and didn't have time to waste. But just then 2 other men appeared from the van, and the one charged at her. The one grabbed her arms from behind. Ed got in her face. She remembered what Tabitha told her, so pushing her head forward she snapped it back into the guy's face and could hear the bones in his nose crunching. She lifted her leg and kicked Ed in the crotch, making him fall to the ground. With the two guys down and the other one still standing by the van, she went to reach for Tabitha's rifle, but before she could get to it, Ed had caught up to her and jumped on her back, knocking her to the ground. "Use the chloroform on the bitch now," Ed yelled at the other guy. She tried to push Ed off of her, but then she felt the cloth going over her mouth and nose and darkness consumed her. Diego was whistling as he worked on one of the bikes but stopped when he heard the phone ringing, so he went to answer it. He felt the room spinning as he listened to what Flint was telling him. He didn't hear much after that, only that Flint and his gang were on their way. Dropping the phone, he turned to Tiny and Freddie, telling them what was said and to get the rest of the gang together. "One of you better go over and tell Ricardo in person." "I'll do it," Tiny said, then placed his hand on Diego's shoulder. "Don't worry, boss. We'll find her." He jumped on his bike and revved it up. "Where are you going?" Freddie asked. "Where do you think? I'm going to go look for her." "Just wait for us." "No time to wait. Why, all can catch up to me. I'm going to take the back road, the one I know they were going to be taking this morning," he said as he rode off. Tiny went over to see Ricardo, while Freddie called the rest of Diego's gang. As he roared down the road, it wasn't long before he found someone laying on the pavement. He knew it wasn't Destiny's bike but recognized it as Tabitha's. Jumping off of his bike, he ran towards the body on the ground. Getting on his knees, he removed the helmet, and just as he thought it was Tabitha, and there was a pool of blood underneath her. Removing his leather jacket, he tore off his shirt. Opening her jacket, he placed the shirt over her wound, pressing on it. "Tabitha, it's me. Sweetheart, you're going to be all right. Just hang on." He felt the tears welling up in his eyes. She wasn't opening her eyes and her breathing was shallow. He knew he couldn't leave her, not until help came, so he cradled her head in his lap. As he kept the pressure on the bullet wound, his mind kept wandering to Destiny, hoping that she was all right and knowing when he found her, he would kill the bastard who did this. It wasn't long before several bikes and vehicles approached. They all got off their bikes and rushed over to them. They were all in shock as they looked down at Tabitha. They all knew she was barely alive. Then when Ricardo showed up, everyone moved aside as he went over to her. Diego moved back when Ricardo took her into his arms, his sobs loud as he moved the hairs from her face. "Tabitha, don't you leave me, baby, don't you dare go." Diego squatted down, placing his hand on his shoulder. "Ricardo, Kel is going to drive you both to the hospital, but you have to go now." He looked up at Diego and nodded. Picking her up in his arms, he turned to him. "Go find Destiny, and when you find the bastard who did this, kill him. I give you my word I will, but I'll come with you to the hospital. Flint and his gang are on their way, so I have to wait for him anyways to talk to Elvira. She may be able to tell me where to find her." Some of the bikers stayed behind in case Flint showed up there. That way they could tell him what had happened and that Tabitha was at the hospital. Diego and the others followed the truck that was taking her to the hospital. He kept praying that she would live, but he knew it didn't look good. If Tabitha died, there would be a war between all of the bikers and the people responsible for this. He was sick with worry about Destiny. If anything were to happen to her, he knew he couldn't go on living. When they reached the hospital, she was taken right into surgery. The waiting area was full of bikers, making the staff and the rest of the patients nervous. But they didn't care. There was no way they were going to leave until they found out if she was going to be all right. Ricardo Saturday with his head in his hands and Diego Saturday next to him. "Tabitha is tough. She's going to make it." "I don't know, man. She was barely breathing and losing a lot of blood." "Hey, you look at me, damn it," he said, giving Ricardo a hard shake. "You have to believe that she's going to live. Don't you give up on her. It was that ex of Destiny's that did this. I just know it, and I also know he had help. I know, and I think I know someone who might be able to tell me who else is behind it and where they can be found," he said and got to his feet. Ricardo placed his hand on his arm to stop him. "Ew, Kathleen, I'm going to go to where she's staying at the motel and get her to tell me, even if I have to strangle the bitch." He drove like a madman through the streets. He had to get to the motel before she left, even though he was pretty sure that Ed was behind it. But maybe she knew where they had taken Destiny. When Flint and his gang got there, they were told that the others were at the hospital, so they headed there only to find out that Diego had gone to see Kathleen. They were told that Tabitha might not make it, that she was still in surgery. Ricardo stared into Flint's eyes. "You need to go after Diego. He is angry as we all are, but he may do something stupid to that woman." He won't be able to help Destiny if he kills Kathleen and ends up in jail. Son, we'll go after him, and I promise you the person who did this will pay dearly. I'll see to it. Flint, I hope you get to Destiny in time. Whoever did this to Tabitha won't hesitate to hurt her. Now go. Diego needs you. Chapter 21. Diego got to the motel. He jumped off his bike and rushed inside, getting a startled look from the young man behind the desk when he saw him, who had no shirt on under his jacket and saw blood on him. What room is Kathleen Lucas in? Room 109, the last one on the end, he replied nervously. Diego hurried out and walked there. He didn't even bother to knock. He just pushed the door open, letting it slam against the wall. Kathleen made a startled squeal and stopped packing when the door opened abruptly. She backed away when she saw the fury in his eyes and the blood on him. Her heart began racing and beads of sweat formed on her upper lip. Clearly, Hudson had put his plan into action and Destiny was gone. She was hoping to be long gone before that happened. Where is she? He asked. His eyes were dark and cold as they pierced into hers. Who? She asked, trying to hide her nervousness as she slowly backed away. Don't fucking play games with me. You know who I'm talking about. Who has taken her and where to? Diego, I really don't know what you're talking about, and why do you have blood all over you? This blood belongs to Tabitha. Whoever took Destiny shot her, and I think you know who did it. If you want to live, you better tell me. Is Tabitha dead? He rushed towards her, his hand going over her throat as he pushed her up against the wall. I don't have time for your bullshit. Now tell me who took her, or I swear I will choke the life out of you. She was consumed with fear when she looked into his eyes and knew he meant it. She tried to pry his hands from around her neck, but they wouldn't budge. I swear I don't know where they took her. He loosened his grip just a little. They? So you do know who has her? Tell me. First let go of me, she cried out in fear. Removing his hands from her throat, he gave her a shove, causing her to fall onto the bed. Who's behind this? He yelled, towering over her. She used her elbows on the bed to lift herself up, looking back at him. Mr. Hudson. Hudson, what would you want with Destiny? I don't know. All I know is it has something to do with a guy called Ed. What is your part in all of this? He asked, getting closer. She got up and off the bed, going over to the table where her cigarettes were. She lit one. Apparently Mr. Hudson checked into your background. He came across the information on how you went to jail, and that's when he found out about me. He contacted me in Paris, paid for my flight and my hotel stay. He said he had a proposition for me. We met, had a few drinks, and _ed our brains out for a few hours. He offered me $200,000 to come here and seduce you, hoping to break you and that little piece of trash up. When that didn't work, he had me follow her around. I had to keep him informed as to her schedule, where she went and who she went with. Diego ran his fingers through his hair as he paced back and forth. For the life of him, he couldn't understand why Hudson would do this for Ed. What was in it for him? Well, I can't say I'm sorry that Tabitha is dead. I never did like that bitch. As for your little girlfriend, if they're going to kill her, I hope they make it slow and she suffers. This comment threw him into a fit of rage. He lunged at her, his hands going around her throat as he lowered her onto the bed. It was as though every bit of common sense left him as she struggled to breathe, clawing at his hands. Flint and his man arrived shortly after Diego had. The door was ajar, so he walked right in. Taking a couple of long strides, he reached the bed, pulling Diego off of Kathleen. Stop. Think of what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. I want to kill this bitch, he answered, looking at Kathleen with hate in his eyes. You've already gone to prison for her once. Don't let her send you there again. She's not worth it. Holding her throat and coughing, she gets off the bed. How is it you're still alive, old man? She asked, looking at Flint. He looked at her and shook his head. I'll bet you I'll be alive long after you're gone, he said, giving her a look of total disgust. He always knew she was nothing but trouble, and she still was. Come on, Diego, let's get the hell out of here. Have you got any rope on you? He asked Flint. One of the guys might have some in their truck. Why? According to her. He nods towards Kathleen. Hudson is the one helping Ed. I don't want her calling him and letting him know we're on our way. So I'm going to tie her up. That'll give us some time to get there. Hearing this, she tried to run out, but one of the men grabbed her, putting his hand over her mouth so that no one would hear her. With help from a couple of the other guys, they managed to tie her to the bed, and with her screaming so much, he also gagged her. Before they left, he leaned over her, If anyone has harmed a hair on her head, I'll come back for you. She glared angrily at him. Her words of hate were muffled from the gag in her mouth. Outside, Diego filled everyone in on what Kathleen had told him. Even Ed can't be stupid enough to take her back to his place, so they must have taken her to Hudson's. So that's where we'll go, Diego said, getting on his bike. Flint, was there any word on Tabitha before you left the hospital? Flint took a deep breath. They took her into surgery, but it doesn't look good and Ricardo is beside himself. Elvira is going to stay with him. He looked back at Diego. Don't worry, we'll find your girl. Your gang and my gang are all heading to that town now, and we'll find out who shot Tabitha and he will pay. They rode back to Destiny's hometown, only stopping to gas up. A few hours later, over 40 bikers roared into town. People stood on the sidewalk watching them. A few who knew Destiny and Diego wondered why they were here and why she wasn't with them. Chapter 22. When she came to, she was sitting on a cold cement floor and her hands were tied up, hanging from the ceiling. The smell of chloroform was still strong, causing her to feel dizzy. She looked around as she struggled to break free. She had no idea where she was, just that it appeared to be a basement of some kind. It was old and dirty and smelled of rat droppings. Let me out of here, she yelled at the top of her lungs. The realization hit her that she was stripped of her clothes, except for her panties and bra. She stopped yelling when she heard someone approaching and the door opened and Jack walked in. Destiny, I brought you some water. You must be thirsty by now. Jack, what's going on and why are you doing this to me? When he went to put the glass to her lips, she turned her head. You must drink something or you'll get sick. She turned to look at him. He looked nothing like his brothers. Jack was the runt of the family, small and weak. He followed their orders without question, always wanting their approval, and he creeped her out the way. He was always staring at her. Now with her half naked, he was getting an eyeful. I don't want any damn water. Untie me and let me go. I can't do that, he answered, rubbing his temples. He always got headaches whenever he was stressed. Where are my clothes? She yelled at him. Stop yelling at me. Ed removed them when they brought you here and took them with him when he left. Tell me what's going on. What is he going to do with me? He sat her down across from her, his eyes moving up and down her body. Sadness engulfed him. He couldn't look at her. He had to look away. You've been sold to a wealthy man far away from here. What? She couldn't believe what she was hearing. But it's not just you. There have been others. Are you telling me that Ed has been kidnapping women and selling them? You do know that this is a crime, and if you're involved in it, then you will go to jail for the rest of your life. It's called human trafficking. Ed says we won't get caught. Jack, listen to me. Diego will come looking for me and he will find me. And when he does, he'll find out what you've been up to. You will both go to prison for the rest of your life. Jack jumped to his feet and started pacing back and forth, muttering under his breath. She knew that Ed wasn't smart enough to conduct a human trafficking scheme. He must have a partner. Who are you and Ed working for? We won't go to prison, Hudson said. We had nothing to worry about. That there was no way we will get caught. He turned to look at her. His eyes held sadness. I'm sorry, Destiny. I told them they should leave you alone. Shut your fucking mouth, you stupid twit. They both turned their heads when they heard Ed. He walked over to her and squatted down in front of her. I hope you don't mind that I took the liberty of removing your clothes. I did it for my own pleasure. You've always had a great body, he said, touching her cheek only to have her shake it off. You're a sick bastard, and when Diego gets here he'll make you pay. I'm counting on him showing up. I want him to watch me fucking you before I kill him. Like you killed Tabitha, she said. Then she spits in his face, earning a hard slap across the face that had her seeing stars. Wait, you killed that biker chick? Why? Jack said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ed, those bikers won't stop until they find us. We're as good as dead. No one said anything about killing. I want out. Ed went over and pushed him up against the wall. There's no getting out. You and I along with Ralph are in it with Hudson. He has his men ready for when they show up. We'll kill every last one if we have to. Why are you doing this? If it's me you want, then leave the others alone. What I want to know is why Hudson is helping you. What's in it for him? Ed lit a cigarette and leaning against the wall looked at her. I see no reason not to tell you, since soon you'll be shipped off to become the bride of a very wealthy Egyptian prince. You're just what he's looking for. Young, blonde, and can bear his children. I suggested to Hudson that you would be perfect, but he had to help me get you, and to bring down that bastard you've been screwing in his gang. I knew Hudson was into more than ripping off the townspeople. she snapped. You're so right, and when I found out my brothers and I wanted in, and with Ralph being the sheriff, he was able to transfer the girls over the border and onto the Princess plane. We've had to go out of town to grab the girls, bringing them here until they were sold. Hudson got a lot of money for you, but he agreed to let me keep you here until your boyfriend comes for you. I want to look into his eyes while I fouquet you. You won't get away with this. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 will kill you first, if not him then his gang will. Ed laughed, stomping out his cigarette. It's all been planned out, right down to the last detail. True, they will suspect me but not Hudson, and with that biker chick dead they'll never get to me. Hudson will protect me and my brothers. You're a fool if you think he can protect you. Someone will rat him out and a war will break out between you all and the gangs, she said, staring back at him with hate. Ed, what about that girl who was helping him? What if she tells that 𝑑𝒍𝒂 guy? Shut up. The bitch will already be back in Paris before he finds out Destiny is gone. Brother, you worry too much. He placed his hand on his shoulder. The other hand reaching into his pocket, he pulls out some money. Here, take this and go have a few drinks and relax. I've got everything covered. With the money we'll be getting from Hudson, the three of us can leave this hick town for good. Okay, he said, greedily stuffing the money into his pocket. What about Destiny? Can we at least give her back her clothes to put on? It's kind of cold in here. Ed looked over at her and an evil grin appeared on his face. No, she's all right, and once 𝑑𝒍𝒂 gets here I'll warm her up real good. They walked out together, shutting the door behind them. Now to rewind to back at the hospital. After 𝑑𝒍𝒂 and the others leave, Elvira sat her day with Ricardo after the others took off, waiting while the doctors operated on Tabitha. She still wondered why her vision came so late and also how she saw Tabitha dead. She can't die, he said. Leaning back, he stared up at the ceiling. He could still to this day remember when he first met her. He and 𝑑𝒍𝒂 were coming out of a bar when this scrawny, tiny girl came out of nowhere, waving a knife and demanding they hand over all of their money. Of course, they both laughed at her and were surprised when she charged them. It didn't take them long to get the weapon from her, but boy did she ever put up one hell of a fight. She gave them both a black eye and some dark bruises over the rest of their bodies. They convinced her to go with them. They fed and clothed her. Right away she became a part of their gang, and soon afterwards they had fallen in love. It tore at his heartstrings knowing the life she had lived before coming to them. She was beaten and raped by her stepfather for over a year before she ran away and lived on the streets for a few years. Her mother had died from a drug overdose. It took her some time before she was able to trust him or anyone. She and 𝑑𝒍𝒂 became like brother and sister, always looking out for each other. Elvira placed her hand on his shoulder. Tabitha is strong and she will fight to live. Will you be all right for a few minutes? I have to phone Betsy and let her know what's happening. Yeah, I'll be fine, he answered. He sat her day there, feeling helpless when all of a sudden Code Blue was announced over the PM and nurses and doctors rushed in and out of the room where Tabitha was. Jumping up he went to follow them. The two nurses had to stop him from going through the door. My wife's in there. What's happening? Please sir, you must wait here and I'll come let you know as soon as I know something. He sat her day down, burying his head in his hands, feeling an arm going around his shoulder. Looking up he saw Elvira and rested his head on her shoulder. Breaking down he cried as she comforted him. 2 more hours passed, when a doctor came from the room and walked over to them, in which they both stood up. My wife, please tell me she's alive. We were able to successfully remove the bullet. It was close to the heart, that's why it took so long. Then her heart stopped, but we were able to bring her back. So she's going to be all right, isn't she? Elvira asked, holding on to Ricardo. She was legally dead for under a minute, but yes, she is going to live. She also sustained some broken ribs, a fractured collarbone and some cuts and bruises. Can I go see her? Yes, shortly. I'll have a nurse come get you when she's in her room. Keep in mind because of the pain she's in, we've given her something for the pain so she'll be groggy. An hour later he was the only one allowed to go in. Walking over to her bedside he leaned over, stroking her cheek. Baby, I'm here, he said, softly kissing her lips. Feeling his lips she fought to open her eyes. Destiny, where is she? He couldn't believe that with what she was going through, she was thinking of someone else. Just rest, sweetheart. We can talk later. He didn't want her getting upset, but when she grabbed his shirt collar and pulled him close, he knew she wouldn't rest until she knew the truth. Tell me, she said in a hoarse voice. He knew it was best to tell her everything. So that's all I know, and don't worry, They will find her and bring her home. Now you have to rest and not worry. You scared me. Don't ever do that to me again." She wiped his tears away just as Elvira walked in. "You crazy man. You must know by now that I'll never leave you. In the pit of darkness, it was your face and the love I feel for you that made me fight to live. I'm going to be all right, but now you must go and help Diego. There's no way in hell that I'm leaving your side. He has all the others to help him." She reached up to touch his face. "My love, we're family and it's your duty to help when needed. Diego is a brother to me and I need you to go. Elvira is here. She will stay with me. Tabitha is right, you must go." He looked over at Elvira. He knew she was right. It was their code. "Promise you won't leave her side." "I promise, but you must hurry." He turned back to Tabitha. "I love you so much, and when you are all better we're going to take a long trip somewhere romantic. It'll be the honeymoon we never had. I'd like that and I love you. You are my life," she said, lowering his head to kiss him. Giving her one last kiss, he heads out. If he rode straight through without stopping, he could be there in time before all hell broke loose. Jumping on his bike, he tore out of the parking lot. He also wanted to find the bastard who shot Tabitha. He would be the one to kill him. Not Diego or any of the others, it had to be him. Chapter 23. To the townspeople. It sounded like thunder as bike after bike roared into town. Many of them scattered away, dodging inside some of the stores and watched from inside as the bikers got off their bikes. Only a handful of people stayed where they were after recognizing Diego. They did, however, feel a sense of fear. There had to have been close to 70 bikers. Diego saw Finley standing next to Destiny's old boss, Carl, so he walked over to them. "Diego, what are you doing here with all these bikers?" Finley asked, feeling nervous. "They're here to help me get Destiny back. She's been kidnapped." "What makes you think she's here?" Carl asked him. "Kathleen, a woman I know, told me that Hudson is helping Ed. I know you're all afraid of those men, but if you have any idea where she's, you have to tell me, as her life is in danger." "We don't know anything. We haven't seen or heard about her being here. I'm sorry, we can't help you," Carl said, looking down at the ground. Flynn could tell that Diego was starting to lose his temper, so he stepped in. "Look, we're not here to cause you people any problems, but that man Hudson is involved with human trafficking and she's being sold. It's important that we know where they might have taken her. We know that Ed isn't stupid enough to take her to his place, so where else could she be?" Finley scratched his chin. "Hudson owns a lot of property around here. His home is like a fortress. If she's not at his home, then she's got to be in one of his other places." After giving them the directions to Hudson's place, he placed his hand on Diego's shoulder. "We all care about that girl, and we pray to God you get to her in time. Good luck, son." Being angry, he just couldn't leave without giving them a piece of his mind. "If you people had stood up for yourselves or let me help you when I offered, this wouldn't have happened. She would be safe. It's time you stop being afraid of a couple of men and learn to fight back, and then just maybe you'll get your town back and be able to live in peace," he said, and then turned and walked away from them. Meanwhile, Sheriff Silpin had his squad car parked hidden in between some trees, hoping to catch people speeding. His eyes damn near bulged out of his eye sockets when he saw all of the bikers coming to town. He knew that Diego and maybe a few others would be with him, but he was not expecting close to 70 or more bikers to show up. He used his radio to call Hudson, letting him know what was going on. He had a bad feeling about this, and he wasn't about to stick around. He would go to his office, grab all of the papers that showed all the money he had stolen from people who he had stopped for speeding and other infractions, and get the hell out of town. As for his brother Ed, he could take care of himself, but poor Jack, well, God only knows what would happen to him on his own. By the time he got back to town, the bikers had been and gone. So he goes to his office and unlocks his safe. Taking out the papers, he puts them in the trash can. He was going to burn them. Then he takes out the bag of cash that he had been hiding. A lot of it was Hudson's money that he had received from the prince, which was supposed to be divided between the four of them. He knew taking the money would piss Hudson off, but he didn't care. He would go to a place where the men would never find him, and live the life of luxury for the rest of his life. A twinge of guilt overcame him, thinking of his brothers and knowing he couldn't just leave them without doing something to help. Picking up the phone, he makes a call to the nearest town, letting them know that bikers were in town and were about to cause trouble and that they needed help. He planned on being long gone before the other cops got here and before Hudson came looking for him. As he was about to light a match to throw into the trash bin, the door was suddenly kicked open. Finley and Carl along with some others stood there with their rifles aimed at him. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" he asked, growling at them. "What we should have done a long time ago. Now get behind the bars," Finley said, motioning towards the cell. Ralph held up his hands. "Don't do this. It'll only end up bad for you. For all of you." "Shut the fuck up," Carl snapped at him as he locked the door to the cell. "Damn, will you look at this?" Finley said as he picked the papers out of the trash and started reading them. "Looks like our good sheriff here has been ripping off the county for quite some time. And look at all this money in the bag. There has to be almost $1 million in here," he said as he checked out the bundles of $1,000 bills. "It's not what it looks like," the sheriff said as he started to sweat profusely. "Tell us where Destiny is," Carl said as he walked towards the cell. "Fuck you," Ralph said, giving him the finger. "Fine, don't tell us, but Diego and his gang will find her. They're on their way to Hudson's place right now. Sit down, Sheriff. It may be a while before the proper authorities get here. It's going to be a pleasure seeing you and your brothers behind bars for the rest of your life. You'll be sorry once Hudson finds out what you're up to. He owns all of you and everything you have will be taken away from you. Then we'll see how brave you all are." Grant, one of the men that came with them, was looking over some of the papers. "I don't think Hudson will be doing anything from behind bars. It seems like our friendly businessman has been doing some very illegal stuff." He looks over at the sheriff. "Why would you be so stupid as to keep all these papers, the proof of what you and Hudson have been up to?" "For insurance, you idiot." Carl raised his eyebrows. "Insurance for what?" "You're a lawyer, Carl. I didn't think you were this stupid. I kept the papers to use against him, in case he turned against me and kept me and my brothers out of the business." "Well, Sheriff, you're all going down now." Diego and the bikers got to Hudson's place, stopping before they got to the main gate. "So what's the plan?" Flint asked, pulling up alongside him. "I need to get inside and find the bastard and get him to tell me where Destiny is." Flint looked around and could see many men guarding the place. Some were on the roof, others surrounded the place, all carrying weapons. "He sure has a lot of men, but we can take them." "Okay, here's what we're going to do. We'll bust through the gate, taking out as many men as we can. I need you all to clear a path for me to get inside. Once there and I find Hudson, I'll get him to talk. She's got to be inside that mansion, and if not, then he has her somewhere close by. But if you come across Ed, don't kill him. He's mine." Raising his hand, Diego gave the signal, and they revved up their bikes and broke through the gate, dodging the bullets that were aimed at them. Jumping off their bikes, they drew their weapons and started firing. Tiny followed Diego into the back of the house, met by a couple of Hudson's men. Shots were fired and the two men were taken out, dropping like flies. They searched each room as they went through the house. More men died. They came to a door with two men standing guard. Taking them out, Diego kicked open the locked door. Hudson was standing there, pointing a gun at them. "Where's Destiny?" Diego shouted, not wanting to kill the man until he told him where she was. "I don't know what you're talking about," he shouted back. "Give it up. Kathleen told me everything. If you want to live, tell me what you've done with her. I only want her back and then we'll leave. I knew that bitch couldn't be trusted. That's why I sent someone to kill her. But not soon enough, I guess. You're too late. Destiny is gone." When he went to fire his gun, Diego and Tiny ducked. They tackled him, causing him to drop his weapon. Diego wrestled him to the ground and held the man's own pistol to his head. "Tell me where she is, or I swear to God I'll blow your fucking brains out." He knew men like Hudson were cowards, and seeing the fear in his eyes, he knew the man would talk if it meant it would save his life. "Please don't shoot me and I'll tell you." "I'm listening." "She's not here. Ed is with her at one of my warehouses, in the basement, but there are too many men protecting the place. If you all go there, every one of you will be killed. But Ed wants you to go alone if you want her to live." "Then I'll go alone. Where is this place?" After he told him where to find the warehouse, Diego used the butt of the gun and knocked him out cold. Getting up, he wiped the sweat from his eyes. "Tie this bastard up. Let the cops deal with him." "Wait, it's a trap. You can't go there alone," Tiny said, grabbing his arm. "I have to go. I know Ed is up to something. There's a reason why he kept her, and told Hudson to tell me where they are. This is between him and me, so no one is to interface. You got that?" "Yeah, just be careful, man." Diego tucked the gun around back in the waistband of his jeans. By this time, gunfire had ceased. It was now down to fists as the fight outside continued. He jumped on his bike and took off in the direction Hudson had told him. Flint had just finished putting a man's face into the side of the house when he saw Diego flying out of the driveway. He was about to call out when a feast came his way, knocking him down on his bum. Getting out, he knocked the other guy out and saw Tiny coming toward him. "Where is Diego off to in such a hurry?" Tiny then told him what Hudson had said and where he was going. "I think we better get some of the guys and follow him," Flint said, looking worried. Hudson said that Ed wants him to come alone or he'll kill the girl. "Well, I'm not letting him go alone. We'll take some of the guys with us and sneak in the back way." By this time most of Hudson's men were out cold. The others surrendered. Flint instructed a few of his men to stay behind for when the authorities got there, which he figured they would probably be on their way. He took the others with him to the warehouse. He wasn't sure how much trouble they were going to be in, what with some of the men badly beaten, many with gunshot wounds and a few dead. Only a few of his own men had some minor gunshot wounds. Chapter 24. Diego stopped in front of the old warehouse. Checking it out, he found it strange that there were no vehicles or men anywhere in sight. But then again, the building was huge and they could be hiding inside, laying out a trap for him. Then again, maybe Hudson lied, giving him the wrong location. There was only one way to find out. He had to go in, so taking the gun from behind him, he slowly walked towards the building. Things were just too quiet. He sensed danger as soon as he entered the building. Sure enough, two men appeared pointing their guns at him. Moving quickly, he ducked around the side and started shooting at the men. One of his bullets hit the one guy, but not before the man's bullet grazed his shoulder. The one man shouted out from his hiding spot, "We don't want to kill you, so drop your weapon if you want the girl to live." Diego peeked his head around the corner, seeing the one man laying on the ground, but didn't know if he was dead or alive. He didn't want to kill the other one, not until he found out where Destiny was being kept. "All right, I'm throwing my gun out, so don't shoot," he said as he tossed the gun down and kicked it out to where the man could see it. The man smiled, thinking he had one. When Diego stepped out from his hiding place with his hands in the air, he stared the man in the eyes. "Where's the girl?" The man snickered, knowing full well what Ed had in store for him, and the best part was he was going to be able to watch Ed screw her while the boyfriend watched. "She's down that way." He points to an area. "I'll take you to her." Diego started walking in front of the man, feeling the gun poking into his back. Moving quickly, he swung around, taking the guy by surprise. The gun fell, so he kicked it away, punching the man in the face. "I'll take it from here. Leave now and I'll spare your life." He landed on the ground, blood dripping from his broken nose. "You broke my nose, fucker," he growled. Reaching behind him, he pulled a knife out from the waistband of his pants. "I'm going to gut you like a fish." Diego shakes his head. He really didn't have time for this. Destiny needed him. Taking off his jacket, he drops it, feeling the cold against his bare skin. "Well, come on then, bumhole. Get up, or do you think you can do it from there?" He would have reached for one of the guns, but they were out of reaching distance. Roaring, the man got to his feet and charged him, the knife ready to strike and do some serious damage. But Diego kicked him in the leg, causing the man to cry out in pain. They fought, both trying to get total control of the weapon. They both fell to the ground, with Diego being pinned underneath the stranger who held the knife up, getting ready to plunge it into his chest. But Diego grabbed his wrist, twisting it until the knife fell from his hand. He then started punching the man in the face until he blacked out. Getting up, he checked to make sure the guy was out cold. He then wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand and started walking down the hallway after picking up his gun. There were no sounds, except for the sound of gravel crunching beneath his feet as he continued walking, stopping to check every room. Then he came to a door that was closed, and his eyes looked to where some clothes were hanging from a hook. Going over to them, he recognized them as being Destiny's clothes. He closed his eyes for a second and held the shirt to his nose. He knew she had to be inside, half naked, or worse, totally naked, and knowing this was Ed's doing. His anger and hatred for the man threw him into a fit of rage as he raised his gun and kicked open the door. A piece of his heart was torn out that day when he saw the sight before him. She was sitting on the ground between Ed's legs with her hands tied up from above, and he held a knife across her throat. "It took you long enough to get here," Ed said with a wicked smirk on his face. "Diego," she cried out with tears in her eyes. His heart was pumping hard against his chest, finding it hard to breathe as he watched the love of his life with a knife to her throat. "I'm here, baby. It's going to be okay. You don't know how long I've been waiting to kill you. But first I want you to watch as I _𝑓𝒄𝒂𝒏 this bitch. I'll kill you before you get the chance," he said, glaring at him. Ed pressed the knife against her throat, staring back at Diego. "Drop the gun or I swear I'll slit her throat." When 𝑑𝒍𝒂 made no attempt to drop his weapon, he nicked her throat, making a small cut and blood dripped down her neck. "No, stop!" 𝑑𝒍𝒂 yelled, holding up his hands. "Don't hurt her," he said, dropping the gun. "That's a good boy. Now grab the chair and pull it over here. You'll see a pair of handcuffs. Sit down and attach one end to your wrist." He waited until 𝑑𝒍𝒂 had cuffed his wrist and then got to his feet. "Put your hands behind the chair." He went over, intending on cuffing his hands to the chair. "You will have a front row seat to the show. I'm going to make her scream so loud when I ram my snake into her from behind." 𝑑𝒍𝒂 looked over at her. She was crying and he saw the fear in her eyes. "Baby, trust me. I do and I love you," she said, looking into his eyes as she nodded her head. She didn't know what he would be able to do. She could only hope he had a plan or that someone would come to their rescue. He waited until Ed got behind him before he got to his feet and swung the chair, hitting him and causing him to drop the knife. He then picked up the chair and slammed it into his head. Blood poured from his head and he dropped like a fly, out cold. With the cuff still attached to his one wrist, he rushed over to her, cupping her face in his hands. "It's okay, baby. I've got you," he said, giving her a kiss. He then untied the leather strap that was attached to the cuffs hanging from the ceiling, and when her hands were free, she wrapped her arms around his neck. He held her tight against him as she cried. His own tears fell down his face. "𝑑𝒍𝒂, I knew you'd find me," she said, looking up at him. From the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow and screamed. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 turned his head and jumped to his feet, getting ready to fight. Then when he saw it was Ricardo, he let out a sigh and got back down on his knees and pulled her back into his arms. "How did you find us so fast?" "That's a long story. I'll tell you later." He then looked down at Ed, who was starting to come to. He went over, pulling him to his feet and stared into his eyes. "You shot my wife and left her for dead. Now you will die." Ed looked back into his eyes and saw the anger in them and feared for his life. "I didn't want to do it. Hudson told me to get rid of her. Please don't kill me." Ricardo grabbed him by the collar and dragged him over to the window. He looked out. Though they were only 2 floors up, the ground below had spikes poking up. "Go to hell, you motherfucker," he said as he pushed him through the window. Glass broke as Ed fell backward and fell to the ground, the spikes sticking up through his body when he landed on them. He looked over at 𝑑𝒍𝒂 and Destiny. "He'll never hurt you or anyone again." Holding her against him, 𝑑𝒍𝒂 nodded. "Ricardo, will you go get her clothes? They are hanging on a hook outside the door." Coming back with the clothes, he handed them to 𝑑𝒍𝒂, who helped her get dressed. Dressed, she went over to Ricardo, her eyes filled with tears. "I'm so sorry about Tabitha. I feel like it's all my fault. Can you ever forgive me?" He placed his hands on her shoulders. "There's nothing to forgive. None of it was your fault, and Tabitha is alive. She's in bad shape, but she's going to be all right. It was her that made me come to help you, and I'm glad I did. I wanted to be the one to end that bastard's life." She threw her arms around him, sobbing. "Thank God. She's my only and best friend." Just then they heard a lot of police sirens and went to the window and looked out just as 6 cruisers came to a stop. "How much trouble are we in?" she asked, feeling 𝑑𝒍𝒂's arm going around her. "I don't know, baby, but nothing is going to happen to you. You were the victim." He looked at Ricardo. "As for Ed, he and I fought and he fell out the window. You had nothing to do with his death." Ricardo smirked. "There you go again, taking the blame for someone else. You know I can't let you do that. The place is surrounded. We better go down and face the music." As they made their way down the stairs, 𝑑𝒍𝒂 grabbed his jacket that was laying on the floor next to the dead man. Outside, they saw Flint talking to the cops, and several of the other bikers were also with him. Flint was in a heavy discussion with the cops when he spotted the trio. Excusing himself, he went over, placing his hand behind 𝑑𝒍𝒂's neck, drew him close, their foreheads touching. He had feared that 𝑑𝒍𝒂 was dead, and it was a big relief to see him alive, battered and bloody, but alive. "Thank God you're all right. You scared the 𝑓𝒐𝒏 out of me." "Aw, you love me? Go on, Flint. Say you love me," he said, chuckling. "Smart ass," he replied before turning to her, touching her face, where a huge bruise was. He smiled at her. "You're going to be all right. We should get you home. Tabitha and Elvira are waiting for you," he said, pulling her in for a big hug and wouldn't let her go. She was like a daughter to him and his wife, and they loved her as they did 𝑑𝒍𝒂. "What about the cops and how much trouble are we in?" 𝑑𝒍𝒂 asked, removing her from Flint's grip and putting his arms around her. "There's going to be no charges. Jack Silpin called Sheriff Stewart and told him everything that his brothers and Hudson were doing. He turned his own brothers in. As for Sheriff Silpin, he's behind bars. It seems the town folks finally decided to put a stop to their reign of terror, and while they were searching his office, they found information on what he's been up to, stealing and the deal he had with Hudson. They have everything they need to put those men away for life. Jack, I can't believe he helped us. What's going to happen to him now? She asked. Never would she have believed Jack was capable of turning against Ralph and Ed. Because he's helping the police, he'll get a lighter sentence. Just then some more vehicles approached, and some of the townspeople got out and came over to them. We're all glad you're okay, and we're sorry it went this far before standing up to the brothers and Hudson. Destiny, we hope you can forgive us, Finley said, looking remorseful. It's over now, and thanks to you and the other men they'll get what's coming to them, and now you have your town back and can live in peace. She felt no hatred for the town or the people there. After all, she knew what it was like to be controlled and afraid. You've all been through so much and gave us the courage to stand up for ourselves, so we would like everyone to be our guests. It's late, so why don't you all stay in our hotel and have a meal on us, Carl said, looking at her. You must be hungry and tired. He's right, Diego, Flint said, stepping up. Destiny has been through a horrific ordeal, and so have you. You just stay the night and get some rest. But I need to see Tabitha, she said, looking at Diego. I'll let her know you're both all right. She'll be resting, so tomorrow would be better for you to visit, Ricardo said, touching her arm. Diego nodded, taking her hand in his. He's right, we're both exhausted. After she finally agreed, and they were done talking to the others, they headed into town, while the others got on their bikes to make the long trip home. Chapter 25. Stopping in front of the motel, he gets off his bike, helping her off. He stood before her, his fingers trailing the dark bruise on her cheek. I am so sorry this happened to you. I should have been able to protect you, but I give you my word no one will ever hurt you again. You do protect me, but you can't watch me every minute of the day. Neither one of us knew this was going to happen. We both thought that Ed was never going to bother us again, but he's gone now and we're both safe. I'm hungry and I'm tired. Let's take a shower and then go get something to eat. Putting his arms around her waist, he pulled her close to him. You've changed a lot since we've been together. You have become stronger and braver, yet you are still sweet, loving, and have a kind heart. I hope you know how much I love you. She smiled at him, their face almost touching. I do know how much you love me, and I love you just as much. He lowered his lips to hers. The kiss was sweet and tender. Going inside the room, he closes the door and takes off his jacket. I know you're tired and have been through a lot, but I was wondering if you would mind us taking a shower together. I don't mind at all. I was expecting us to shower together, she answered. Taking his hand, they started walking towards the bathroom together. They had only taken a couple of steps when they heard a knock at the door. Groaning, he went back to answer it. She followed behind him. He opened the door to find 4 women standing there with their arms full of stuff. Judy, the waitress from the diner, was among them, and she did the talking. We put together some stuff for you too. We figured you would need some clean clothes to wear. There's also some drinks and snacks. And when you're ready, we'd like you to come to the diner and we'll make you a nice hot meal whenever you're ready. Destiny moved forward. Thank you so much. We really appreciate this. Once we shower and change, we'll be right over. Judy smiled at her. We're all so happy that both you and Diego are okay. We'll see you soon. She closed the door when they left and turned to him. This was really nice of them. I really didn't want to put on dirty clothes after showering. I wonder what they brought us to wear, she said, taking the one bag over to the bed. She takes out the clothes. Putting the bag with the drinks and snacks down on the table, he went over to see what there was. For her, they had sent over a cute little white dress. He picked up the new bra and panties. They were pink. Wow. I can't wait to see you in these. Rolling her eyes at him, she picked up the jeans and new shirt they had brought over for him. This really was so nice of them, she said, picking up the dress to look at it. It's been so long since I've worn a dress, except for my waitress uniform, of course. When we get home, I'll take you shopping and buy you a whole bunch of dresses. She turned around to face him, putting her arms around his neck. The feel of his warm skin on her hands felt so good. I don't need a whole bunch, maybe just a couple. Now let's go take the shower. Turning the water on, they stripped out of their clothes and stepped into the shower. As he was adjusting the water pressure, she put her hand over his throat. Placing her lips on his back, she kissed along his shoulder blades. He stood there loving how it felt having her body pressed up against his as her lips moved along his back. her fingers gently caressing his neck. "You're playing a dangerous game." "What?" she asked innocently. He turned around slowly to look at her. "Your body rubbing up against mine, your lips on my skin have aroused me." "Oh my," she said, smiling when she felt his hardness pressing against her pelvis. "Well, if it's a game I'm playing, I hope I win." "We're both winners," he said as his mouth came crashing down on hers in a very hot and demanding kiss, pushing her up against the shower wall. Breathing heavily and with his manhood hard as a rock, he stopped what he was doing. "I'm sorry. I know you're tired, so maybe we should stop if you want me to. I am beat, but I will never be too tired to make love with you. I want you. I need you. Make love to me now. Don't be gentle. Make me feel alive." She pulled his head down towards her, kissing him with the passion of a woman in love. They both needed the comfort of each other, so he gave her what she wanted, what they both wanted. Picking her up, she wrapped her legs around his waist as he entered her hard and fast. Their lips were locked in a passionate kiss, each one trying to dominate the other one as their tongues roamed inside the other one's mouth. Her moans grew louder the faster he thrust into her. She arched her neck when he put his lips there, and started kissing and lightly sucking on her skin. When he had given them both the release they needed, he placed her down on her feet, wrapping his arms around her. He stroked her back as she kissed the small mark on his shoulder that the bullet had grazed him from earlier that day. She looked up at him with sadness in her eyes. "I've been so selfish." "What are you talking about?" he asked, confused. "You were shot and I never even acknowledged it. I'm so sorry." He took her face in his hands, looking into the most beautiful green eyes he had ever seen. "It's just a scratch. The bullet just grazed my shoulder. I would take it down seeing bullets if it meant saving you." After another long and passionate kiss, they got out of the shower and dried off, putting on the clothes that the women had brought them. They were both starving, so they left to go to the diner. Carl had prepared a feast for them, and since they were so hungry they dug right in, eating every last bite. Judy waited until they were finished eating before she went over with 2 large slices of strawberry cheesecake. "I made you your favorite dessert," she said, setting the plates before them. "So, you like sweet things," he said, smiling when he saw how her eyes lit up. "Yes, anything with strawberries." "I didn't know that. I guess I still have a lot to learn about you." Taking a bite of her dessert, she smiled back at him. "We both have a lot to learn about each other, and we have our whole lives to find out." During the meal, he was getting frustrated with everyone coming over to talk to them and interrupting them, but he held his tongue, knowing that they meant well. His ears did perk up when one man mentioned Kathleen's name. "What about her?" he asked, putting his fork down. "That's right, you haven't heard. Her body was found in her motel room. She was raped and her attacker, or attackers, then strangled her. Turned out Hudson sent someone to kill her. It's unknown whether rape was part of it or the men decided to do that on their own." "I'm sorry," she said, placing her hand over his when he turned quiet. "I guess it's true what they say. Karma always comes around to bite you in the bum. I never want to think or talk about her ever again. All I care about is us. Are you ready to go back to the motel?" Leaving the diner, she said she wanted to go for a walk. So walking hand in hand they strolled down the street. She stopped to look up at the sky. "Look, there's a full moon. Isn't it beautiful?" He stood back looking at her face, not bothering to look up. "I'm looking at someone who is more beautiful than anything else in the world." She turned to him, smiling. He saw her shiver and knew she was cold since she didn't have a sweater or jacket on. Taking off his jacket, he draped it over her shoulders. "Here, this will keep you warm." "Thank you," she said, holding on to it. She felt something hard in the pocket, so she went to reach in. "What's this?" she asked when her fingers touched something small and hard and removed it from the pocket. "Wait, don't open that," he said, having forgotten it was in there. He didn't want her to see it until he proposed to her properly. Being a woman and curious, she ignored him and opened it. She stared at the heart-shaped diamond ring with her mouth wide open. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful." He takes it from her trembling hand, looking at her. "I was going to propose that night at dinner before you were taken. I've racked my brain, trying to think of a different and unique way to do it, but nothing came to mind. So I decided on the old-fashioned way, over a romantic, candlelight dinner." "Well, I've already seen the ring, so you might as well do it now," she said, smiling sweetly at him. "What, here and now?" "Why not? It's where we first met, at this very diner. Wouldn't you like to be in a more romantic place, with flowers and champagne?" "I don't like champagne and I don't care where you do it. Just do it. Getting down on one knee, he takes her one hand in his, the other hand holding the ring. Destiny, the first moment I lay eyes on you I knew you were my destiny. I love you and I can't imagine you not being in my life. Baby, will you marry me? He said, holding up the ring. Covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled up with tears. She had finally found a real man who loved her and she knew he would always treat her right. Nodding, she looked right into his eyes. Yes, 1,000 times yes, I'll marry you. Getting off his knees, he takes the ring from its box and places it over her finger. You had just made me the happiest man around. Picking her up off her feet, he kissed her before putting her down. Let's say we go back to the motel and celebrate. Taking his hand, she grinned at him. I'll race you. No you won't, he said. Picking her up, carried her bridal style back to their room. The next morning, as the sun was coming up, she awakens to the sound of his even breathing. She looks at the ring, loved how it sparkled, and then she felt him stirring. Turning her head his way, his lips came down on hers, his hand caressing her throat. Getting his morning fix of her lips, he pulled back. I see you're still admiring the ring. It's so beautiful. I love how it's heart-shaped. I wanted you to have a heart diamond ring since you already have my heart. We should get ready to head home. The others will be waiting for us. She pushed him onto his back and getting on top, she straddled him. We have time for a quickie, don't we? She asked, feeling his hardness pressing into her. She gasped, her breath catching in her throat when he placed his hands on her hips, lifting her just enough to enter her with one thrust. He smiled lovingly at her. I hope this answers your question. 2 hours later, after showering and getting dressed, they hopped onto his bike, waving to the townspeople as they headed out of town. They were both anxious to get home and to see Tabitha. Chapter 26. After a long ride back to their hometown, they went straight to the hospital. Going inside, they found the others there and Elvira went over to them, giving them both a big hug. Well now, this is new, she said, lifting Destiny's hand to look at the diamond on her finger. I didn't see this in any of my visions. She smiled back at Elvira. He proposed to me last night. I had to propose. She found the ring, he said jokingly, getting a poke in the ribs from her. How is Tabitha and can I go see her? Destiny asked. She was anxious to see her friend. Of course you can. She has been asking for you and Diego. Ricardo is with her now. She walked into the room. He followed behind her. She squeezed his hand when she saw Tabitha laying there and tears came to her eyes. Tabitha turned her head ever so slowly. A smile crossed her face when she saw them. Come closer. I won't bite, she said in a weak voice. Diego went over to her first. Bending over, he placed a kiss on her cheek. Hey sweetheart, how are you feeling? As soon as he asked the question, he felt like a fool. She had been shot and had broken ribs and collarbone, so, of course, she would have felt terrible and in pain. How do you think I feel? I feel like fucking shit. Now would you like to move aside so that Destiny and I can talk? Damn girl, you're still bossy as shit, he said with a laugh and moved over to the side. Destiny moved closer to her. Tabitha, I'm so sorry this happened to you. Hey, it's not your fault, but I'm glad you and Diego are okay. Ricardo filled me in on everything and I'm glad that prick is dead. Her eyes then went to Destiny's hand and a smile crossed her face. You and Diego are engaged? Well, it's about damn time. Yes, he asked me last night. When I get out of here we'll have to start making the wedding plans. Tabitha, we're just going to get married at the courthouse, Diego said, glancing over at Destiny. Tabitha laughed when she looked at him. Oh Diego, do you really think that your family are going to let you get away with that? Sorry bro, but we are going to give you a real live traditional biker wedding. Don't argue with her Diego. You ought to know by now you won't win, Ricardo said, grinning at him. The two men left the women alone to talk. They went and joined the others in the waiting room. Destiny sat on a bed next to Tabitha, being careful not to hurt her. I never had a sister or anyone, no one to call family, but if I did I'd want her to be just like you. I admire you for your strength and courage. I don't know what I would do without you. Destiny, we're sisters and you're with Diego, so now you had a whole pack of men and women to call family. I'm so tired. These damn meds they have me on are making me sleepy. Take Diego and go home, and tell the others to leave, even Ricardo. He'll never leave your side. Then convince him to go. I love that man, but with him here, touching and yapping, I can't get any sleep. Destiny stands up, leans over to kiss Tabitha's cheek. All right, we'll go, but I'll be back tomorrow and every day, until they let you out of here. Tabitha gives her a smile before closing her eyes. Going back to the others, she tells them that Tabitha wants them all to go home, then turns to Ricardo. She also wants you to leave and get some rest. I'm not going anywhere until she's ready to leave this hospital. Ricardo, she loves you with all of her heart, but she says with you here she can't get any sleep. She feels like she has to stay awake, but if you leave she'll be able to sleep better. I really think you should do as she wants. All right, but first I'm going to see her before I leave, he answered, then turned and left the room. Everyone also got ready to leave. Elvira and Flint were going back to Diego's, where they would be staying with them for a few days. They wanted to stick around until Tabitha was feeling better. Back at the house, they each grabbed a beer and went in Saturday on the porch swings. Elvira Saturday on Flint's lap, with his arm around her waist. Destiny and Diego Saturday on the other one, she beside him with his arm around her shoulder. Have you thought about what dress you will be wearing to the wedding? Elvira asked her, taking a long gulp of her beer. A white dress for sure. Nothing fancy but white for sure. What about you, Diego? What will you be wearing? Elvira, you know I'm not one to wear a suit and tie. I'll just be wearing my everyday clothes, or I'll buy new jeans and a shirt. Destiny Saturday up straight and stared at him, horrified. It's our wedding and you aren't going to dress up. Baby, it's not going to be anything fancy. All the guys will be in their jeans. Can you picture Freddie and Tiny in a suit? It's just not how we roll. From the look on her face, he couldn't tell if she was sad or pissed. After what they had been through together, she didn't want to argue with him or in front of the other two, but she was hurt. Getting up, she looked over at them. I hope you will excuse me. I'm really tired, so I think I'll go to bed. Good night. Without looking at Diego, she went inside. He watched her leave, not understanding why she was upset, and he looked at the others. I don't know why she's upset. She knows I'm a simple man and not one to dress up. Man, you are in the doghouse now, Flint said, grinning. Diego, Destiny is a woman, and she wants a nice wedding with a beautiful white dress. It won't hurt you to wear a nice suit this once. Do it for her. She's had a rough time and deserves to have things her way. You better get up there, son, and make things right, Flint said, staring at him. Placing his empty beer bottle down, he gets up and going inside heads upstairs. Opening the door, he steps inside and closes it behind him. She was standing in front of the mirror in her nightgown, brushing her hair. She looked so beautiful, but he could tell she was still upset. He starts to remove his clothes, watching as she places the brush down and gets into bed, still not talking to him. I need to go out of town soon. Laying in bed with her back to him, she finally spoke. Where and what for? Just over to the next town. They have a nice store where I can buy a suit. She sits up in bed to look at him. A suit? He smiled back at her. Yeah, they don't sell them in this town. Oh, Diego, does this mean you're going to dress up for our wedding? It's only one day, and if it'll make you happy, then yes. She jumped out of bed and ran over to him, jumping into his arms as he lifted her up. Thank you. It will make me so happy. I just want us to have a nice wedding. It's something I thought I'd never have. Then I'll make sure you have the wedding of your dreams. So does this mean that I'm forgiven? Oh yes you are. Now take me to bed and I'll prove it to you. Flint and Elvira stayed for 3 more days before heading home. After knowing that Tabitha was out of the woods, Destiny went to visit her every day in the hospital. They talked mostly about the wedding. She even filled in at the store for her, working every day before going to visit her in the hospital. When she wasn't with Tabitha, Ricardo was. I can't wait to get out of this damn place. The food's not bad, but I'm really craving a bacon double cheeseburger and fries. Destiny had to laugh. She rarely saw Tabitha eating junk food, and to hear her say this, she couldn't help but laugh. Next time I come to visit you, I'll bring you one. Tabitha ended up staying in the hospital for almost 3 weeks, and then she was put on bed rest for another couple. But Tabitha was a fighter, always had been, and she healed much quicker than the doctors had predicted. Ricardo kept his promise about taking her away on a long overdue honeymoon. After a 2-week stay in the Bahamas, they returned home and she and Destiny got busy finalizing the wedding plans. The dress was bought, the church booked, and all the plans were done. Now all they had to do was to wait 3 more weeks until the big day. Destiny thought it would be nice if the 4 of them went somewhere nice for dinner. She had Diego book a table at the restaurant, where he had planned to propose to her. That night she had Tabitha come over to get ready for date night. She handed her a short black dress to put on. You want me to wear a dress? She asked, looking at Destiny. I don't think so, sis. Come on, Tabitha, you're wearing a dress for the wedding. Think of this as a practice run. It'll be fun and I'll do your hair up and apply some makeup on you. I'll wear the dress and let you do my hair, but it's a no to the makeup. An hour later they went downstairs where the guys were waiting. They both stood up with their mouths hung open when they saw Tabitha. Shit, you're a girl and you have legs, Diego said, making a joke. Shut the fuck up, bumhole, she answered, giving him the finger. Then she smiled when she saw the way Ricardo was staring at her. You better not say anything stupid, she said, giving him the snake eye. You're beautiful. You always were, but right now you take my breath away, he said, walking over to her, gave her a kiss, one that lasted for quite some time. Diego coughed, causing them to stop kissing. Are you guys coming or would you rather stay here? Destiny and I can go alone if you want to use our spare bedroom. Tabitha said, glaring at him. No really, you do look amazing, he said, going over, gave her a hug. Not wanting to be left out, she looks at Diego. Am I invisible? Going over, he pulled her into his arms, staring lovingly into her eyes. You know how much I love you and how beautiful you are to me. If you like, we could send them to dinner alone, and we could make our mark in the spare bedroom, he said, winking at her. She gives him a shove back, but smiles. Behave yourself in front of our company. They went and had a wonderful meal, then later went to the bar. There they had a couple of drinks and danced for hours. Chapter 27, Wedding, Part 1. Diego was dressed and feeling a tiny bit nervous. In just a little over 2 hours, he would be walking out of the church a married man. It was what he wanted, but he was just worried about being a good husband to the woman he loved. He looked when he saw Tiny and Freddie approaching him. He was both surprised and shocked to see them wearing a suit jacket, though they had jeans on. Well, you boys sure cleaned up. It's a special occasion. It's not like our boy gets married every day, Tiny said, grinning. I appreciate you dressing up a little. It'll make Destiny happy. Well, Tabitha had a talk with some of the guys and she threatened them, saying they better dress up or else. Word got out, Freddie said, running his fingers through the collar of his shirt. Diego smiled. Leave it to Tabitha to get everyone cleaned up for the wedding. He then saw Flint when he walked up to where they were. I don't think I've ever seen you wear a suit. And you never will again, he answered, offering Diego a cigarette. No thanks. I've given them up some time ago. Flint looked at the other two and motioned for them to leave. When they were gone, he turned back to Diego. I want you to know how proud I am of you. You've grown from a rebellious teenager into an upstanding young man. Your mother and father would have been so proud of you, and I know they would have loved Destiny. Thank you, Flint. I hope that Destiny and I will be as happy as you and Elvira are. Just treat her right. Always make her your #1 priority. I will. Flint put his hand behind Diego's neck, pulling him close so that their foreheads touched. I love you like a son. You can always count on me for anything. Letting go of him, he stood back and smiled at him. It's time for me to go get your bride. I'm honored that she wanted me to walk her down the aisle. Diego started walking towards the entrance of the church, as Ricardo was walking out. Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I just needed some time alone, he said, looking Ricardo up and down. His hair was long and tied up at the back into a ponytail. You look pretty good in that suit. You don't look so bad yourself, brother. I hope our women appreciate us dressing up. Let's go around back of the church. I have a little something for us, he said, opening his suit jacket, letting Diego see the flask of whiskey in his pocket. Once they got around back, Ricardo took out the flask. Opening it, he offers Diego the first drink. Everything is set up back at your place for the reception. Diego took a long swig of the whiskey. The last few days were nerve-wracking, making sure everything was going as planned. The backyard was decorated, the pit was ready for the pig roast, and the kegs of beer were delivered just before he left for the church. Destiny had left early in the morning to go over to Tabitha's to get ready. His only regret was that he couldn't take her on a honeymoon, but she insisted she didn't need her on one. Ricardo, who was the best man, was given strict orders by Tabitha to keep an eye on Diego and not to let him drink too much from the flask that she knew he had hidden in his breast pocket. Since she was the maid of honor, she would be wearing a dress. He was looking forward to seeing her in it. He loves her with all of his heart just the way she is, but it was nice once in a while to see her in something other than jeans and a leather jacket. I guess we should go back around to the front of the church and greet the people as they go in, he said, handing the flask back to Ricardo. While they were standing in front of the church, they turned their heads when they saw two motorcycles driving by them. Slowing down, they stared at Diego, but the road passed him without stopping. What the hell are they doing here? They know this is Flint's turf, and that they're not supposed to be around here, Ricardo said as he watched two of the Vipers gang ride by. There's only two of them. They're probably just passing through. I hope you're right, Diego. We don't need any trouble. Not today of all days. He gave him a light slap on the back. We might as well go in and take our place at the front. It won't be much longer now, pal. Meanwhile, back at Ricardo's and Tabitha's place, Elvira, Tabitha and Betsy were finished getting ready, and now they were helping Destiny with her dress. Oh my, you look absolutely beautiful, Elvira said as she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Destiny turned to look at herself in the mirror once they had the dress on her and it was done up. Do you think this dress is too much for a country wedding? I'm thinking now that I might have gone a little overboard. Betsy went over and took a hold of her hands. Sweetheart, this is the most beautiful dress I have ever seen. No, it's not too much and you look amazing in it. It is beautiful and Diego is going to have a stroke when he sees you in it. But once the party gets going later tonight, you might want to change out of it, Tabitha said with a chuckle. Why? She asked, not understanding what Tabitha was getting at. You're marrying a biker, and his gang is going to be there along with some of Flint's guys. We party long and hard. Things get messy, and knowing some of the guys, they're going to get carried away, and I would hate to see them get this gorgeous dress dirty. Destiny smiled at her. I probably will change once the party gets going. This is Diego's and my wedding, and I plan on partying and having the time of my life tonight. Yes, you are definitely one of us, Elvira said, giving her a hug. Wait, I have a little something for you to put on, she said, taking out a pink garter belt for her to put on. This is for later for Diego to remove from you at the reception. The guys will be lined up wanting to be the one to catch it. She slipped it on and smiled to herself. She could just picture him with his hands under her dress, moving up her leg as he slowly pulled it down and off. They all turned their heads when there was a knock at the door. It's just me. Can I come in? Flint called out through the door. Come on in, baby, Elvira called out. He walked in and looked at all four women. You all look so beautiful. He then went over to Destiny, touching her chin with the tip of his fingers. You are a very beautiful bride. Diego is a very lucky man. Her eyes started to tear up. He was like the father she never had. I'm the lucky one to have found a man like him. I'm also lucky to be a part of your family, and I promise I will make him happy. My dear, you have already made him happy. It's almost time. Are you ready to go? Oh yes, I'm more than ready. Taking her arm, they all walked downstairs and out into the car. Once everybody was seated, they took off, heading to the church. When they arrived at the church, Flint got out of the vehicle and went to open the back door for the ladies to get out. But then he saw two of the Viper gang pulling up close to him, so he shut the door, not letting them out. Elvira poked her head out the window, grabbed his arm. What are they doing here? I don't know, but I'm sure as hell going to find out. You stay inside the car and don't let the others out until I say so. Baby, please be careful. Lifting her chin up with his fingers, he smiled at the love of his life. I always am. Don't worry, he said and walked over to the two bikers. Flint, you're looking quite fine. This is my turf. You're not allowed in my town. Diego is getting married, so I don't want any trouble today. Snake. The man called Snake chewed on his tobacco. We're not here to cause trouble. That's why only two of us came today, to tell you something. Make it quick. I have a wedding to attend to. It's about Satan. What about him? Flint asked. He was curious as to what Satan was up to now. He's dead, Snake said. A smirk crossed his face. Dead? Oh. Don't matter how, but I'm the leader now. He wasn't sure how he felt about the man's death, but at the moment, he was more concerned with what Snake wanted. Nothing's changed. The Vipers still are welcome here. I just came to tell you that you and your gang have nothing to worry about from us. We won't give you any trouble. I'm not going to run the gang as Satan did. You may not know it, but I and some of the others admire how you changed your way. We don't want the violence that Satan enforced. Those who do will be cut from our pack. I'm glad to hear that. All right, we'll leave now. Give Diego my best, he said and started his bike, but before leaving he turned to Flint. I know what Satan did, and to be honest, you should have taken him out right there and then. A man who did what he did, code or no code, should have been punished for what he did. I often regret my decision not to kill him back then. Look, I've got to go. See you around, Flint. Snake said, and he and his companion took off. He watched them leave, taking a long deep breath before going back to the car to let the ladies out. "What was that all about?" Elvira asked when she was out of the vehicle. "We're late, so I'll fill you in later. Let's get Destiny inside, before Diego sends out a search party for her." Inside the church, Diego started to get worried. The ceremony was supposed to start 5 minutes ago. He leaned in closer to Ricardo to whisper, "Something's wrong. They should be here and Elvira's not here either," he said, looking at the first row of seats where she should be seated. "I'm sure they're just running late." "They'll be here," Ricardo said, looking around at the crowd who were getting restless. He moved up a little and snapped his fingers. "The bride is running late. Let's be a little more patient. I'm sure it won't be long now." He stepped back next to Diego, nudged him in the arm and whispered, "Maybe she changed her mind and took a runner," he said, chuckling softly. "Bite me," he whispered back. 2 more minutes passed and he started shuffling his feet from side to side. He couldn't take it a minute longer. He was going to go looking for them, but before he could take a step, Elvira came rushing in. She reached her seat and looked up at Diego. "Sorry we're late, but we can start now," she said and sat her down. Diego let out a sigh of relief when the music started. Any minute now she would be walking down the aisle. Tabitha, being the maid of honor, came down the aisle first, getting wolf whistles and catcalls. Not liking it, she turned and glared at the ones making all the noise. They quickly closed their mouths and sat her down. "You're up," Flint said. Taking her arm, he smiled at her. "Are you ready for this?" She smiled back at him. "Oh yes, I can't wait." "Here we go," he answered, and they started walking up the aisle. She swallowed the lump in her throat when she saw how beautiful the church was decorated and all the people who came to witness the happiest day of her life. Then her heart started racing like crazy, her chest rising and falling rapidly when she saw the love of her life. He was so handsome and she wanted to run to him. It was a good thing Flint was holding on to her. It was like he knew what she was thinking as he tightened his hold on her. Chapter 28, Wedding Part 2. As soon as Flint got her to the front, the minister asked, "Who gives this woman away?" "I do," Flint replied, leaning over, kissed her cheek before placing her hand in Diego's. He then went and sat her down beside Elvira. Diego's eyes stared into hers. Lifting her hands up to his lips, he kissed her fingers. "You look absolutely beautiful. And this dress, wow, do you like it?" "It's not too much, is it?" she asked, smiling back at him. "No, it's perfect. I love you so much, and I promise I'll always love and cherish you for the rest of my life. I feel the same way about you. You are the best part of my life." He pulled her into his arms. His lips came down on hers in a long and tender kiss. Everyone seated started whispering amongst each other and giggling. The minister cleared his throat loudly, giving the young couple a disapproving look. "If you're ready, we should start the ceremony." They looked at each other and giggled. Diego let her go and turned to look at the minister. "Sorry, we're ready." They stared into each other's eyes as the minister spoke. They each said their own vows to one another. A tear fell from her eye and slid down her cheek when the ring was slid over her finger and they were pronounced husband and wife. "Now you may kiss the bride." "It will be my greatest pleasure," he said, his arm going around her waist. He pulled her close as his mouth came down on hers once again. When he finally broke the kiss, he placed his arm around her waist and, turning to the crowd, lifted his other arm up into the air and yelled out, "I'm married." Everyone got to their feet and clapped as the newlyweds walked past them down the aisle, making their way outside. Once outside, he picked her up and smiled sweetly at her. "Hello, Mrs. Sanchez." "Hello, Mr. Sanchez, my husband," she answered, pulling his head down to kiss him. Everyone came out of the church, going over to congratulate them. Tiny, the biggest one of the cousins, removed her from Diego's arms and started walking away. "Hey, where are you going with my bride?" "Back to your place. It's time to party," he said as he headed towards the car that was taking them home. He then got her into the car and stood there waiting for Diego. "Hurry up, man, or we'll leave without you," he shouted out. He was stopped by one of the other bikers, and before he knew it, Tiny had taken off with his bride. He knew then that they had planned this. "Come back here with my wife," he shouted as the car drove past him, Tiny waving to him through the window. "Oh, you guys," he growled. Going over to one of the bikes, he got on and racing after them. Catching up, he flagged them down and shouted, "Pull over." Laughing their heads off, Tiny and Freddie pulled over and got out. "Oh man, you should have seen the look on your face," Tiny said, laughing so hard his belly shook. "I'll get you for this," he said, opening the back door clendon next to her. Freddie rode the bike while Tiny drove them back to the house. He put his arm around Destiny, drawing her in close and placed his fingers under her chin. Sorry about that. These guys will be pulling stunts like this all night long. It's okay. They're just having fun. She looked into his eyes that melted her insides every time she looked into them. I love you so much and I'm so happy. She wrapped her arms around his neck when he lowered his head to kiss her. When they got home, she was impressed with all the work everyone put into decorating the backyard. A lot of the guys had changed into their jeans and t-shirts before getting there. Only a few left their white shirts and jackets on. Finger foods were prepared for the guests to munch on until the pig roast was ready. In the meantime, the beer started flowing and the music was turned on. Tabitha took her over to see the cake that Bestie had made, showing her the topping to the cake. Isn't this adorable? When I saw it in the store, I just had to get it for you, she said, feeling proud of herself for finding it. I love it. It will be a keepsake that I will pass down to my children, if I ever have any. You will, Tabitha said, taking her hand. Let's go join the others and have a few drinks. Soon it will be time for you to have Diego remove the garter and toss it to the guys. Diego stayed by her side, not wanting the men pulling one of their stunts. They had their first dance as man and wife. Have I told you how beautiful you look in this dress? Yes, that I don't mind hearing it again, she answered, resting her head on his shoulder. The guys kept cutting in, wanting to dance with her. He stood back with the others watching her, loving that she was having the time of her life. He waited an hour before getting the man who was playing the music to put on a slow, romantic song. Going over, he taps the guy who was dancing with her on the shoulder. Sorry, pal, but this is my dance. Smiling up at him, her eyes twinkled. I was wondering when you'd come over, she said, sliding into his arms. Has Flint told you why the Vipers were here? He pulled back a little to look at her. Did you talk to them? Well, just for a few minutes. That's why we were late getting into the church. Did he say what they talked about? No, but he did look upset. Diego knew he had to talk to Flint. If there was going to be trouble, he needed to be prepared. I think I'll have a word with him. After this dance, of course. While you're doing that, I think I'll go change before the pig roast is ready. Then we better do the garter thing first, he said, giving her a warm and tender kiss. He takes her hand and they go over to the chair that was set up for the removal of her garter. Everyone gathered around. After saying a few words, he looked over at the guys and smiled. Whoever catches the garter, I want it back. Fat chance of that, someone from the crowd shouted. When she was seated, she was shocked when he lifted her dress and placed his head between her legs. She had thought he was only going to use his hands. She started to squirm when she felt his lips kissing up her leg, going further up than was necessary. Diego, what are you doing? She asked quietly so that no one could hear her. Then she felt his thumb moving to inch its way inside her panties. Her face turned red and felt how wet she was becoming and was relieved when he stopped, grabbing the edge of the garter with his teeth and pulling it down and off, with it between his teeth. He grinned at her before standing up and with his back to the crowd tossed it. Tiny and Freddie both got it, neither one wanting to give it up. She stood up, pulling his face close to hers. That was very naughty of you. I'm going inside to change. Care to come and help me? I'd love to, but if I did, we wouldn't be coming back down after I removed your dress. Would you mind if I stayed here? I want to talk to Flint about the Vipers. I don't mind. I won't be long, she said, kissing him before leaving. She stopped to ask Tabitha if she would like to help her get out of the dress, as the buttons on the back were hard for her to reach. He watched her until she disappeared into the house before looking for Flint. Not seeing him, he went and asked Elvira where he was. He went inside the shed, said he needed to be alone for a while. Destiny told me he was talking to two of the Viper gang before the wedding. Did he tell you what it was about? He did. Can you tell me? Diego, you'll have to ask him yourself. The secret gets revealed. He walked into the shed and saw Flint leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. I hear you were talking to two Vipers. Is Satan planning on coming here to start trouble? Flint looked at him. No, he's never going to bother you or anyone else ever again. Diego squinted his eyes. He knew something was up. Why is that? Because Satan is dead. This bit of news shocked him, but he was glad the man was gone. How did he die? I don't know. They didn't tell me. I have to tell you, Flint, you seem to be upset. I would have thought you'd be happy to see the last of him, so what's up? Satan's real name is Leo. He was my brother. My biological brother. Diego was momentarily speechless. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was your brother. Why hadn't you ever told me? Elvira is the only one who knows. Well, Betsy, of course. We didn't have the best childhood. Betsy was older than us, so she left home a long time ago. Our father was an alcoholic and very abusive. Our mother was a crackhead. I was older than Leo by a few years, so I wasn't home a lot. But when he got a little older, we would ride together and I formed a gang. I did some really bad things. Things I'm not proud of, but Satan turned really bad. He resented me for being the leader. Later on, he formed his own gang. I really don't understand why you kept it a secret, but that doesn't explain why he was so afraid of you. And it was a different time. There were certain codes we bikers had to live by. We could do what we wanted, rape, steal, destroy things, but the one thing we couldn't do was harm our parents. If we did, we would get the worst punishment ever. Our balls would be cut off and the skin on our back would be set on fire and peeled off. No one could survive that. I kept Satan's secret. He knew if I told anybody he would be a dead man. What did he do? One night he came home high on drugs. Our mother started beating him. She was also high. He turned to look at Diego. He forced himself on her, and when our father walked in and caught him, Satan shot him to death. Then he turned around and shot our mother. I wasn't home when it happened. He told me about it later. I had no love for our parents. They were cruel and evil, but they were still our parents. Satan begged me to keep quiet, not to turn him in. I agreed. I kept his secret, but only if he stayed away from me and never told anyone we were brothers. So I moved here from California, and the bastard soon followed, but he did keep his distance for the longest time. He knew if I were to tell any member of his gang what he had done, they would have killed him. Not even Betsy knows what happened. I don't know what to say, Diego said, staring back at him. What he did was unthinkable and he should have been punished. We were punished every day growing up in that home. As young children, we were beaten, starved. Poor Betsy was actually abused by our father. She ran away from home when she was 16. We only just met up many years later. She became part of my gang. I'm sorry you went through that, and I do thank you for telling me the truth. You mustn't tell anybody, not even Destiny. We just got married. I don't want to keep secrets from her. Just tell her that Satan and I were brothers. That's all she needs to know. You won't be lying to her, just not telling her the whole truth. So no one in your gang knows any of this, not even that you were brothers. That's right, and I want to keep it that way. I don't know how his gang found out, and even though he was as evil as they come, he was still my brother. Flint, I'll take your secret to my grave. Thank you, son. Now I think we better get out there to the party before your bride starts to wonder what we're up to. They left the shed, walking side by side towards the others. They had started a bonfire. He smiled when he saw his new bride sing around the fire, with the others drinking beer and laughing. Taking off his suit jacket, he went over and sat her down beside her, putting his arm around her shoulders. Chapter 29, Wedding, Part 3. When he sat her down, she turned to face him. It's about time you got here. Gary offered to take me away. Said he'd teach you to ignore your new bride. I was about to take him up on his offer, she said jokingly. I know you wouldn't leave with anyone else. You love my SX pistol and can't live without it, he said, pulling her in for a kiss. That night they ate, drank and danced the night away. It was getting late, and she was wondering when everybody was leaving, so that she and her new husband could be alone. Shouldn't everyone be leaving? I'd really like for us to be alone to consummate our marriage. He chuckled, stroking her cheek tenderly. Baby, I guess I should have warned you, but no one's leaving. They will be partying all night long until the sun comes up. Being drunk, they will probably end up sleeping on the ground. But that doesn't mean that we can't go upstairs to bed. We can't. They'll know what we're doing, she said, horrified. They're not stupid. Of course they will, but who cares? I can't wait any longer to make love to you for the first time as my wife, he said. Getting to his feet, he pulled her up. He then picked her up bridal style and looked at the ones around them. We're leaving now. You all stay and enjoy yourselves. We know what you're up to. Enjoy your wedding night, Freddie said with a smile on his face. He walked away carrying her. Hearing them whistling, he carried her upstairs, kicking the bedroom door closed with his foot before putting her down. I've been waiting all night to get you alone and into bed. Same here, she said as she slowly undid the buttons on his shirt. He stared into her face as she worked at opening his shirt. The party outside was loud. I hope the noise isn't going to be a distraction. She ran her hand down his chest. "The outside world has ceased to exist. There's only you and me," she answered, placing her lips on his chest. He began breathing heavily as her mouth moved down, her fingers working the fly on his pants until she had his pants falling to the floor. He closed his eyes, tilting his head back when she got on her knees, taking his length into her mouth. He ran his fingers through her hair, moaning when he came, loving the feel of her lips wrapped around him. Wiping her mouth, she moved up, loving the taste of him as she kissed all the way up to his mouth. She let out a squeal when he lifted her up and dropped her on the bed. His eyes held lust and desire as he stared into her eyes. Climbing on top of her, he ripped open her shirt, his mouth going to her breast. She felt the material of her bra being torn, and his mouth wrapped around one of her exposed nipples. Then he moved down, pulling her pants and panties off. He opened up her legs and placed his mouth over her pussycat, his tongue slipping inside her. She arched her head when he teased, licked and sucked, bringing her to an amazing orgasm. Feeling her body trembling and the way she orgasmed, he beamed with pride, knowing he had this kind of effect on her. Straddling her, he lifted her up so that he could remove her top and bra, which were totally destroyed. He then embedded himself deep inside her, his manhood throbbing when her warmth tightened around his swollen snake. He could feel her fingernails scratching down his back as he thrust faster until they both came together. Her screaming out his name was like music to his ears. He kissed her before collapsing on top of her. "That was so intense, so amazing," she said, breathing heavily. Lifting his head, he looks down at her. "That was the best so far. Maybe it's because we're married. Makes it more special," she replied. He rolled over onto his side, pulling her into his arms. "You could be right about that. I want to thank you." "What for?" she asked, looking up at him. "For coming into my life and marrying me. I'll make you happy, so happy that you'll never regret marrying me." "Same for me," she said, resting her head on his chest, her fingers caressing his stomach. "I was thinking that since we love each other, and that we'll always be together, that we should do something to prove it." "What were you thinking of doing?" he asked, stroking her hair. "Now don't say no until you hear me out." "Okay, I'll keep my mouth shut until you're done talking. Now I know how much you hate tattoos, but what if we get a tiny one? I was thinking of a small heart with the initials DD inside it. It can be placed anywhere you want, hidden from others if you prefer. So what do you think?" "I think tattoos are addictive. Once you get one, you'll want more. I love your body the way it is, with no ink." She lifted her head to look at him. "No, I promise I won't want any more. I just think doing this would be so special." He smiled at her. "All right, we can get one, but no more. It might be kind of nice, branding each other, letting everyone know we are taken and belong to someone." Jumping on top of him and straddling him, she smiled from ear to ear. "Thank you, and in that case, we'll need to put it where everyone can see it. Since you're up there, would you care to load the pistol?" he said, wiggling his eyebrows. She could feel how hard he was and smiled as she reached down to take hold of him. "I'd love to," she said, guiding his shaft inside her. The next morning they awoke to the smell of bacon and eggs cooking, having worked up quite an appetite from the night before they were starting, so they took a quick shower together before going downstairs. When they got there, they found Elvira and Betsy busy cooking, and several of the bikers were sitting around the kitchen table eating. "Smells good and I'm starving," Diego said. Going over, he gave both of the women a big hug. "Thanks for doing this, but I'm surprised that these guys can eat after all they drank last night." "You're welcome, dear. Now you and Destiny go sit down and I'll dish you out something to eat," Betsy said, smiling at them. "Let me help you," Destiny said, walking over to the counter. "No way. You're a newlywed now. You go sit down with your husband and enjoy breakfast." "Thanks, Betsy," she answered and went and sat next to her husband. After breakfast was served to all of the bikers, and the dishes cleaned up, Flint announced that they were leaving to go home. "You're more than welcome to stay a couple of days," Destiny said as she hugged each and every one of them. "We're not getting any younger, sweetheart. At our age, we need to go home and get some rest. I think I can speak for Flint and Elvira that we're tired, but I want to welcome you to the family and let you know how much we all love you. Destiny, no matter what the future brings, just remember that you are loved, and that Diego will always love and take care of you. He's a good man." She couldn't help sniffling when the three left on their bikes. Even though they only lived a couple of hours away, she still felt a sense of sadness. Diego put his arms around her, looking at her with so much love in his eyes. I'll miss them too, sweetheart, but now that I have you all to myself, I think I'm going to take you back to bed and keep you there for the next 2 days. She perked up when she heard this. The thought of being in bed with him for the next 2 days was something she was very much looking forward to. You really think you can keep it up for 2 days straight? She asked, giggling when he scooped her up in his arms and carried her upstairs. Only one way to find out, he replied as he laid her down on the bed. End of the wedding. 2 weeks later they went and had their tattoos done, having them put on their left shoulder blade. She was wanting to have them put on their chest, but Diego did not want the tattoo artist looking that close at her breast. She proudly showed them off to her friends and made him do the same. Now we will always be bound together, she said proudly. The business was slow at Ricardo's and Tabitha's store, so there wasn't much work for Destiny. She was getting bored, so Diego had her do some work for him at the shop. He put her to work in the office, filing forms, sending out invoices, and answering the phone and booking appointments. He really enjoyed having her there, especially when things were slow. He would close the blinds and make love to her. Tiny and Freddie would snicker every time they saw the blinds closing, knowing what was going on behind them. This one particular day, after a session of lovemaking in the office, he came down to start working on one of the bikes, turning to the guys when he heard them laughing. "What's so funny?" he asked them. "You aren't fooling anybody by turning up the radio and closing the blinds. We know what you're up to, you sly dog," Tiny said, grinning at him. "Just get back to work," he said as he himself got busy working on one of the bikes. Married life was good and their sex life got more exciting. Their passion for each other grew. Many nights their kitchen floor had things scattered on it, when he would throw them off the table or the counter so that he could make love to her. One night, married 6 weeks, they were getting frisky on the couch when the phone rings. "Just leave it," he said, lowering her down onto the couch, her blouse unbuttoned. When the phone kept ringing, he cursed. Getting up, he walked over to it. He was not happy about being interrupted, and was going to give the person on the other end of the line a piece of his mind, but when he heard who it was, he changed his mind as he listened to the voice on the other end. She sat her day up, doing up the buttons on her blouse when she heard his side of the conversation. His face had paled, and his voice cracked with emotion when he spoke. "When and how did it happen?" "We'll come right away," he said. Hanging up the phone, he turned to look at her. She got to her feet and went over to him when she heard the word dead. "Who died?" Chapter 30. She goes over to him. Standing in front of him, she placed the palms of her hands on both sides of his face. "Diego." "Who died?" she asked, dreading the answer. Tearing up, he looks at her. "Betsy." She was shocked. The last time she saw her, she looked all right. Maybe a little tired, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. "What happened?" she asked, feeling her eyes filling with tears. "Flynn said she died in her sleep, apparently from a heart attack. I told him we'd come right away. Can you pack a bag for us while I call the others?" She pulled him into her arms. She knew how close they were and he was in a great deal of pain. "Yes, I'll be quick." "And Diego, I'm so sorry." She held him as her tears fell. She loved Betsy like a mother and couldn't imagine not seeing her again. After calling the others, he went out to make sure his bike was gassed up and ready to go. His thoughts went back to years ago when he went to live with her and the others. He gave them all such a hard time, but she never let him get away with anything. As tough as she was on him, she was equally as loving. She was a female version of Flint. As tough as she was, she had a soft spot for him, sticking up for him when he was in trouble with Flint. Destiny came out carrying a backpack with some clothes and went over to him, placing her hand on his arm to get his attention. He looked up at her, breaking away from his thoughts. "Leave your bike here. Ride with me." She touched his cheeks, feeling how damp they were from the tears he shed when he was alone. "I will," she answered, kissing his cheek. She climbed up behind him, wrapping her arms around him. They rode in silence all the way there. Neither one felt like talking. When they arrived at Flint's, there were many bikes outside. Some of the gang members were gathered outside, talking, but stopped when they saw Diego. They gave him their condolences, saying how much they loved and will miss Betsy. Taking hold of her hand, they went inside. Hearing voices coming from the kitchen, they went there. Elvira got to her feet when she saw them. Going over, she takes Diego into her arms. "We're so glad you're here," she said. Then turning to Destiny, she takes her in her arms. Diego went over to Flint, placing his hand on the man's shoulder. "I can't believe she's gone." After everybody hugged, they all sat her down, not touching the coffee before them. Diego sat her there holding his cup. I don't understand how she had a heart attack. She's always been so healthy. Flint and Elvira glanced at one another before he spoke. Betsy has had a heart condition for the last couple of years. Why wasn't I told? She didn't want anyone to know. She didn't want anyone fussing over her. You know what a proud woman she was. She didn't want anyone to pity her. Elvira and I tried many times to get her to settle down and stop drinking. But you know how stubborn she could be. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 smiled. Yes, he knew how she could be, and God help anyone who tried to tell her how to live her life. I just wish we had known. We could have spent more time with her. She died a happy woman, lived life the way she wanted. It made her very happy when you and Destiny got married. She loved you both so very much. They Saturday around the kitchen table. Elvira told them about the funeral arrangements. The funeral was set for the next day. On the day of the funeral, many bikes came roaring into town. Bikers from all over who knew Betsy and Flint showed up to pay their respect. After the church service, her body was taken to the cemetery, and behind her casket was a long parade of bikes. The townspeople were in awe at the turnout. It was quite something to see. At the cemetery, and once her body was laid to rest, Flint made a speech. Everyone held a bottle of beer in their hands. My sister was as tough as they come, and yet she had a heart of gold. She lived life to the fullest, never letting anyone push her around. Her greatest joy in life was riding her bike and drinking her beer. Then when 𝑑𝒍𝒂 came into our lives, it was her that convinced me to change my ways. She didn't want him growing up the way we had. He looked over at 𝑑𝒍𝒂. She loved you like a son and was so proud of you, of how you turned your life around and started your own business. She wouldn't want us to sit around moping or feeling sad over her death. So we will celebrate her life and her death. Do you, my dear sister? He said. Raising the beer bottle to his mouth, he took a drink, and so did the others. Flint and 𝑑𝒍𝒂 stayed behind at the graveside, telling the others to go back to the house for refreshments and something to eat. Destiny didn't want to leave them, but they insisted they wanted to be alone. So respecting their wishes, she left with Elvira and the others. She was a special lady and will never be forgotten, 𝑑𝒍𝒂 said, taking a drink of his beer. That she was. Flint then opened another bottle and poured it on the grave. Here you go, sis. One last drink for that trip home. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 smiled. He knew that Betsy would like Flint doing this. Back at the house, Destiny was busy helping to feed everyone. She was glad to see that the two guys had finally come back. When everybody left for the night, Flint went out to the garage. After he had been gone for almost an hour, Elvira asked 𝑑𝒍𝒂 to go and check on him. Destiny went with him. They found him polishing up Betsy's bike. She went over and stood beside him, looking at the bike. Betsy really loved this bike, didn't she? Yes, it was her pride and joy. She went everywhere on this thing. It was a big part of her life. It's hers now, Destiny. She turned to look at Flint with a shocked look on her face. What? She wanted you to have it? No, I can't take it. It belonged to your sister. You and Elvira should keep it. She knew she didn't have long to live, and before she passed away, she told me that the bike was to go to you. She knew you would love it and take care of it as she had. I don't know what to say. 𝑑𝒍𝒂 put his arm around her. Just say you accept it. If you don't, Betsy will come back and haunt you. Later that night, as she lay in bed, waiting for 𝑑𝒍𝒂 to come to bed, she let the tears that she had been holding back flow. But when she heard him coming, she wiped her tears away. He never liked it when she cried. It bothered him, made him feel bad, and he was feeling bad enough. So she didn't want to make it worse for him. He entered the bedroom feeling tired and worn out. It had been a very emotional 2 days, and all he wanted to do now was lay in bed with his arms around Destiny. Sitting on the edge of the bed, as he removes his pants, he feels the bed moving. Warm hands begin caressing his back, not in a sexual way but in a comforting gesture. That feels so good, he said, closing his eyes and enjoying the massage. You're so tense. Your muscles are tight, she said as she kept massaging his back. That was really something today, how all those bikers showed up for the funeral. Yes, she was well known and loved. I just can't believe she's gone. She wasn't even that old, he said, his voice cracking with emotion. I know, it's not fair and life is so short, she replied. He turned around to face her. Yes, life is way too short, so I won't take it or you for granted, he said, lowering her down onto the bed and getting on top of her. I want to enjoy every second we have together, to show you how much I love you. I feel the same way, she said as her hand snaked around his neck. Lowering his head, he kissed her with such tenderness, moving down her chin into her neck. With his face against her skin, he kissed along her neck, hearing her soft moans. He moved his hand slowly down her curves, his shaft getting hard. Moving back up to her lips, he put a finger inside her. Feeling she was already wet, he then entered her with a gentle thrust. That night he made love to her with a gentleness he never had before. Usually, their lovemaking was intense, wild, and sometimes a little rough, depending on their mood, but tonight he just wanted the warmth and to feel close to her, to let her know he was hers and she was his. Later he lay awake, not being able to sleep. He gets out of bed and goes over to the window and stands there, looking out. He felt such a sense of loss, a small hole in his heart which ached for the woman who was always there for him. Hearing her stir, he looks towards the bed and smiles when he sees she had kicked off the covers. Looking at her lying there asleep and naked, he knew he would never be alone. His wife would help heal his saddened heart. Going back over to the bed, he climbs in, covering them both up. Her arm automatically went over his stomach and her head on his chest. He loved the way she always snuggled into him, her one leg going over his, making it impossible for him to sleep in any other position except his back. But he didn't mind and got used to sleeping that way. When she awoke, he was still fast asleep, so she slid out of bed quietly so as not to wake him. She took a quick shower, and after changing went downstairs to start the coffee for everyone. But when she got there, Elvira was already there. "You're up early. I was going to start breakfast for you all. I couldn't sleep. Sit and I'll pour you some coffee." She pours Destiny and herself some coffee and sits down. "I've already fed some of the guys and they left to go back to their homes. I take it Diego is still asleep." "Yes." I didn't want to wake him. He hadn't been sleeping well since we heard about Betsy. He's finally getting some well-deserved rest. "Yes, same with Flint. It's not going to be the same around here without her. When Flint and I got together, she moved in with us right away. She and I became very close. I'll miss her." When they heard the men coming, they got up and started making them something to eat. Diego went up behind her, putting his arms around her waist, kissing her cheek and whispering in her ear, "I miss waking up next to your warm, naked body." She giggled when he swatted her bum before sitting down. It was a tearful scene when it was time for them to leave. Destiny hated leaving them, but she also knew they had to get home. Elvira lifted Destiny's chin up so that she could look into her face. "Don't be sad, sweetheart. We don't live that far away and we'll see you both soon. Now you enjoy your new bike." She turns to Diego. "Take good care of your wife." "Always," he replied, giving her a hug and shaking Flint's hand before they took off. As soon as she revved up the bike, she noticed the differences between it and her old bike. Betsy's bike seemed to purr. It was quiet and ran smoothly. It took the curves and hills much better and faster. She vowed to herself that she would always take good care of it, keeping it well maintained and clean. That would be easy since Diego was a mechanic, and it wouldn't cost her a dime, just some good loving. Chapter 31, Epilogue. 2 years later, she was working alone in a shop. Diego had to go deliver a bag, and the other 2 men were on their lunch break when Tabitha came in carrying 2 coffees. "Hey girl, I thought you could use a break," she said, setting the 1 coffee in front of her. "Thank you. Hey, are you all right? You look a little peaked." "I think I might be coming down with the flu." Tabitha looked at her face and a thought came to her. "Is it the flu or could you be pregnant?" "I don't think I'm pregnant. It's been over 2 years and I haven't gotten pregnant yet. I'm like the rest of the women in my family. It takes us years to get pregnant." As soon as those words were out of her mouth, she jumped up out of her seat. She became very nauseous and fled out of the room and down the stairs to the bathroom. She was so grateful that Diego had installed another bathroom, just for the ladies to use since the men's restroom was a stinky mess. She had made it just in time. Getting down on her knees with her head over the toilet bowl, she spilled out whatever was in her stomach. 5 minutes later she gets up and goes over to the sink. After rinsing her mouth out, she looks in the mirror just as Tabitha walked in. "You look like hell. Let me drive you home and on the way, we'll stop and pick you up a pregnancy test." "I'm telling you I'm not pregnant, but I do think I'll go home." When they were leaving, Tiny and Freddie returned from lunch. "Hey guys, Destiny's feeling a little under the weather, so I'm going to take her home. Let Diego know." True to her words, she stopped at the store and picked up the test, then took Destiny home. Once there, she handed the bag to her. "Go take it now." She snatched the bag from Tabitha's hand. "I'm only going to take it to prove to you that I am not pregnant." Moments later, when she came from the bathroom, Tabitha stood there staring at her. "Well, what does it say?" "I don't know. It takes about 5 minutes for the results. It would be really nice if you were pregnant." "It would be wonderful. There's nothing more I want than to have Diego's baby." We've been trying for 2 years now. Tabitha looked at her watch. Time's up. Taking a deep breath, she walks into the bathroom and over to the sink. Picking up the stick, a wide grin appeared on her face. She couldn't believe it. Well, don't keep me in suspense, Tabitha said from behind her. She turned around, smiling. I'm pregnant. Tabitha jumped up and down. Running over to her, she threw her arms around her. Oh, I am so happy for you. Just then they heard Diego coming through the front door. Destiny, where are you, baby? The two of them walked into the living room. What's going on? The guys told me you weren't feeling well. Tabitha went over and gave him a hug, shocking the hell out of them. I'm just going to leave the two of you alone. Taking off his coat and tossing it over the sofa, he looked over at Destiny. Okay, what are you two up to now? What makes you think we're up to anything? She asked, walking up to him and putting her arms around his neck. Because I know what you're like when you two get together. Don't I get a kiss first? She asked, smiling sweetly at him. Putting his hands on her waist, he pulled her close. His mouth came down on hers. Things were starting to heat up pretty good, but then he stopped. Oh no you don't. You're not going to distract me. Tell me what's going on or I won't let you ride the stallion tonight. Stepping back, she giggled. If you don't let me ride the stallion, I won't let your bat in my cave. Oh, you think not? We'll just see about that, he said and started chasing her. She started running and squealed when he caught her. He removed her top and started kissing her neck, making her moan with pleasure. She then started undoing the buttons on his shirt and sliding it down over his shoulders. She began breathing heavily when his hand slipped down inside her pants, cupping her pussycat in his hand. Oh, Diego, she said between panting. You like that, baby? Do you want more? Yes, yes, she cried out, wanting more of what he was giving her. But then he abruptly stopped. Letting go of her, he stood back and smiled. Looks like my bat can go in your cave whenever I want it to. That's so mean of you to stop, she said, pouting. Well, that's what you get for teasing me. So are you going to tell me what you two girls were up to? We weren't up to anything. We just found out the rabbit died. Rabbit? What rabbit? We don't have any rabbits. She let out another giggle, placing her hand over her stomach. Have you never heard the expression before? No, he answered, wondering why she was rubbing her stomach. You silly. Well, how about I have a bun in the oven? When she saw that he still wasn't getting it, she shook her head and smiled at him. Then let me put it into words that you'll understand. I'm pregnant. His mouth dropped open and his eyes went to her stomach. He was speechless. Aren't you going to say anything? I thought you would be happy. I thought you wanted children, she said. Thinking he had changed his mind about wanting them, she started to cry, covering her face with her hands. Seeing her cry, he snapped out of it and went over to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Oh my God, sweetheart, of course. I want children and I am happy. I wasn't expecting it and you took me by surprise. Cupping her chin in his hand, he lifted her face up so that she had to look at him. This is the best news ever. So tell me, when did you find out? Sniffling, she looked into his eyes and knew he was being sincere. I hadn't been to the doctor's yet. I just took a test before you got here. I love you so much, he said, placing his hand on the back of her head, drew her in for a kiss. She could feel his hardness pressing against her. The heat from her core rose up throughout her whole body. Their kiss deepened as he backed her up against the wall. With the palms of his hands resting against the wall on either side of her, he bent his knees slightly, pressing his lower half into her. Do you feel that? Do you feel how hard you make me? I want you so bad, he said when he broke the kiss. Her breathing was erratic, her breasts heaving rapidly up and down. So what are you waiting for? Putting his hands beneath her cheeks, he lifted her up and she wrapped her legs around his waist. Their lips locked together as he made his way upstairs to their bedroom. There he lowered her down onto the bed. He then slid her pants down over her hips before removing his own, climbing on top of her. He brushes a strand of her hair away as he looks down at her. I love you, he said softly as he slowly lowered his lips down to hers. Later she lay in his arms, their bodies still warm from making love. I guess now we can put the spare bedroom to use and turn it into a nursery, he said as he kisses the top of her head. Good idea, she said happily. I'm starving. Let's go down and get something to eat. She gets out of bed and grabbing his shirt puts it on. Doing up the buttons, she looks at him. Are you coming? I already came. Twice, he said, winking at her. She picks up her pillow and throws it at him. Ha ha, you're so funny. How about spaghetti and cheese bread? That's quick and easy to make. Sounds good to me. I'll help you. They finished eating and decided to call Flint and Elvira and tell them the news, though they figured she already knew. They were right. She had one of her visions a couple of nights ago but wanted them to find out on their own. 8 months later, it was now 2 weeks until her due date. She was getting bored. She was missing riding her bike. Now she was forced into riding in the car Diego had bought for them. These last few days were hard on her. She felt so big and couldn't even put on her shoes by herself. Whereas most women crave sweets, she only craved SX and couldn't get enough of it. But Diego wasn't complaining. He figured if this was what she wanted, there was no way he was going to deny her. It sure did beat the mood swings she got from time to time. He would often come home to find her out back picking flowers. He would stand back watching her. She looked even more beautiful now than she ever had. 1 week before the due date, she wakes up, shaking him. Diego, wake up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at her. Baby, we just did it twice a couple of hours ago. I don't think I can get it up so soon. You jackass. What makes you think I want SX? It's because of your insatiable thirst for SX that got me in this predicament. He was tired and wanted to argue back that it was she who was constantly wanting it, but he had been warned not to argue with a pregnant woman. Then what do you want? What I want is for you to get your man out of bed and take me to the hospital, she snapped. Then feeling bad, she started to cry. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm being so bitchy. He sat her up, taking her in his arms. You're now, sweetheart. Is the baby coming? Is that why you want to go to the hospital? No, I just like the cafeteria food, she said in a snarky tone. Yes, the baby's coming. He smiled, gave her a quick kiss, and after getting dressed helped her to dress, grabbing her overnight bag. He helps her down the stairs and into the car. They had decided to wait until the baby was born to know the SX of the baby, but again they were sure Elvira knew. Diego had made calls, letting everyone know she was close to giving birth. Not getting an answer from Flint, he figured they already knew and were on their way here. In the delivery room, he kept wiping the sweat from her forehead. We're doing great, sweetheart, he said, getting a dirty look from her. Where the fuck do you get us from? I'm the one pushing a human being out of my hole. Not you, she snapped. Diego looked at the doctor and shrugged his shoulders. She's really very sweet and never uses this language, he said, apologizing. Your baby is crowning Mrs. Sanchez. It won't be long now. Give one more push. That's it, he said, and moments later the baby came into the world. They placed the baby in her arms, giving the new parents a few moments. Oh, Diego, it's a boy and he looks just like you, she said, looking up at him. I'm so sorry for acting like a crazy woman. You weren't, and I love you, he said, giving her a kiss. He was made to go to the waiting room while they cleaned Destiny and the baby up. Getting there, he found the others waiting. Even Flint and Elvira. It's a boy. I have a son. After being congratulated and talking with them for a while, he was allowed to go see his family. The others said they'd give them a moment before going in. Going over to the bed, he sat her beside her as she held their son. He's beautiful. He has your eyes. She smiled up at him. Diego, I love you so much. The rest soon joined them, each wanting a turn holding him. So what name have you decided on? Tabitha asked as she kissed the baby's forehead. Diego and Destiny smiled at each other. Carlos, after Diego's father, she said in a sleepy voice. She fought to keep her eyes open as she looked at all the baby gifts they had brought with them. Seeing she was exhausted, Diego said it was time for everyone to leave so she could rest. Flint and Elvira were going to stay with them for a few days to help out with the baby. To sum things up, they were never able to have any more children, but they loved their son and felt blessed. Carlos was loved and adored by everyone, and Tabitha and Ricardo became the godparents. They often babysat whenever Destiny and Diego went out, or when they went on road trips with their bikes. She still rode whenever she had the chance, but motherhood came first, knowing someday she would be able to ride more often. They had their fights over the years, but nothing big, and always made up right away. Tabitha and Ricardo remained happy and close to them. Flint and Elvira enjoyed being step-grandparents and spend as much time with them and Carlos as they could. They never did hear or see the Vipers again. The love and trust between Diego and Destiny grew stronger with every passing year. Chapter 32, Bonus Chapter. It was late and raining when Diego and Ricardo left the bar, lighting a cigarette. As they approached the parking lot, where all the bikes were, they saw a young boy, or who they thought was a male, trying to start one of the bikes. The youngster didn't hear them sneaking up, until one of them grabbed her from behind. "You trying to steal my bike?" Ricardo growled behind her. "Let go of me," she yelled, kicking and screaming. 𝑷𝒍𝒂 went around the front of her and pulled the 𝐻𝐻𝒃 down and cursed. "Fouquet, it's just a girl. Don't you know stealing is against the law?" "Bite me," she snapped. She lifted her leg and slammed her foot into 𝑷𝒍𝒂's gut, causing him to stagger back. She continued to fight Ricardo, trying to break free, but he had a tight grip on her. He looks at 𝑷𝒍𝒂. "Are you okay, man?" "Yeah, she may be little, but she has one hell of a kick to her." "Settle down, little lady," he said, his mouth close to her ear. "I'm not little, you Fouquet face," she growled, attempting to kick him in the shin, but he stood with one of his legs in between hers. "This one's full of fire. What are we going to do with her?" Ricardo asked, the rain drenching all of them. Getting close, but making sure not to get too close so that she couldn't kick him again, he cupped her chin in his hand. She was petite with long black hair. She had dark circles under her eyes and guessed her to be around 17. "What's your name and are you a runaway?" "Go to hell. I'm not telling you shit." "Well, I guess we'll just have to call the cops. Let them deal with you," 𝑷𝒍𝒂 said, letting go of her chin. "Tabitha. My name is Tabitha." "The last name?" he asked, raising his eyebrow. "It's just Tabitha." 𝑷𝒍𝒂 looked at Ricardo. "It's late and we're all soaked. We'll take her back to your place and dry off." "I'm not going anywhere with you perverts," she said. Pushing Ricardo off her, she pulled out a knife, waving it at them. "Give me all of your money or I will cut you both." They grinned at each other before going over and tackling her, causing her to drop the knife. Ricardo got behind her again, pinning her arms by her side. "Listen up, sweetheart. It's either us or the cops. If the cops are called, you'll be taken into child custody. With us you will get a warm bath and a hot meal." "So what's it going to be?" he asked, releasing her arms. "For one thing, bumhole, I'm not a child, and if I go with you and you or your friend here try anything with me, I'll cut your balls off." 𝑷𝒍𝒂 laughed. "I just bet you would. You don't have to worry about us. We're not going to touch you. You can ride behind Ricardo." She jumped up on the bike behind Ricardo but refused to put her arms around him. She placed her hands behind her and held onto the seat. When they got to Ricardo's place, they went inside. She crossed her arms and shivered as she looked around the small cabin. "So do you two live here together, and are you a couple?" They both laughed. "We're both straight. I bet you're hungry," Ricardo said. "Bathroom's over there," he said, pointing to a door. "Why don't you get out of those wet clothes and take a shower?" Without saying anything, she walked away from the two guys and headed to the bathroom. She hadn't eaten in days and her stomach was growling. After taking a long hot shower, she gets out and dries off. Her clothes were wet, and she knew she couldn't put them back on. So she looked at the shirt that was hanging on a hook on the bathroom door. Taking it down, she sniffed it. It was clean and dry, so she put it on. Leaving the room, she could smell something cooking, so she walked in the direction where it was coming from. There were the two men that had picked her up, both dry and wearing clean clothes. She was a little nervous about being there alone with them. It helped that the shirt she had on was so big on her that it covered her almost to her knees. Both men turned to look at her when she entered the room. Right away they realized she was not a child. She may have been on the short side and very slender, but it was easy to see that she had a nice little body underneath the shirt. "I hope you like beef stew. It's all I have," Ricardo said as his eyes moved down to her legs. "I'm so hungry I could eat anything, and quit looking at my legs or I'll bust your balls," she hissed and sat her down at the table. Both men looked at each other and grinned. Ricardo placed a bowl of beef stew in front of her along with some bread. There was something about this girl he really liked. She had a mouth on her like a sewer rat, but she was beautiful and he wondered what her story was. 𝑷𝒍𝒂 sat her back and watched her eat. It looked to him like she hadn't eaten in a long time. "So tell us a little about yourself. Why were you trying to steal a bike? Where are your parents?" "There's nothing to tell," she said. Looking into his eyes, she felt he was a kind man and wasn't going to hurt her. "I left home about 3 years ago when I was 15. I've been living on the streets since then and I needed a ride." "Do you even know how to ride a bike?" Ricardo asked, filling her plate up with more food. "No, but how hard can it be if you know how?" she said sarcastically. 𝑷𝒍𝒂 spits out his drink. The look on Ricardo's face was priceless. He could feel the sparks between the two of them. No one had ever dared to talk to him that way. He could see these two becoming an item. "So you had nowhere to go?" "Nope," she answered with a mouth full of food. "How would you like to join my gang?" She looks at 𝑷𝒍𝒂 suspiciously. "I'm not going to be anyone's whore." That's not what I'm suggesting. You would just become a part of our family. We'll protect you, give you a job and a place to stay. You'll have to learn to ride a bike. I'm sure we can fix one up for you. You rich or something? She asked, staring at him. Both men laughed. No, I'm not rich. I own a bike repair shop, and Ricardo owns a sporting goods store. I'm sure he'll let you work for him, and you can stay here until we find a place for you to live. After talking it over, she made a point of letting them know she wasn't cleaning up after anyone, that she wouldn't be a maid before she agreed to stay. When 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 left, Ricardo showed her where she would be sleeping, and she picked up her clothes and threw them in the washer. After doing that, he went into the spare bedroom to check on her. She was fast asleep. Going over, he puts another blanket over her. He then notices something sticking out from under her pillow. Being careful not to wake her, he pulls out one of his butcher's knives. Smirking, he places it on the nightstand. He stood staring at her, wondering what kind of life she had, and knowing it wasn't a good one, he felt his heart going out to her. Over the next few weeks, she worked for him in his shop. He taught her how to ride a bike, how to shoot a rifle. She met the rest of the gang, and right away, she let them know she wasn't one to mess with. She and 𝑑𝒍𝒂 soon became close friends, like brother and sister. Ricardo treated her with respect. Never once tried making a move on her, even though he wanted to. She would walk around the house wearing only the shirt she wore that first night. Not having a clue how it was turning him on, he never did try finding her a place to live. It just seemed natural having her with him. One evening they all went to a biker's bar. She was standing at the bar when another biker approached her. Ricardo saw the man bothering her, so he went over and stood beside her. Is this man bothering you? Beat it, buddy. I'm just about to take this beauty outside and 𝒂𝒂 her hard. When she saw how angry Ricardo was getting, she placed her hand on his chest. I can handle this on my own. She turns to the man, smiling sweetly at him. So you want to 𝒂𝒂 me? Do you? You know it, baby. She puts her arms around his neck. Well, there's something I'd like to do to you. What? He asked, thinking he was in for a wild night of sex. This, she said, kneeing him in the crotch and then removing her arms from his neck. No 𝒂𝒂ing anyone for you tonight, bumhole. Several of the man's friends saw what happened and came over. 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 also saw what was going on, so he and a couple of his guys hurried over to where they were. Within minutes, a fight broke out and fists went flying. When Tabitha saw Ricardo being held by one man while another one was punching him, she rushed over. Picking up a pool cue, she smacked him over the head with it, giving him a chance to break free from the other guy. Damn, you're one hell of a woman, he said in admiration. She smiled at him and then yelled for him to duck. She positioned the pool cue and smacked the guy across the face as he was about to attack Ricardo. As quickly as the fight started, it ended and they left the bar. 𝑑𝒍𝒂𝒚 stood with the two of them and chuckled. I see you can take care of yourself. I always have and I always will, she said as she got on the bike that the guys had given her. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to go home. When she and Ricardo got home, he poured them both a drink, handing one to her. As he was standing in front of her, he looked down at her lips. Ones he had been wanting to kiss since they first met. I find a woman who can fight and take care of herself, 𝑠𝒐𝒏. He stroked the side of her face with his fingers, and was pleasantly surprised when she didn't slap his hand away. Having lived together for over 2 months, he was finding it harder every day not to crawl into bed with her. She felt her heart beating fast when he got close. She was starting to have deep feelings for him, but was afraid. Ricardo, what are you doing? She asked, backing up when he kept moving closer. She knew he was going to kiss her, and she wanted him to. He had taught her to ride a motorcycle, and how to shoot a rifle, and made her feel safe and comfortable. He had her up against the counter, his eyes looking into hers. You have no idea how beautiful you are. What an amazing woman you are. I'm going to kiss you, so please don't knee me in the crotch. She closed her eyes when he cupped her face in his hands, his lips landing softly on hers. The kiss was so tender, making her feel things that she never felt before. Her arms went around his neck. Her hand went behind his head and pulled him tighter to her. The kiss turned more passionate. She began to moan softly when she felt his hard body pressing against her. But then she pushed him away. I'm sorry, I just can't. He saw a tear roll down her cheek. It was the first time she showed any vulnerability. I don't know what you went through before, but you must know by now that I would never hurt you. Or maybe you just don't want me. She wiped her tear away. It's not that. I do want you, but I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of getting close to someone and having them hurt me. You may not hurt me now, but sometime down the road things can change. I just don't want to go through that. It's better to stay unattached. I think it's time I found my own place to live. No, that's not necessary. I promise you this will never happen again, even though we both want it. Good night, Tabitha, he said as he walked away and went to his room. When he was gone, she sat down at the table, taking a long swallow of her drink. She kept thinking about Ricardo and how she felt about him, and she knew he felt the same way about her, but she was damaged goods, and once he found out about her past, he wouldn't want her. She got up and went to her room. Removing her clothes, she put on the shirt. Getting into bed and under the covers, she tried to pleasure herself, but it just wasn't working. It was Ricardo's hand she wanted to feel on her, cursing under her breath. She jumps out of bed and heads towards his bedroom. She knocked once before entering. Chapter 33, Bonus Chapter 2. She shut the door behind her and walked over to the bed. Sitting on the edge, she looks at him. I'm damaged goods. You don't want me. He watched as she approached the bed and sat down and listened to what she said. No, you're not, and I do want you, more than I've ever wanted anything or anyone. I need to tell you something first. When I turned 14, my stepfather raped me. It went on for several months. I couldn't take it any longer. No one would believe me, so I ran away. I got pregnant by him. So I went to the city and found a doctor who said he could get rid of it for me. I found out too late that he wasn't a real doctor, just some guy who did this to make money. He did a hack job and I ended up in the hospital. I almost bled to death. He did so much damage that I was told I would never be able to have children. So if you're looking for someone who can give birth to your children, it won't be me. It's better you find someone else, someone who can give you a family. Is that all you want to tell me? Living on the streets, I did some really bad things. I held people up using a knife. I broke into places, and a couple of times I had sex with men for money. I slept under bridges. Wherever I could find somewhere to sleep, I had to fight off others who tried to rape me or steal what little I had. He sat up in bed. We've all done things we shouldn't have, and you only did what you had to in order to survive. You'll never have to worry about anyone hurting you again. I'll kill them if they try. As far as children, I've never seen myself being a father. I like the freedom of going where I want when I want. Stay with me. Be my old lady. Why do you want me? He cupped her chin in his hand. Because I have fallen in love with you. I'd have fallen in love with you, she said as she pushed him down onto his back. Climbing on top of him, she lowered her head to kiss him. She let out a giggle when he placed his hands on her hips and flipped her over so that he was now on top. Hovering above her, he looked into her eyes. You're mine now, he said, lowering his mouth onto hers, his fingers under the buttons on the shirt, spreading it apart so that he could touch her breasts. He heard her moan, felt her squirming as he massaged them as his kiss turned more passionate, more demanding. Then he moved his mouth down her body, leaving a trail of kisses until he got between her legs, his tongue spreading the folds of her pussycat. He licked inside her until she came. He could feel her fingers going through his hair, yanking as she ordered SMED. Oh, Ricardo, she purred his name. Smiling, he moved back up, sliding his erection into her wet opening. He began thrusting slowly at first, then faster. He sucked hard on her one nipple, which was hard and erect, bringing them both to the best orgasm either one had ever had. Placing the palms of his hands on either side of her, he looked down at her. Who do you belong to? He asked with a grin on his face. You? I'm your old lady. Tell me who this stepfather of yours is and where he lives. Why would you want to know that? She asked, stroking his chest. So that I can go and kill him for what he did to you. I just found you and I don't want to lose you. So I don't want you to do that. He's history and can never hurt me again. All right. I'll leave it for now, but if he ever comes around, he's a dead man. From that day on, everyone knew she was Ricardo's woman and no one dared to touch her. Both became very possessive of one another. If another woman were to come onto him, she made it quite clear that he belonged to her. At this time, Diego was still a bit of a bad boy, always getting into trouble, but they all had his back. Ricardo was still amazed at what a good fighter she was. He would watch her with admiration when she took on even the biggest of guys when there was a fight. Whenever Diego got too carried away, they would call Flint, who would come and straighten him out. Tabitha became a part of their family, and Flint and Elvira along with Betsy loved her as much as they did Diego and the others. She never thought she would find a man like Ricardo, one who was loving and tender. He didn't care about what she did in the past. He accepted her for who she was. One day she was alone in the shop when two guys walked in just when she was about to close up for the day. Sorry guys, you're going to have to come back tomorrow. I'm just about to close up. The one guy turned the sign around and locked the door. The other one spoke. "We're not here to buy anything." She glared angrily at him. "If you're here to rob me, you're out of luck. It's been a slow day and there's not much money in the cash register." "We're not here to rob you." She looked from one to the other. "What do you want?" "You don't remember me," the one said. "Should I? I've been looking for you for almost a year now. You robbed me, took my money and my car after stabbing me. It's payback, bitch. I want what you should have given me, even if I have to take it," he said, unbuckling his pants. She remembered him now. He was the one who propositioned her one night, but instead of giving him sex, she robbed him. During a struggle she stabbed him, taking his money and vehicle. When she reached under the counter for a gun, the other man pulled out a gun, pointing it at her. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. Now move away from the counter." After they pulled the blinds, they both rushed over, taking her by surprise. She tried fighting them when they got her down on the floor. Her hands were tied. The one guy pulled her jeans down and held onto her legs while the other one got on top of her. "Don't do this. My boyfriend will kill you," she said, yelling, and then a gag was shoved in her mouth. Tears rolled down her face, knowing they were both planning on taking turns fucking her. Ripping off her panties, the guy on top went to pull down the zipper on his jeans. But just then the door was kicked open and a very angry Ricardo stood there. Diego followed right behind, aiming a rifle. The two men got to their feet, just as Ricardo rushed the one who was on Tabitha. Diego kept his rifle aimed at the other one before knocking him out. Diego dropped his weapon and hurried over to her, untying her hands and legs. She grabbed her pants, pulling them on while Ricardo kept beating the other one. She finally had to pull him off the man who was unconscious and bleeding. "It's okay, baby, stop before you kill him." He pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "Are you okay? Did they do anything?" "No, baby, you saved me just in time," she said, taking his face in her hands to kiss him. After the sheriff came and the men were arrested, she told Ricardo who the men were and why they came after her. Time passed and things were going well. That was until Diego met Kathleen. It was so clear to the others that she was trouble and only using him. Only he couldn't see it. For his sake, they tolerated her but avoided her as much as possible. It came as a huge shock. When later he was charged with murder and had gone to prison, it broke Tabitha's heart to see the man she considered a brother in so much pain. She then became overly protective of him once he was released. He had told them the truth about how he took the rap for Kathleen. She vowed she would never let another woman hurt Diego again. Then when he met Destiny, she tried to stop him from getting involved with her, but he did anyway. She and Ricardo had a few arguments over it, saying they had to help him rescue Destiny. Though she went along with it, she still thought Destiny was nothing but trouble and would end up getting Diego killed. It took some time before she realized that she was nothing like Kathleen and grew to love her like a sister. Summary: Tabitha and Ricardo never adopted any children. It was their choice. They loved the life they had now, the freedom to come and go as they pleased. Carlos was their godson. They loved and adored him. He spent many days with them. When Destiny and Diego went on riding trips, they all remained close. Flint and Elvira were still a huge part of their lives. If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book. Drop a comment below and let us know your thoughts. Your input helps us improve. The end.